Make sure you guys get them likes up, family. Get them likes up. See you, Green Gang. I see you. Healing Force Wellness, Queen K, Larry Cash. I see you, Sir Shy. Aticia, I see you. Welcome to the Kay and Kayla show. Get them likes up, family. Come on. That's right, Larry Cash. Like the video. Let them know. Thinking Man's Podcast. I see you. I see you, Aaron. No, green game. Make sure you guys click that link and fill a tease. Just post it in the chat. Has anybody in the chat got rejected before? How did y'all respond? Good evening, Miss Reed. Mr. Richardson, where'd you send it at? Larry Cash said he just walked away on the rejection. I hear you, brother. I see you, Clark. Every day, brother. Part of the game. Just pivot and readjust. I hear you. Going on, Thompson. If you haven't already, hit that like button, family. Let's go. What's going on, Bethany? Hit that like button, family. Hit that like button. Hopefully I can see everybody in Houston. Everybody in Houston, let's go.
Yes, sir.
I see you, Scam Likely. Welcome to the show, sunshine. It's almost game time, y'all. Get them likes up.
Yes, sir.
It's almost showtime. Shout out to the new member, Crypto Don Juan. I see you, brother. Appreciate you. Before we get this show started, shout out to the sponsor, Tej Hanley, Philly Tej. It's too early, but that's okay. My gym workout was phenomenal. Before I went home, I decided to stop over at my mother's house. I haven't seen my mother in 2 months. I know she's going to be very surprised to see me. I can't wait. What the? I couldn't believe what I was seeing. The first thing I noticed was this person's skin. What is going on? Uncomplicated, untreated skin? Who is this guy? I had to take a step back, but then I realized it was my brother. But look at his skin. Have you guys ever seen anything like that? I had to take a closer look and figure out what was going on. Best believe I crept up on him. Peep this. I'm still looking at his skin, trying to figure out how did we get here. I could do nothing but shake my head. He could definitely use my help. I had to get to the bottom of this. He definitely needed some game about his skin. I'm just staring at it, like looking at it. Come on, bro. I knew what to do.
Bruh.
I had to reach in my bag and get that Tiege Hanley. Uncomplicated skincare for men. Bro, this is why I'm excited to have Tiege Hanley as the sponsor of today's video. They have helped me start and maintain my skincare routine by making the entire process uncomplicated. Honestly, it's the best skincare system for guys like you and me. I recommend you start with their level 1 system, which comes with all the basics. A daily face wash to get rid of the dirt and the grime on your skin, a 2 times per week exfoliating scrub to get rid of the dead skin cells, an AM moisturizer with SPF 20 because you should always be protecting your skin from the sun, and a PM moisturizer to help your skin stay hydrated and healthy throughout the night. My brother was so excited. My favorite part about Tiege Hanley is that every box comes with an instruction card that tells you when to use each product, how much to use, and in what order. They really make the process of achieving and maintaining amazing skin easy. Shout out to Tiege Hanley. And because Tiege Hanley is sponsoring today's video, they're offering my viewers a great deal. Just click the first link in the description, and not only will you get Tiege Hanley for the best possible price, but they'll also give you a free gift with your first box. Click that link and get started today for just $30. Feel the Tiege. Let the Tiege force be with you. All right, y'all, it's showtime. Before we get the show started, make sure you guys come on out to Houston, April the 23rd. Click that link that's pinned to the top of the chat. Come on and have some fun. Shout out to the sponsor again, Tiege Hanley. Click that link, y'all. Feel the Tiege. And now let's get
What?
Kayla.
Okay.
Okay.
In the back. I don't know.
I'm like, did I miss something?
Right. What's up, y'all? Hi, Eugene.
How y'all doing? Hey, Eugene.
Hey, how you doing?
Good.
Good to have you here.
Super excited to have you here.
Found it.
Yes. Glad to hear some male perspective on this, for sure.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, this topic, we're definitely going to need some male perspective about certain aspects of it because, you know, we know men and women are different in certain ways. So, yeah, let's get right into it.
Well, let's get into it. So over the weekend, I was out and about doing my things with my friends, right? And we went out somewhere and, you know, we were dressed nice. It was a nice evening. And a young man comes over and talks to my friend, right? Something transpires. So when he walks off, she tells me like, so that guy was the friend of the guy over there in the all Fenty outfit. And I was like, what? Cause like her and I just we don't understand that. We don't respect that. Like for men, I don't care who you are, you know what I mean? So we're trying to figure out, is it that his ego was so big that he thought that he could send over an errand boy to try to talk to someone for him? Or is he so afraid of rejection that is his way of like, because some guys like that even seem macho are like shy, you know what I mean? Or are like, don't know how to really talk to women. So is it the fear of rejection, or is it, what is it? Is it ego? Like, what is it? So that's pretty much where it stemmed from. And I think in life, lots of different things also going on in life that, you know, whether it's your career, whether it's whatever, like life comes with a certain level of rejection that I don't know if people are aware of, And so now in this time that we live in now, I see like people take rejection so much harder than when we were younger. It was just like, okay, you know, move around. But people really get like in their feelings. I don't know. I just want to know what you guys think about this topic, about rejection in general. What are y'all thoughts?
Go ahead, Eugene. Share your thoughts.
No. No. You don't start like that.
I saw you make a face when she was saying it.
I was making the face because I was trying to determine what if Kayla thinks if she was in this situation. I was trying to wonder whether she felt that she was a person who's intimidating, or her friends are intimidating to men.
I don't know, and I don't care. I feel like if you don't have enough confidence to come talk to me, it's not gonna work.
No, I get that, but I mean, it's not a question of what he feels, because he can't know you. Well, he can't know the group, but you can know each other. So do you just generally feel that you're an intimidated bunch of women, or are you very approachable? Because a lot of women say that they actually appreciate being unapproachable.
No, I believe I'm very approachable. Me and my friends always dress very nice wherever we go, and we're very smiley, happy, have a good time kind of people. Let's get a drink, let's have a good time. So I feel like I'm very approachable. I'm very like social. I will talk to like anyone. So I don't know. I mean, if you are, I'm confident. So there's that. I don't know if that is intimidating, because I think it is, because some people just aren't confident. You know what I mean? Like some people start talking to people, and the more they start talking, is it me? Please don't tell me it's me.
No, we hear you.
No,
okay, it's him. He's lagging. Okay, anyway. So I was saying, like, if you're really confident, sometimes like as people who aren't very confident, someone will start talking to them about something. And like the longer they start talking to them, the more that person like will be like, oh, okay, and start like agreeing. I don't know if you've seen that. Versus like people that are like confident and kind of stand on their ground, they're like, I'm just like, no. And I don't owe you an explanation. Like, this is my life.
Yeah, so,
you know what I'm saying? Like,
right. But what happened in this scenario after the pointing and after this is his friend? What happened?
I mean, we mingled around and we ended up leaving and going somewhere else. Nothing really happened though. But like her and I, like, I don't know. I don't care who you think you are. Like if you don't have enough confidence, or if you fear rejection that much, or if you feel like your ego is so big that you have to send someone over, or like do something other than directly come up and say, hey, how you doing? I mean, I feel like it was like a rooftop, like terrace bar with like little tables and stuff, right? I feel like the easiest thing to do is just like, can I get you a drink? I mean, how fucking hard, I'm sorry. How hard is it? Like, I don't know. Like, even if you don't know how to talk to women, to just, I don't know. Like, what do you think I want to say?
Yes. Women always say yes. You can
Exactly.
buy me a drink. Right. I don't understand that. That's not something that's, I don't know how prevalent it is where you are. You're in Miami, right?
Yeah.
So I don't know how prevalent it is. I don't know how.
We weren't in Miami though. We were actually in West Palm.
Oh, right. So I don't know. I don't know how prevalent it is. I think it's quite easy to approach women, but I think it's only easy to approach women when you have a certain sense of security about yourself, a certain sense of confidence about yourself that doesn't derive from what any woman is going to say about you, or any other person is going to say. And that type of character isn't developed overnight, and it isn't average either. The average person is quite concerned about being judged by others, being critiqued by others, being rejected by others, just being looked at in a particular way. So that does kind of pay it in. When you say he's wearing a full Fenty outfit, I have to say to my, like, when I hear people say, "Yeah, he's wearing a full Fenty,"
and so that's why you see why I thought that it could be the ego. You know what I mean? That like I'm that guy.
But I don't.
And I have people that work for me or whatever, you know?
Well, that's not what it means to me. When I hear you say full Fenty outfit, I kind of hear I need some external way of validating myself. I need some other way, right, to compensate. Okay. That's what I hear.
Okay.
I don't know the person. I can't understand.
Yeah, I don't know him either.
Right. but that's what the first thing that comes to my mind. You could be very unassuming. If you're confident, you can be very unassuming, but still carry a room or carry a space, right?
Right.
You can dress in anything basically.
Mhm.
But some people over elaborate, and the full fancy outfit seems to be like a clue, like that maybe some compensation is going on.
Okay.
So I don't think it's around an ego.
We'll get into things that people do to compensate later. But Kay, what do you think? What do you think? Do you think people fear rejection?
I think that what Eugene said is correct. I think it's not average to not worry about these things. I think that that's more of like an extraordinary quality to just, not worry at all. Like you're going to do what you're going to do no matter what anyone else says or does, and still put yourself out there in any situation. It could be relationship wise, business wise, anything, just going for something without thinking about, oh no, what's going to happen? Are people going to like it? Are they going to reject me or whatever? In terms of your example earlier, well, like a couple of seconds ago, I think that maybe sometimes people use their friends as a buffer, but I know that, me, you really would have to do that. Like if I were single and someone sent their friend over, it would have to be in the most sweet, cute TV movie type of way for me to like honor that, because I think that in and of itself is kind of like a red flag. I know some people might be shy and I know some people might be awkward in certain situations, but even the shy, awkward dudes like can build up the courage to come just say hi, even if they're awkward about it. Like I would actually, if I were single, take that over someone sending their friend when people are in their 30s. Like it sounds very high schoolish, You're sending your friend over. Hey, my friend wants to talk. What? No. It would have to be, yeah, like I said, it would have to be an extraordinary setup by the friend and like something that was so cute.
Yeah.
But just a regular, like, hey, my friend wanted to talk. No.
I mean, I don't know if it came out that regular, but she just gave me the synopsis. So I have no idea like how it came out, but either way, it's a no-go.
Wait, what? So the friend came to
No, we were at the bar. She was to the right of me. He came from the other side this way. So he was
and
on
talked
the
to your friend.
Yeah.
To tell you. Now this is like two people.
No. To talk to her. To talk to her.
He thought there was like two intermediaries in there.
That's what I'm like, wait,
it had nothing to do with me. I was just there with her.
Like.
Okay.
So what type of friends do this anyway? Is this normal? Friends actually do this often? Friends do run as intermediaries? Like they actually make the connect?
To me, now I'm going to step out of some boxes. But to me, that gives the opposite of what I want you to be giving if you're trying to talk to me. Because I live in Miami where I am around, like y'all like to say whatever, Kayla is out here, despite what people think about my social circle. I do things. And when I'm around certain people that are upper, whatever you want to call them, let's just leave it at that. That's stuff that they do to get hoes. Like they send they people on their team to like go and scout like girls to come back to the house or to come to the section or, so to me, I don't like that at all. I don't like that at all. That because just living in Miami, like that's what I picked up. Like that is how they move around here in LA, any like major city. That is how they move around, especially like when a guy is projecting that he has some type of money or wealth or whatever, So no, it's a no-go for me. I'm not talking to you. No.
So in that scenario, that's not a question of rejection. That's the question of ego. That's why you might have asked that, right?
That's why I was saying, is it rejection or is it ego? Because I know there are men that are shy. I know that it could be a stressful thing to be out in a club full of people and going and talking to somebody you don't know. I get that. Well, not really, because I do that kind of stuff. You know, I did it the other day at brunch, like short story time. There was a really long wait at this restaurant on the beach that I wanted to go to, right? So I went, I put my name on the list, and I was just looking around for the black people, because, you know, I live in a mixed area. So I'm Black people. I found a Black lady and her son sitting at a six top, right out on the water. So I went up and I was like, "Hi, how are you? I'm Kayla." She was like, "Hi, I'm so-and-so." And I was just like, are you guys leaving anytime soon? Like, can, if I take care of your food, can we sit with that? Can me and my family sit with you? And she's like, "Yeah, sure. We were about to leave anyway." And we just sat down and started talking to her, and she didn't even let me pay for her food, but I was going to. And she was like, "Oh, we made a friend." And then her son ended up leaving. And then by the time I'm on my way to the parking lot, they're like, "Your table is ready." So it's like, for me, I will talk to anyone. So I can't relate to that anxiety, but I know that people have social anxiety. I know it exists, you know. So I'm trying to be understanding to like how people feel when they think about being rejected.
Yeah, but how does a person with social anxiety end up dressed in a full Fenty outfit out in a, you know, on the rooftop and sending friends to women? How does that happen?
You tell me, you're a guy. Like, what do
No,
guys
I'm
be
not that type
thinking in
of
their
guy.
head
I'm
when
not that
they
type of
are
guy.
about to talk to a girl? Like, are they thinking, what if she says, like, what are you guys thinking?
Well, I guess I'm kind of like you. I don't know, because I don't have that type of social anxiety either. And I can't remember ever having that type of social anxiety, or ever having that thought in my head that says, if she says what I don't want her to say, then my life's gonna fall apart. I don't care. I've never really cared like that. That's something to do with my, I guess, upbringing, or maybe it's my profession, or maybe it's just the way. You know, I've always been a person who's been very sociable. Always been a person who's very able to speak to anybody, whether they're strangers or whether they're more intimate connections with me. So I've never been a person to feel that way. So I don't know. I know I have friends who sometimes, you know, lose the hair tops when they think about women. I don't know why, but they can't really explain it either, because none of it's rational. Because when they come to explain it, none of it's kind of rational. It don't come out rational. So
Eugene,
I don't know.
are you the same way in other situations as well, like professionally or just anything that doesn't have to do with, you know, I know you're married and everything, but like outside of the whole, like back when you were dating and all that, are you the same exact way with in terms of rejection and opinions in, let's say, a professional setting?
Yeah, I like to think of myself that way. You have to ask somebody else. Sometimes we tend to look at ourselves a particular way, and we give ourselves a positive spin. We give our characters positive spins. I think the average person would say I am. The person who looks at me and knows me would say I am. That in every social setting I am this way. I don't know if I can be any different in my profession, because my profession involves a lot of critique and a
Yeah.
lot of analysis and a lot of, and you meet a lot of people who have a lot of problems, and you see, I guess maybe this is what it is. It's a strange thing. You know, everybody thinks they're exceptional, and their exceptionality either works for them or against them. When you sit in professions like mine, I hear enough people and if enough stories to realize that we're all the same. So there's nothing really stands out. No one really stands out as exceptional in a profession like mine. All these stories seem to dovetail into each other. If Kayla was to start the show with that story, there'd be 1,000 other stories just like it. There's somebody in the other side of the country doing the same thing in the same outfit, you know, with the same mindset. This is not it's not exceptional.
Kayla, you're on mute.
Oh, okay. No, I was gonna say that's interesting. I didn't think of that like that before. I guess that's true, but I do think that maybe rejection also comes from people having high expectations. Is it that? Because I don't know. Growing up, my mom used to always tell me, like, "Kayla, all they can say is no," and then you ain't lose nothing that you ain't even have before. So, but what if they say yes? Then you have something that you didn't have before. You know what I mean? So it's like, what's gonna happen if they say no? I mean, nothing. You're just going with your day like you were going to. You know? So I don't know. That's just how I was raised. Like, just go after it.
It's like, what's the worst that can happen? That's
I
a
mean,
good.
some worse shit can happen. Some bad, not worse, but
No,
some
I
bad
mean, like,
shit can happen.
I mean, if you're going for something, anything, whether it be a romantic situation or work situation or whatever, if you go for it, what's the worst that can happen? I'm not talking risky behaviors. I'm talking about, just going after something that you may want. What's the worst that can happen? Like your mom said, it'll be a no. Okay, we'll move on. It was
right.
That's the same as if you didn't ask. Like,
yeah.
Or like you said, it could be in your favor. So
But
I think,
I guess it depends. I guess it depends on how important it is to you.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, people, if it's a simplistic thing, if it's something that's not as important, people can do it. But no matter how high they put the thing in their head, that depends. That would determine how much they're willing to risk in and how they see rejection. So imagine a person who's afraid of rejection by a woman. That person must really hold women very highly, or women's opinions of them very highly, and some men don't. And so I guess it's probably more sensible not to hold them as highly as not to hold them that highly, because when you hold them so highly, you start making an ass of yourself. Like, see your face. Kayla's face.
Explain that more.
No, okay. I was like, yeah, can you go into a little more detail?
Yeah, a little more detail.
I want to make sure I'm hearing what I'm hearing.
Me too.
Okay. This is what I mean. I mean, there are things in our life, there are certain desires, there are certain wants, certain needs that depending on our perception of them, it determines how we see being rejected or failing in achieving those things.
Okay.
So for instance, if I really want to go to law school and I take my LSATs and I fail, that might be a catastrophic thing to me if the only thing in my head was becoming a lawyer.
Oh,
but let's say it ain't that catastrophic. Let's say, okay, if I'm not going to be a lawyer, I can take the test again in another year or two. Let's say I don't have to be a lawyer. I don't really give a damn about the profession. If I fail the LSATs and I don't go to law school, then it's not that catastrophic. Now imagine if I really hold women in quite high esteem. And I don't mean women in the sense of the women in the fullest sense of the term, what they think of me. Let's say their validation is something that I really need to feel whole as a man. Well, then if I feel that way and I see a woman who I want to validate me, then the stakes are high. And depending upon what this woman says, that could be a catastrophic thing to me. I'm talking the average person now. Maybe we should lower
you bring up
expectations of other people, expectations and our estimation of other people, particularly women.
I think that you bring up an interesting point because I never really thought of it that way in particular. So do you think that the more that you put into something, the more weight? Like, do you think that fear and then like the effort that you put in are positively correlated? Like the more you brought up the LSAT example, like, oh my goodness, I've been studying for 2 years, whatever. Do you think that is always kind of positively correlated, like the amount that you put into it and then the fear that you're going to have going after it? Or because while you were saying that, I was like, wouldn't you be more confident the more time you put into it? So what do you think of those two?
I don't think they correlate. I think fear of failure, any type of failure, actually makes us do the opposite of putting in effort. We put in less effort because we don't want to put in the effort, and at the end of our work, at the end of all our effort, get rejected. So the correlation is actually it's an obverse correlation.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
So I send my friend instead of going myself.
Right. But the thing that you don't get is that you're never going to have the confidence or have the bandwidth and wherewithal to deal with these interpersonal situations if you don't do it. You know what I'm saying? Like it's even when it's like the first thing to business. Like you have to sometimes fail to figure out like what you don't know. Everybody doesn't have like mentorship or guide to walk them through every step of the way, you know? So you doing the wrong thing, or especially if it's not intentionally, you learn the right thing to do. But if you never do it, then you probably won't do it. You know, you know what I'm saying? Like,
But ain't that easier said than done?
of course, it's easier said than done.
Like,
But I
it's
feel
like,
like
it's like a pep talk.
if you're working hard towards something and it doesn't work out, I don't think that it's always means no. It just means like not right now. Because like even like when I was in high school and I was trying out for Outstanding Dancer for New York City Dance Alliance, it's a big dance competition. I tried out 4 times before I got Outstanding Dancer because they only picked 6 girls in each city of like hundreds of girls. And I like would go to these different cities like I'm gonna win this thing. Like I was not giving up. You know what I mean? And then I won and I got to go to the summer intensive in New York, blah, blah, blah. But like some people would have been like, oh man, I didn't win in my home city. And like,
that's it.
Just felt like they couldn't get it.
And they won't do it again, would they?
I was going to get that.
They'll say basically,
I was like, what's the next city? Mom,
right.
I need you to work this out because.
See, that's a mindset.
Right. That's a mindset.
Having that grit, like, you know what, I'm going to do this no matter what. And then using the send your friend as a metaphor, the metaphorical send your friend situation, I think creates a buffer for if you don't succeed. It's like, well, you know, so there's something to fall back on so that it's not as hard. Or people psych themselves into thinking that it's not as bad. Right. So if someone sends their friend to talk to Kayla and Kayla's like, I'm not talking to somebody that sent their friend. It's like, oh, okay, well, you know, she's not talking to somebody that sent their friend. Instead of them having to internalize it and say, you know what, it's me because I went over there and she rejected me. So I think that there are a lot of things that I think people do subconsciously that they don't even realize that they're doing, that are trying to protect themselves, you know, from feelings that
I was just going to say that. Isn't that what people are doing in relationships? That's why people create all of these like bogus rules of like people need to have A, B, C. She need to be fit, feminine, blah, blah, blah. Like any of these things will ever prevent it from not working out or from you getting hurt. There is nothing, literally nothing you can do to guarantee that it'll work forever. There's nothing you can do, but people feel like there is. So they create all like these things around it, like all these different things of what you need to do and be and act and whatever, to have this perfect relationship that lasts forever. And these people have the results and blah, 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 blah. But it's just like, there's nothing that you can do. All you can do is give your heart wholeheartedly. That's usually how it's going to work. But when you hold back and then you keep people on the side or you keep fully investing yourself, like I'm going to keep, you know, like men that say, oh, I'm not going to spend my money or I'm not going to spend my time. Like if it turns out not to be worth it. And I feel like you giving your little bit of time, don't do that because that's not going to be worth it. Because that's not going to be enough.
Kayla, while you were saying that, I immediately started thinking of something that I was talking to a friend about not too long ago. So I think some people, men and women and people of any gender, do is create all these standards, a million standards. I'm not doing this unless these people are this, and this, so that if somebody's like, why are you single? Then it's like, well, no one has met my standards, when really, is it that? You know, when you create this unrealistic fairy tale list of what you want in a mate, it kind of shields you from being questioned, right? Because if people are going to question you, but you always have something to say. Look, it's because they got to be 7 feet tall. They have to blah, 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 blah. Then it's like, oh, okay, well, you know, to the person that is not very, what's the word? Doesn't really look too deeply into things. They'll say, oh, okay, well, it makes sense. This man or this woman has not found who they're looking for because these standards and these people are so rare. But I think that that's a defense mechanism sometimes that people use, where they build these standards just so that when someone asks them a question, it's like, well, because of this. When really, if someone that they liked came along, they would not necessarily have all of those unrealistic standards. And I'm not saying that's applicable to everyone, but I do think that that's something that people do.
So what's a appropriate standard and what's a standard that's designed as a bluff? How do you identify them? Like,
Kayla, you're on mute.
Sorry. I think certain terms that are relative are what people use as the buffer, like as people use as just like the whatever what did you just say? Sorry, the excuse. Yeah. So they'll say stuff like feminine, like you know what I'm saying? Like men see the way that's or the certain level of attraction scale thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, well, that's not really one because you have to personally be attracted to that person, but like no one else can tell you is what I mean. You know what I mean? What you're attracted to, rather. Like tell you, oh, she ain't bad enough for you, or like it's not about that. It's about what you think. So I don't know. Probably things that are just like kind of relative that have no definite, because then they can move the scale like up
depending
and down.
what happens. Oh, she wasn't, even though I was really trying hard, she wasn't feminine enough, and that's why.
It sounds
because
like
she didn't like wash my feet or something crazy. You know what I mean? Like
it sounds like you're both saying people with standards are very specific about what their standards are. Like their standards don't change. Their standards can be described by the person that you see them sticking to them over the course of over time. But when they start talking vague,
yes,
vague,
that's the word. Vague.
In ways that can be interpreted in different ways.
Yeah.
It's like a get out card.
Because I think definite things are like, I need you to be Christian. I need you to be responsible, you know, with your family and with your money. I need you to be honest a good deal of the time. I need, because you know, you can never put nothing past nobody. You know what I say. But I need you to be, you know what I mean? I need you to be staying like these are things that are like definite. You know what I mean? That you're responsible, that you're respectful, that you are, you know what I mean? Like there's no scale on like any of those things. But when it comes to those other characteristics, it gets very like murky, and then people can just like kind of go up the scale, and it's usually one thing, but people aren't honest enough to like be honest with people and say what it is. Like you're cute and all, but I'm really not that attracted to you.
I thought you meant something else.
I did too.
Wait, what?
What y'all think I meant?
Where is she going? I thought she meant something else. I thought you meant.
What y'all think
I'm like the sexual chemistry? I thought you meant something.
Oh,
else. I know what you're saying.
That's not what I thought.
No, I just thought that I didn't realize. Yeah. Okay. Well, I mean,
okay.
Kayla.
Right, I think.
I'm like, okay, Eugene.
No,
I mean it's fine.
No, could you say it's usually one thing, but they ain't say what that one thing is. They try to give excuses to get around the fact that it's that one thing. So my mind was there, but
I can see. I see what you're saying. Those people that don't know how to communicate effectively, they'll just blame it on something else instead of actually communicating directly, like the problem. Like, especially if it's a sensitive subject like sex or like, you know, hygiene or like any of these things that people can like turn around and be like, you've offended me or you've hurt my feelings, when they're just trying to let you know, like, it's not popping. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but do people always know what it is? Or do people self-sabotage? So for instance, if I was afraid of rejection, you know, there's some of these psychological things you sometimes look at, or you sometimes hear psychologists talk, and they say things like people who fear rejection or fear failure in relationships, they'll get to a certain point where a certain level of commitment is demanded, and then they'll sabotage the relationship because if it gets too deep for them emotionally, they don't want it to go to a point where they will be hurt later on. So they project hurt and then they sabotage. Those type of people won't know that they're self-sabotaging. Those are quite subconscious things.
Yeah.
But don't you think they know it after a couple of relationships?
No.
I think people really have to do a lot of introspection, perhaps get help from a professional, really open to this type of feedback from other people, or you know, just do a lot of work on themselves to realize that, because I think a lot of people do not realize a lot of things about themselves. You know, and I think that the self-sabotage one is huge, like, because think about it. Self-sabotage can be justified by so many other things. Like, oh, well, I saw them do this. And it's like, is that really that big of a deal? But you have to find a way to end it or ruin it or whatever the case may be. So you can be like, see, I knew, like I think self-sabotage is huge in a lot of aspects of life, not just, romantically. Because there's this quote that they're always saying at my school. Man, I wish I could remember it. But basically, like, some people are scared to be successful. They're scared to get to the point where things are going well. In fact, some people's comfort zone is discomfort.
Is it the whole too good to be true thing?
Exactly. Like
if something seems too good to be true, then there has to be something wrong with this. And then people start going investigating when there's really not even anything to investigate, and they make up something in their head and whatever.
Or we're just so comfortable with our current situation that the type of life we want to attain, if we was to attain it, we wouldn't know what other things that brings. So we just sabotage it because the discomfort is too much for us. That's why we need therapy, and we need to walk through these processes kind of slow. That's why I don't think that people do know after 3 and 4 relationships. Some people go through 20 relationships and 30 relationships.
There's no way you don't look up one day and say,
nah.
It has to be me. You know what I'm saying? Especially if you have a lot of short relationships, like you were with someone for 8 months. And then you were with someone for 6 months.
But
Kayla,
you know
what I'm saying? It's not like I was with someone for 5 years and then 5 years. That's totally different. But
Kayla, think about, I know you know somebody that has been in multiple, relationships and always finds time to blame the other people for why, and I'm not saying that sometimes it's not the other people, but if you continuously attract the same types of people that are doing the same things, you have to take a look at yourself. And I think that's the part that's hard for a lot of people to do.
I think they just don't realize. They don't realize. Like,
right, it's subconscious.
She didn't understand that, like, the kind of vibe she was giving off wasn't attracting what she wanted to attract. Mm-hmm. And I had to find myself telling her to stop. Like, I low-key sometimes felt like her mother. And I would be like, stop. Don't let him do it. Because, like, well, y'all don't know. But when I'm not on this show, like, anyway, whatever. But, like, I feel like some people, she was like 35 years old and still doing that shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, she didn't see the problem.
But what's the reason you believe that she actually wants what she says she wants?
Because I think she likes the way that it looks, and I think she thinks it's something different than what it is.
But that doesn't mean she wants it. Really?
No, she wants the image of it. Just like people with marriage, people want the image of marriage, but they don't want the work and all the stuff that comes with it when you get it, or all the stuff that takes to maintain it. They just want the image of it and the photos and the reels on social media and the ski trips and the trip to the beach. And like, they're forgetting about all the minutia in between that makes all that stuff happen. Like, if you've ever been on a trip somewhere exotic, it takes like 2 freaking days to get there, but to get settled, to get in the car, to get there, and to get to the resort, to check, like, all these things just for this view. You know what I mean? To get to this view took, when I went to Jamaica, I was like, oh my God, I'm so tired. Are we there yet? Oh my God. It was like so many different things. But when we got to the beauty, it was like, but all y'all see on Instagram is the picture.
Right.
Y'all don't know what I went through that day.
See, I think you're raising a big point. I think you're raising a real big point there, because most people, a lot of Western beliefs are like this. People believe they can actually have the happiness without the pain. They can have the reward without the suffering. There's no sacrifice. You don't have to sacrifice anything to get what you want. That's a Western belief, kind of. And because we have this belief, and because everybody shows us their highlight reels, we kind of smooth over. Anytime there's any pain or any sacrifice in our relationships, our workplace, our schooling, our social life, anything, we kind of think something's wrong with somebody. And because we don't want it to be us, we get to blame it. But I mean, so I think you're making a big point. This whole like fairy tale notion that you can have a marriage and the marriage is picture perfect all the time. Like, there are some people who come on social media, some very popular people who come on social media, and they talk about their marriages. And I'm a married person, and when I listen to them talking about their marriage, I'm like, then in reality, it can't be like this. It's no way two adults with two adult minds, bringing themselves into a relationship, and the relationship works so smoothly all the time. There must be something behind the curtain that we don't know about. And if it's this good in the highlight reel, there's some nasty shit behind the curtain. I'm sorry. That's how realistic people think of it.
Eugene, oh my
You know what I
God.
mean?
Thank you for saying that, because I've heard the same thing. Some married people listen to some other married people that say things, and
Like
I be
marriage.
talking to
That ain't
them, and they
marriage.
be like, that shit cap.
Like 30% about 10 others. Right.
And they're
It's
married
ridiculous.
people, and they be like, that shit cap. They just say that to make y'all feel good.
And because it sells,
but
it
it's
sells.
bad.
People want to buy into that fantasy. So when, especially online, like a lot of times people just say things that they know people are going to want to hear because it's, you can capitalize off of that. So, even with the whole marriage or relationship situation, looking at things, and then Disney movies, like TV, the media, now social media, really, really creates this fantasy in people's heads. So then when they go out into the real world and try to interact with people, and it's not the way that their favorite YouTube couple, makes it seem, or it's not the way that, I don't know, Beauty and the Beast or somebody made it seem, it's like, oh no, what's wrong with either them or what's wrong with me? So I just think that it's dangerous almost to look at media for examples for what relationships should look like. You need
That's why people have a fear of rejection, though, because they see this and then it's like, it works out. And then they go out there and it doesn't work out. And then they're like, oh, I'm not doing that again. Or they're like, oh, I'm not buying no girl, no drink. I'm not going and approaching no girls, because last time I did that, maybe it's that. Because we see the fantasy and we think it's going to go this fantastic way. And then when it doesn't, we're like, oh, nah, I'm not doing that. And then we walk around with this fear of putting ourselves out there. I don't know.
And then it's one or the other, right? It's either always someone else's fault, or some people internalize it and say, what's wrong with me? Right? Mm-hmm. Even though there could be nothing wrong with said person, it becomes internalized because it's like, why wouldn't I have this or that? And it's really like, look, that's not even real. They don't even have that. So I think that having like a support system around you of people that can provide counsel, actual people that are married, or actual people that, are going through or have been through the things that you like, have achieved the things that you want to achieve, and having them be able to tell you from a, honest, yes, from an honest point of view, without trying to capitalize or without trying to sell a certain image. I think that that's really important, especially nowadays with all the social media and all the, oh my goodness, everything is perfect every day. No one complains. And then when there is a problem, it's just like, we just worked right through it. Like, no, in a marriage, in a relationship that's long, you are going to have disagreements. It's going to be hard sometimes, and you have to know how to deal with that without just giving up because it's not picture perfect. And I'm not saying that people should stick around through any forms of abuse or anything like that, but I'm just saying, like, regular things, like some things I've heard people complaining about, I'm like, how do you expect to be married to somebody forever?
Yeah, I'm thinking if you can't work this out, people are
forever is a long time.
like you really have to be able to have these conflict resolution skills that, trust me, I have worked very hard to build over the years, because I can be a little short, just get frustrated. But you do have to do like the 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, then speak like, these are things I learned, right? You got to get you some tools. You got to figure out what kind of person you are and get you the tools.
Where you learn those things to? 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi.
I know, right?
Were you in that kindergarten
I
resume?
was gonna ask her off screen.
I actually learned that in a therapy in college. In college, I had to go to therapy. It was like mandatory for like doing some things that we weren't supposed to be doing. So that's how the school felt like the deal with it is to put the disciplinary action was you have to attend this therapy for 4 weeks or 6 weeks or something. And me and the whole group of kids that got caught, we all had to go to this therapy together. And like, she was like, we have to learn to communicate. And if you get really frustrated, the first thing you should do is not speak.
True.
And like, listen, these tools are still hard though. As you see, I don't always use them.
but it sounds to me like we're talking about two contradictory positions. On one hand, it sounds like we're saying we sell somebody the idea that the fairy tale is possible, that the soulmate is out there, that the person you're ultimately compatible with without work is there, right, just waiting for you somewhere. So just gotta be found. And on the other hand, we're saying we need to learn all these tools to mediate, to resolve conflict, to compromise. Those positions don't work together.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying.
And you know, you would be less likely, not you, but you general, I think would be less likely to introspect and find those tools if you think there is someone out there who I don't have to do any work to be happy with. So I think that, like you said, Eugene, that causes like these two opposing forces to happen, and just depending on the person, depending on the person, that's how you see which one is going to win. Some people are like, you know what? Yes, I need to find tools, because even though there is this quote unquote perfect person for me, I'm still going to have to work when you know, I'm in that relationship. And some people are like, you know what? I should be able to just be exactly how I am all the time, no compromise, nothing, and it should still work out. So like, you're not going to look for the tools if you think that you could possibly end up not having to do any work. You know what I'm saying? I think that is what messes a lot of people up. Feeling like there's no work that ever needs to be done on their own part when it comes to romantic relationships.
It's always the other person who's got because your soulmate fits you. So if this person doesn't fit me as I am and accept me as I am, that means it's not my soulmate. Let me find somebody else, some other sucker to play the role. That's contradictory to I'm gonna find these conflict resolution skills and whatever. That's not, they don't fit together. In no day. So it's probably best we just be realistic. It's probably best that people stick firmly to realism and stop playing games with fairy tales.
But the thing, the real fairy tale can be the realism. I think people just don't understand that fully.
We're too.
What you mean, Kayla?
I mean, like, okay. The reality of the situation is that the person that's probably your match it's just usually like not necessarily the most likely or expected situation. And I think people have like this thing, this like they have an image of how it's supposed to happen.
So wait a minute. Let me clarify what you're saying. And
it doesn't need to happen that way. It just needs to happen.
So like, you're saying that you do have a soulmate somewhere. One person.
I don't know if it's one person, but
okay, let's say a handful of people.
Huh?
A handful of potentials.
So let's just say a handful. However many.
Soulmate potentials.
No, I mean, I don't know. I do feel like there's one person, but at the same time, I feel like you can have been in love with more than one person. So that's really hard. That's a totally other conversation.
But Kayla, okay, let's say, you know, there's this perfect person that you drop the loaf of bread at Whole Foods and y'all lock eyes as he's helping you pick it. Let's say that there's this whole Lifetime movie special thing that happens and he's just perfect. Do you think that even in that situation, there will be like work that you need to do?
Absolutely. But okay. I don't think that it would be. This is coming from personal experience. This is kind of crazy. Okay.
Kayla, oh my God.
Not I don't think it would be work on the relationship. I think it would just be work on me.
Wait a minute. What's the difference?
Like things that I need to do to improve myself to be better for the relationship. I don't think the relationship would be work. It worked. I mean, who knows what's gonna,
Well, what's the difference?
I think the difference is that like in a relationship, one, every battle isn't for the fighting. And then two, you have to understand that everything's going to take compromise. So I just need to figure out what my part is in that. I need to have a good discernment to know which battles to fight and which ones to not. So I would need to be in touch with myself, how I'm feeling and how I'm perceiving things to do that. And then just like I said, with all the other things, more so, I need to just work on myself. And as long as I'm being my best self, it will work. I'm not saying that like I don't have to put the effort in terms of like, we need to make sure we have a date night and make time for each other and like things like that. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking more like the emotional part of the relationship and like the mental, spiritual connection and like conflict resolution and all those things that each person is working on themselves. I don't think too much work, you know what I mean? We'll have to work in the relationship. And then the more you understand yourself, the more you can communicate with your partner, what you need, what you want, in an effective way that they can understand.
Okay, I understand that. I was thinking something. I thought you meant something totally.
Right.
Oh, okay.
Okay. But you're
So
just
what if you communicate?
Work on
What if
yourself.
you communicate?
Go ahead, Eugene. Sorry.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry for cutting you off. Go ahead.
What if you communicate, you develop your communication skills, you're very clear, you communicate what you want, and the other person with their autonomy says essentially no? So not your soulmate?
I don't believe so.
Uh-oh. See, these are the type of things right here. So
yeah, but at the same time, I think that if you have to overly communicate constantly to your partner, then it's already not a match. Because I don't know, a certain energy. You can't feel things sometimes when you're with your spouse, and you can tell like, I know something wrong. Like sometimes you can just feel things, and I feel like you should be able to have that little sense with the person. So if they can't, and they clearly something's going on, and they cannot fucking tell, y'all not a match. Like
you can't. People can tell something might be wrong, but not know what it is. Because
right. I mean, I just need to know something's wrong, at least.
Right. But then you gotta be able to. But people learn each other when the person reads that something's wrong. And they go to the other person, and then they expect the other person to communicate what there's something is. So over time, they can get that sense. They don't know that automatically. And there are a lot of partners who really believe that they don't really have to communicate that thing because the soulmate understands them inherently, almost innately.
Oh, okay.
It's not true.
Okay, that's not true. You're right. You do need the person to tell you. However, some people have their ways in which they like to go about it. So there's that. You know what I mean? Sometimes if someone's frustrated, they just want you to support them by just being there or listening. And that's why I said it's about discernment. Sometimes in me being able to tell, is this one of the times where he wants me to encourage him and beef up his ego? Or is this one of the times that I just need to stop talking and he just wants me to listen? Or are these one of the times where he needs encouragement? He needs me to lift him. You know what I mean? Like sometimes I don't necessarily need to know what's going on in that moment. But I need to figure out as a partner what I need to do in that moment to be a partner. I don't know.
So what are you willing to sacrifice though to find the person who's willing to have that type of relationship with you?
What I'm willing to sacrifice? I mean, I'm willing to sacrifice everything that I've been doing for the past 6 years, which is doing whatever the hell I want. No, for real. Y'all don't understand. A relationship is a commitment. You cannot do whatever you want. That's over. When you're married, everything that you do needs to be in some kind of consideration of this person. I'm not saying like you go to Target and I need to call my wife and figure out. That's not what I'm saying. But I'm saying like if you up and leaving town, or if I'm going out, I'm going here, I'm going there, I'm doing whatever I want, whenever I want to do it. You can't do it anymore when you're married. You cannot do that. You can't do it. It doesn't happen like that. You have to constantly communicate and check in and all these things. Like I've been here, I've done that. I know how it is.
Why do people require that? The constant checking and the constant. Why do people? Why is that become a condition of a relationship? Why do we see that as a condition that somebody's got to constantly check in, constantly make sure that they're running everything by us, they're getting our consent and our permissions about things? Why do we feel that?
Well, in my opinion, based on like my upbringing, the first part would just be like scheduling. Cause like I grew up very busy. I grew up on the go. You feel me? Doing things here and there. And I got ballet. And then on the weekends, we're going to Disney on Ice and we're doing like, I grew up doing things. So the first thing would be scheduling, just making sure that like we get time together. You doing things, I'm doing things. We want to make sure we get time together. So, I mean, other than that, I mean, most of the time I check in and it's like, where you at? I'm trying to see you. So, you know what I mean? So,
right.
But other than that, I mean, what do you think, Kay? You think people are doing that as an insecurity thing, or why do people feel like that once you're in a relationship, like that your location is this person's 24-hour business?
So, you know, for me, I think that you really have to learn the person that you're with. And I think it takes a lot longer than people think. Like some people are like, you know, I've been with them 6 months. And I'm not saying that that can't happen. It can happen. But I think generally speaking, that it takes a while to really get to know somebody. And some of the things that I think are most important, and I'm not like getting far away from, I'm gonna circle back to what you just asked, Kayla. But like, I think knowing each other's style of communication, knowing each other's style of conflict resolution and being on the same page about it, and knowing how certain things make the other person feel are very important. Because like, even with the whole, you know, where are you type of thing, I am a person that will absolutely worry if something changes from how it usually is. Like if I talk to my man every day, you know, on my way home from work or something like that, and then one day I can't get in touch with him, he knows this about me. So like if he is like doing something or whatever, you know, it'll just be a quick, like, you know, I'm about to be here or doing this or that. So now I don't have to think about it in terms of like something negative or like a worry. And I know certain things about him. If I'm going to be doing this or that, just real quick. And I think that that just cuts down on a lot of issues that you can have. And in terms of the conflict resolution thing, I think that that's something that people really have to make sure they're on the same page about, because me and my man, while we do have different styles of conflict resolution, we understand each other's. When we first got together, there were problems a lot in terms of that, because I'm the type that likes to talk it out, figure out what's going on right away, and, you know, just get through it. And I can be like, okay, so what do you want for dinner? Like 3 seconds.
Move on. Yeah, me too, girl.
But he needs his like silence, like some space. And I always used to internalize that, like, man, what did I do? But, you know, after really getting to know him, I know that that's not anything against me. That's just his style. He needs a little more time than I need. You know, and then we can come back together and have a discussion. Whereas I want to discuss right away. And in the beginning, I used to feel like, man, like, what's the problem? But like I said, it takes a long time to get to know people and to feel comfortable with these things that may not be the same as what you do. So even with the location thing, you just have to know what your mate is comfortable with. You have to know what they expect, and they should know what you're comfortable with and what you expect. And then that way you all can, it's not a big deal. It shouldn't be a power struggle. It shouldn't be, man, I don't want him to know because or I don't want her to know. No, just do it. That's your person. That's your mate. That's somebody you're long-term with. That's your husband. That's your wife. That's, you know, whoever. It shouldn't be a fight. It should just be, I know this about this person. I know that they worry. So I'm just going to let them know real quick. Or I know this, you know, situation, we got into an argument. I know they internalize things. So I'm just going to say, you know what? It's fine, but we got to talk about this later. Just little things like that, I think can help avoid so many problems that people have in relationships. So, I mean, and honestly, like with the whole spending more time with your mate, you're going to want to spend more time with your mate. So that kind of naturally happens. And Kayla, you even said that before, like you're naturally going to want to spend more time with your mate. So you won't go out with your friends.
As
and
much, of course, you're going to want to be with your man. You're going to want to do stuff with him. Like,
exactly.
You're going to obviously want to have your girl time. He's going to have his guy time. But like, for the most of the time, you're going to want to, especially you guys are both working. Most people are both working. You want to spend time with your person. So most of the time, like, I don't really care. Like when I'm in a relationship, I don't really care about where you're at until I'm trying to see you. If I'm calling your phone, that's what I'm calling your phone about. But Kayla, I know otherwise you're working or otherwise you're doing something to make some money or to help somebody do something. But so if you're not doing any of that, then you ain't got no free time. You got we time.
But does that sacrifice though, Kayla? Like if you already naturally want to spend more time with your man, of course, then like let's say me and you hang out every weekend and you're like, you know, maybe we can only hang out 1 or 2 weekends a month or whatever. I don't know. Is that a sacrifice because you want to do that? That's not a sacrifice.
No, that's not a sacrifice. A sacrifice would be like,
so like what's a thing that you would do that would be a sacrifice, like something that you want to do, even though you're in a relationship? Because Eugene asked, and I don't really think that saying spending more time with your man is a sacrifice because you already want that.
I already want that, but I do understand that it's also on top of me not being able to do whatever I want whenever I want to do it, like just at a moment's notice. There's also the fact that like things are really changing and I'm still like understanding it, right? Because I grew up very close with my family and my grandmother is 84 years old. And so it would be a sacrifice to be away from them and be living in wherever he lives or wherever and knowing that there's not as much time, which I'd rather be here. Like, let's all be here with her, you know? But I know that's not possible. I know that is literally not possible. So I have to make the sacrifice and know that I'll spend less time with her or any of the people in my family, just understanding that how the dynamics are changing and how I'm going to have my own family soon where I'm really not going to get to spend time with them. And I know some people don't care about that kind of stuff, but I do, because now your priority is no longer, and I'm the oldest too. So your priority is no longer them. Your priority is now this whole other situation going on. And then it's just life changes. It's just how it is. It's just what it is.
Now, you realize something else, which I think is somewhat questionable. It's also this idea that we prioritize our romantic relationships over all other relationships. That also makes us fear rejection in romantic relationships too, because we give them too much credit. You know, that, you're 80, you say 80, 84, 80?
84.
Right. So you hear people say things like this. I'm going to find myself a partner. Maybe they'll become my spouse. They're my soulmate. And they become my priority. And then we'll start a family together. Right? That's the notion, we're going to start this family together. But you already have a family.
Yeah.
Right?
I do.
But I'm saying, so the idea that you're going to actually start a family as if you don't already have one is kind of wrong when you really think about it.
It's not really wrong. It's America. It's not wrong. It's America.
America.
Because in America, having your own family means you go away from your family. Whereas in other countries, people all live together, everybody. They do. I promise you they do. They do. People stay living together for as long as they can. But they move out much later than we do to
Right. So why is it a social norm in America that you have to be so independent that you have to move out and start your own supposed family, a household, and be completely independent? Why is that a social ideal in the West, in America? And what
Land
pressures
of the free,
does it,
people want
and
freedom, I guess.
what pressures does it put people under when that's the expectation and you can't find a partner for your life?
Mm.
Oh, Eugene, that's a good point. I know why you're asking that. That is a good point.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that kind of takes us into that next topic, which is like, how do people handle rejection is the next part of it, right? Some people handle it good. Some people don't handle it so good.
And that kind of, because when Eugene just asked, what kind of pressure does that put on you? If you're, I don't know, however old, a woman or a man or whatever, and you don't have a mate, there is a different type of pressure, because in American society, it's not as like much family oriented, very individualistic. So you're looked at as just a single person out here in the world, just kind of, by yourself. Whereas in some places, the family structure is everything. So you're never just like one single person. You might not be married, but you still have all your aunts, your uncles, your cousins. And I'm not saying people here like don't have that. Of course they do, but I think the mindset about a quote unquote single person, especially past a certain age, is very different, because you're almost detached from your family in the eyes of society, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
You're a failure.
And they really don't have the guidance. I mean, it's really crazy to me how kids are 17 years old or 18 years old asking to use the bathroom, and then 3 months later they're supposed to be like out here like with us. You need to go back home. You don't know what you're doing. Don't be
what?
You messing up stuff out here. You need to go back home. A lot of these like young people need to go back home. They're not ready. Like zero life experience, just out here just doing stuff.
But what's the reason that's the social norm? I mean, I'm trying to get a sense of why that's the ideal.
The parents, I don't know.
Eurocentric standards.
That's true. No, that's true. That's true. But why do? Okay, then the better question there: if it doesn't work for Europeans and it's a European standard, then what in the world do we do it for? Why do we do it?
Indoctrination.
You know, this is like a pro-black conversation.
Yes.
This is like one of those pro-blacks. Now we can talk about what type of things the pro-black people talk about. Pro-black people talk about what's best for the black community and what type of social structure should we put in place to make sure that we're best, that we're strong as a community. Yep. We ask questions like, should we follow these European people's social norm if the European people cannot demonstrate that the social norm actually works?
It definitely doesn't work for us.
Well, that's interesting.
It doesn't
because think about it. It does put pressure. It must put pressure on people. So if you have to go out and your objective in life is to go find yourself a mate and start a family. And that it leads to another belief too that's also quite Western. It's the idea that every relationship that does not last forever is a relationship that failed. Mm. In fact, it might be a relationship that taught you something very invaluable, and therefore it's not a failure. So why do we think relationships that don't last for our entire life, let's say a marriage, or it lasts 10 years, and why do we look at the 10 years as 10 wasted years rather than 10 years where we've learned invaluable lessons and gotten and improved our lives in the relationship, and when we're ready, we are able to move on to somebody else or be alone? Why don't we have the mindset that a relationship can last for as long as it lasts and still be valuable? What's
I think that it's a reason or a season. And I think that it's people don't have a good, people don't know how to how to gracefully move on. You know what I mean? And that's why they come at girls in the media like Lori Harvey, whatever. Oh, she was with this guy. She was with that guy. You're supposed to meet people, get to know people. And if you don't really like them, like people don't even know people and say they don't like them, or say that they do like them and they don't even know them. You know what I'm saying? Like, take time, get to know people. And if it doesn't work out, it doesn't have to be beef. It could just be like, it's not a match, and gracefully move on. But I think people have a problem gracefully moving on. Or maybe they have I don't know. I just feel like there's a good deal of unhealthy attachments in a lot of these relationships. And so people, when they end, people just they be going through it.
I'm sorry.
In terms of like the relationships, like marriages lasting forever or not, you know, I've thought about this before. In theory, like a marriage should absolutely last forever. But you know, I do understand that in many structures of society, the infrastructure, like in many societies, let me put it that way, the infrastructure for that to happen is not there. So then what, right? So if you know, your marriage is if you have family to go to, if you have people that can counsel you, because like I said earlier, forever, for the rest of your life is a long time, you know. Ideally there will be people around you that can help you when those times get hard. And I'm not saying tell all your business of your marriage, but I think it's good to have that framework, that structure around you, so that you can fix problems, so that you can, you know, find the strength, you know, to keep things together and improve things instead of just giving up. But I think that, like Eugene, you were alluding to earlier, like, why is it like this? Why is it like that? What does this mean in this society? And why do we do this? At this point, it seems like some people are just following a blueprint. Like, okay, go to school, graduate high school, go to college, get married. That's it. Have kids, buy a house, right? Like, these are things that people just, it's like the to-do list of an American almost. But some of those social structures that would ensure, not even ensure, but would help to ensure a more successful marriage aren't in place, especially in our communities. And I feel like that's something we really need to address and recognize, so that when things do go a certain way, we know how to handle it. And it's not stigmatized, but it's more so looked at as a learning opportunity, so that we can say, okay, that's what happened. This is what we need to do to make it better in the future, or this is what we can teach the next generation coming up. I mean, there's a lot that needs to really be happening. And I think people are so focused on the end goal that they don't realize, like Kayla said earlier, all of the other things in between. It's not just the picture on Instagram. There are tons of other things between, you know, getting on that plane and taking the picture at the beach. So metaphorically speaking, of course. So yeah, like I think we have to really come to some agreements about that as a community. And what do we do if things don't go the way that we think they should go? It's like, oh, you're this and you're that. Are you just disposable now? Like, oh my goodness, we don't respect this person or whatever. Like, is it that? No, it shouldn't be. There should be a social structure set up so that all of us can win, so that all of us can have those supports that we need where we need them.
Yeah.
So long as certain things are stigmatized, it also means that people look very desperately when they find themselves in those situations. They also look to blame others, or they fall into depression, which is the same as this rejection and failure conversation. If you live in a society that tells you that your relationship, if it ends, no matter what's the reason it ends, is a failure, then that means I failed. That means that somebody's to blame for me failing. It's not the social structure that does not exist, let's say in America, for instance, or other places. It's me. I'm left to, I guess, pick up the pieces of my own. So that's not a very nice place to be in. That's not a very nice position to be in, and not a nice mental space to be. So we have to really look at, why do we even believe some of these things? I'll give you an example. So I had a Jamaican couple grandmothers who wanted custody of a child. It was a legal case, and the courts here are very much like the courts in the States. They're very used to nuclear family. It's the norm. Anything outside the nuclear family ideal is somehow a broken home. There's a tendency to say that if you don't fit within that structure that they have set down for you, then something's wrong with you. It's dysfunctional. So you get to court, and the Jamaican grandmothers were saying things like this: "It's okay. I go and leave my child in St. Mary in the countryside, or St. Catherine in the countryside, with my people, and my people raised my child or raised my grandchild with the same level of love and care, whatever, as I would do in my own home. And when I come to court, you're looking at me like I've abandoned my child to the countryside, but that's actually my family." Are you following what I'm right? So those type of social structures exist in places where Black people are the majority, where they still hold on to some of the old cultural norms that they had before they were infected by these Eurocentric views. And if you listen to a lot of the things that people say about relationships, or you hear them talk about marriage, or you hear them talk about child rearing, whatever this social thing is, especially in an American or Western context, the things that they say are totally white. And they mask them over with words like traditional. So imagine, they say things like, "This is the way we should do it because this is the traditional way. It's the way it's always been done from the days of the Bible." And these people don't even evaluate any of these social structures that they're actually talking about. When you really go to investigate some of the things that's been done in America, and when certain things that they call traditional became traditional, it was just yesterday. For instance, this idea that you go off on your own and you form your own home, and you're independent and you're individualistic and you do this on your own, that's a 1950s thing. And that was yesterday in the course of history. So where does the Bible come in when you start talking about this type of social structure? Or for instance, this idea, if you go investigate it, I'll give this just an attention. This idea, for instance, that people go and a man is supposed to date a woman, take her out on dates. When did that start? People even know when that started. If you go investigate the social history, you'll come to realize there used to be a time when a female used to stay at home, and you had to go to her home to date her, which means that she was the one that regulated who gets in and out of relationships, her and her family. So the dynamic is totally different when you remove her family from the equation, and then the man goes and buys dates, because then he now determines social, like the acceptance of a woman or who gets in and out of relationships. That turnaround, when did it happen?
It's totally opposite, right?
When did it happen?
And then Eugene, think about it too. Like, I mean, I know you've thought about it, but like, even that is why feminism is for certain people and not other people, right? That idea that the man just regulates and decides every single thing, and there's something to fight against. I don't think that is the case as it relates to us. Like, we had a totally different structure. So that is why, the white women were fighting, in the different waves of feminism, as they should continue to do. But that's not the fight that, I have, for example.
But the point is that even white people did not have this structure that everybody's calling traditional. White people didn't even date in the way we date today. The way we date today is a modern phenomenon. I'm telling you, if you go and investigate it, read somebody, I don't know the names, but Miss Stephanie Coontz, who talked about histories of marriage from the beginning of like biblical time, and as far back as 5,000 BC, and you trace it up to now. She'll tell you, man had to go and get approval from the woman's family, which means the woman determined who got in and out of relationships.
Mm-hmm.
And when you remove that dynamic, meaning the woman now goes off to work, she's able to work, and now the man, everybody's a breadwinner and a wage laborer, and then we now regulate dating with money, and the man becomes the determinant of who gets in and out of relationships.
And that's it's really bad, because now it also has like, it's such just dwindled the value of a woman, the value of a woman's womb. Like,
watch it.
This shit's a miracle. Y'all know that, right?
And watch it.
That shit's shit's a fucking miracle.
And I, as a man, though,
you can grow a whole other, you know what I mean? And now it's looked at like, oh, anybody can do that. Oh, like it's not sacred anymore. And that is because of some different behaviors, whatever, but just things have just changed so much. Like, but growing up, it was always the woman's the prize. You make a man earn, blah, blah, blah. And now men are wandering around like, what do you need to bring to the table to earn me? It's like,
but that's the point. That's the point. Now, if it's a rejection conversation. Now, if I find myself in a position of determining who gets in relationships and who doesn't, I'm the man now, and that's a shift from how it's always been in history. And I want to maintain that privilege for myself. Mm-hmm. I don't want to give women the ability to reject me. I'm the rejector. Well, do you think that's why a woman to go out and pay? Would I want a woman in the workforce? Would I want a woman balancing the equation? Would I want? And
it's funny. It's funny because somebody said this. No, where did it go? The best sperm going through hell to reach the eggs is the most impressive in fertilization, which is very true. But I also learned, so it is the one that works the hardest to get there, right? But it is also the one that the egg lets in, because multiple of them can get there at the same time. But she's gonna only let in one of them.
And then there's a shield, like nobody else can.
And then after that, y'all done.
I think we spend a lot of time, because we're so afraid of being rejected, or a lot of times because we're so afraid of failure in relationships and other social things, creating a whole lot of rules that make no sense.
Wait, okay, Eugene, you were just,
Oh, sorry.
No, because I was agreeing with what you were saying. And when you were talking, I was like, wait a minute. So my question to you is, so we're talking about the rejection aspect and all that. With that switch that you were mentioning earlier, and before I say this, because I know people are going to come for me, I know that men
are you afraid of
men, no, I'm just giving a disclaimer. Men and women can both handle rejection badly. Both can be violent, both can, be salty, whatever the word you want to use, both men and women, and every gender. In terms of the most violence, though, as it relates to rejection, I'm pretty sure that goes to men. Men are more likely, because men are more likely to commit violent crimes. I mean, this is not my opinion. This is true. I looked it up. Men are more likely to stalk, harass, all these things. So if we know that this is the case, do you think that what you were just saying plays into that whole, like, trying to get control of, the whole dating situation? So now it's like, man, I thought I had control, so I'm going to take this harder than, I don't know, a woman or whatever.
I think that people, no matter the gender, will go to great degrees to avoid discomfort. I think it's a human trait, a condition. And I think we create rules to avoid discomfort. And because we're in a relationship with other people who are also trying to avoid discomfort or rejection or whatever, failure, whatever you want to call it, it leads to natural conflicts. and social rules or cultures are supposed to smooth out those contradictions. But when you have social rules that just turn a blind eye to them, just let things be, let things play out, and let individuals just batter each other to death with these rules and other things, you get the type of situation we're in now. So, for instance, at a time when a man had to go to a woman's household, to ask for her hand, ask for her to spend time for all these type of things. You have to be a certain type of man, a certain pedigree of man to do that, wouldn't you? It ain't a question of money because you didn't have to pay for the date because you actually stayed at the woman's house or you went out very close and the woman's family take care of her. You didn't have any control over the situation, and it makes you a more wholesome person when you're doing that. When you know that you're going after something that you want and that you value it, and you have to raise yourself to a certain standard to get it, it makes you a more wholesome person. And the effort that you put in also allows you to see that you're valuable and that even if that woman does not want your hand or your time, well, I'm worth it because look at what I've done all this. And like I said at the top of the show, people who avoid rejection or discomfort or pain, they don't put in effort. That's what they don't want to do. They don't want to put in effort. So if you have a community now which says it ain't really about a question of effort, it's a question of how much money you can spend on the date, whether you can dress in a full Fenty outfit, take and buy her drinks. And that's how. Yeah, I know it's my favorite now.
They answer all your questions the right way, and
right.
Right. And it's just like if you avoid that, you'll get what you need. If you do this, it'll happen. And I just feel like people aren't doing what is natural to them.
They are not.
People are doing all like these things to get people, and then they realize years in, I can't maintain this. And that's the other reason why I told y'all I don't like the whole best foot forward. I put my best foot forward in everything that I do, but I don't like to overdo it ever because I cannot maintain that. I need you to see exactly what it is from the beginning and quick as possible, to be honest. So we don't have to waste any time here, right?
Right. So I'll give you an example, Kayla. Your 84-year-old grandmother is a better arbiter, a better judge of who will be in a good relationship with you than you are.
Oh, I know she would, because she knows me back and forth.
Exactly.
She wipe my ass.
Exactly. And so we used to have a way where you had to go through your family to get into relationships. And that also smooths out rejection because your family did it. My family.
Yeah, you didn't have to do it. My grandma already said, I can tell you ain't gonna work for my granddaughter.
Exactly.
But at the same time, people want to have freedom to.
They want to have freedom.
Because some people judge a book by its cover or first impressions, So people want the freedom to be able to choose who they want. But for me personally, I'm still going to choose who I want, but I'm never going to choose someone that my family like goes against.
Exactly.
If they're telling me, Kayla, like, no, like, not like, oh, he's cool. Like, they be like, oh, he's cool. Like, I'm like, all right, but if they're just like, Kayla, like, no, I can't do it.
But that's a social structure too, you see. That's also a culture and a social norm type of thing too. You either accept that or you reject that. There's nothing wrong with both parties having a say in the equation, the family and the individual. But now we're all individual. And because we all cap, and because we all put our best foot forward and pretend like we're not we pretend to be what we're not, then we find ourselves in situations that ain't too pleasant.
And it's not even about like your family thinks that they know this or that, or
character.
It's about your family knows you.
Right.
They know you. It's not about, whoever they think they are, they think they got the answer, sway, whatever. No, they know you. So they can tell, like, even a good friend of mine was telling me about someone that, like, we ended up going on, like, a blind, whatever, double date or whatever. And she was just like, Kayla, like, no. Yeah. And I was just like, but he was nice. She's just like, Kayla, I'm telling you right now, I know how you are. And he's a
Right.
nice guy, but no. And, it was a no. She was right, but like the people that know you very well, sometimes when you like someone, that it can get clouded. But the people that know you know how you really are when you're not like trying to impress someone. You know what I mean? Or trying to be like whatever, or trying to like compensate or whatever. Like they know exactly how you are. And so I think you should rely on those people. But I think other healthy ways of like dealing with rejection would be like to talk it out. And that's the other thing is like people always want to say, Kayla, her friends, blah, blah, blah. But people need friends badly because they be going on the internet and telling it to their phone. And it's weird. You need to get people that you can talk to, that you can vent to, and you can let it out. And you could just word vomit all over the place and get it out so that it doesn't come out inappropriately other places. Someone that you trust and know. And like, I think we talked about this on Let's Talk, Kay, where Trill was saying like, when you go vent to your homeboys or you go vent to your friends and you just like let that out, like that's not always for your spouse. You know what I mean? You need time with actual friends, with people that know you, that don't see you as connected to someone. They just see you, and that you can communicate with. And I think that that's a healthy way of rejection. And that person can also say, well, hey, Kayla, maybe you didn't handle the situation right. Or they can say, Kayla, I know you're fucking amazing. And that just wasn't it. Or give you whatever you need because they really love you and support you. And I think a lot of people don't have a real good support system. And so,
yeah, Kayla,
at their phones.
I think a lot of people are in situations where they feel like they can't trust the advice of their family or friends because they think, oh, they're just going to agree with me or they're just going to be hating and be like, leave them, girl. But the thing is, if you have like the right group of people around you, you should be able to trust that they are going to have your best interest in mind. Whether that means them saying, look, Kayla, you tripping, or whether that means them saying, look, Kayla, you're not tripping. This is a red flag. You need to. So I think that having that support system through friends, through family, etc., is very important. And I think that we can't just dismiss it in a way where it's just like no one should know anyone's business because people aren't really. No, if a person feels like that, I feel like they don't have anyone.
Yeah, it's a defense mechanism because they don't really have those people, or they have people around them, but they're not people that they really trust.
Exactly.
And that's a lonely place.
Yeah. Because imagine feeling like you have no one you can talk to without getting either hater vibes or whatever the case may be. Like you don't want to be in that situation where it's like, I don't want to tell anybody about this thing, this new venture I'm going on because they're going to hate. No, you should have people around you that are going to be genuinely happy, supportive about something new that you're doing, that will tell you the truth. Whether
tell you the truth, like
exactly,
just like they say, like if your friend lets you go out like looking crazy, she's not your friend. So when I mean tell you the truth, I mean not always tell you what you want to hear. Some like my best friend Ari always be like, Kayla, you tripping? Shut the hell up! Like she, you know what I mean? Like she be going in on me, but that's my girl. I know she's saying it from a good place, and when she's giving me affirmations, I know that that's genuine as well. You know.
But that's a question of trust. And you don't get you don't establish this level of trust without time. And this is the thing too. So even in relationships, you can't trust. You don't have that level of trust in 6 months or 8 months. It takes years to establish that type of trust. That somebody can say something to you frankly, and you won't see it as a slight on you.
Exactly.
And also a lot of our friends aren't that good at communicating. A lot of people, they think being real means to be rude. And those are two different things. So you can be very truthful and blunt and not be rude. You can you don't have to compromise somebody's emotional state to tell them the truth. And that's a skill that a lot of people just don't develop. It's a good relationship skill, if you know, generally speaking. But people don't have it. So when they start telling you things truthfully, they normally say it in a mean or cruel way. They normally slate you. And then it makes you feel like, wait a minute, I ain't trying to take no type of critique anymore.
I think
it starts in childhood, like in parenting, when you see parenting and how parents talk to their children, whether they affirm their emotions or whether they blow right past them, particularly male children. So they grow up and they start saying things like males don't have emotions, or they're not supposed to express emotions, as if they're not human. Everybody has to express emotion. There's a comfortable, there is an appropriate way and inappropriate way to express emotion as a male and a female. And we sometimes lose track of this in our childhood, and we have to recover it. That was a tangent in it. Sorry.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
That was
It's good stuff. This definitely went in a different direction than I expected.
It was
Got
good.
pretty deep. Like, I'm like, okay. Like, I didn't expect it to get that deep, y'all.
It was good though.
Yes, I love it. I just feel like I hope that we can all move, especially when it comes to business, especially when it comes to whatever you want to do in life. I think that from the very first day I came on the show, I stand by what the fuck I said. Go after your dreams. Do what you want to do. Don't let rejection and feeling like you can't make it or it'll never happen for you keep you back. If you think it'll never happen for you, it'll never happen for you. I'm telling you right now, because if you're not your biggest fan, why should I be a fan of yours? I don't understand. I just feel like at the end of the day, you can always go do something that you don't want to do for money. There are tons of jobs out here for money that people hate. That's why they pay a lot of money for them, right? So when you're young, when you're under 25, you're 18 years old, you don't have nothing to lose. If they say no, go again. Like just give it all you can. Obviously puts healthy boundaries on things and whatnot, but you have to go after whatever it is that you want. You can't worry about if they say no. If they say no, it could be a not now, or that person's just not the person you should be asking. You got to figure out the right person to ask, and then you got to figure out how to ask, and then you got to ask and just do it versus like saying like, oh, most people this and most people that and most people this. Like the people that are on are not most people. The 1%, the 5%, the 10% are there because they're not like the rest of y'all 99. You know what I'm saying? That's the point, to not be like everybody else. So you can't say, well, it doesn't work for most people. Obviously it doesn't. It only works for the people that have the courage and the tenacity to go after it, keep going after it, finding other avenues, not getting discouraged. When they are getting discouraged moments, to have those moments, cry it out, blah, 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 and wake up the next day and figure it out. You know, I don't know. I just feel like anything you want, you can have if you think you can have it. So
there's a comment that I want to bring up because I think it's in response to something that you said, Eugene, and it's just important that we talk about it just a little bit. It says we're 20 years removed from parents telling their sons boys don't cry / boys don't have emotions. That is totally untrue. That is right now happening on a regular basis. I know for a fact that is something that happens all the time. Now, maybe Robert has not heard this in 20 years or whatever, but it's definitely a real thing that boys go through, that young men go through, where emotions are stifled and it's just, you know, man up, or boys don't do this, boys don't do that. And it's a huge problem. So I just wanted to bring that up because I didn't realize that some people thought that was over. That is absolutely still a thing right now.
It's absolutely a thing that whether the child is a male or a female, emotions are stifled.
Yeah.
That depends on the parent's ability to be a container for the child's emotions, to be able to name the emotion and not lose the SHIT themselves. A lot of the times, children, when they're learning how to come to grips with their emotion, they can't articulate what the emotion is. They just feel something. It's for people who are adults and who are, you know, to be able to name the emotion and let people sit with them so they realize that the pains and struggles of life that they can deal with. When a child's able to master that lesson younger, things like rejection later, which is just an emotion, by the way, it's just a fear of failure, those type of things are easier to deal with. But if you continue to shuttle people's emotions, male and female, particularly males, particularly black males, you know, they grow up stunted. And the type of things that you do when you're emotionally stunted is dangerous.
They come
out weird.
And as the emotions that people have deemed acceptable from men, which would be anger, you know, things like that, because some people think or don't view anger as an emotion. It is. And you know, when you're stopping someone from, you know, experiencing the wide range of human emotions, you know, regardless of gender, and you're just putting them in this small box. Men can only be prideful, men can only be angry, men can only be, you know, this or that. You are really doing boys and men a disservice, and I think we see the results of that on a regular basis in terms of different things.
Yeah, I feel like people who can't show emotion, something wrong with them.
It's also
I don't
the
know.
case,
I don't
right?
want you something.
But it's also the
one
case
day you gonna snap. I don't know. I don't want you around me.
But it's also the case of females. When females grow up in the same type of environments, you can also tell the female who, and not as an adult now, who don't deal with emotions good either. A lot of the things they do or they don't do, which are motivated by some of these emotions that they haven't got to grips with, or even therapy, right? When people say go to therapy, most of therapy is about being enunciating your feelings, trying to get the uncovered feelings, undercover feelings uncovered. So obviously something covered them. So why do we don't need therapy if we raise well? You know, we wouldn't need all this adult therapy if in our childhoods we cultivated the type of emotional responses that were necessary. If parents took that responsibility. But hey, nobody cares. Let's worry about money.
But it's so mixed back forth though, because I remember as a kid, like in high school, there was this one girl that, like, if you saw her crying, that means she was about to hurt somebody, and she did. Right. So emotions are a sticky thing. Like, I don't know. They're a sticky thing because crying doesn't always mean you're sad. It might just mean you are so mad that you are praying to God that you don't delete somebody, right? Like,
it's true, but we do have the need when we're younger to go through the full range, like Kay was saying, the full range of emotions, and to experience them, and to be realize that they're just things that they go away. They come, they go. You have an up, you have a down, but generally speaking, life is kind of balanced. And if we're able to determine that, we won't go searching for little moments, little excitement, and we don't have to search for it. We ain't trying to avoid rejections. We're not trying to avoid pain and discomfort. We're courageous in our actions. So if you say healthy ways of dealing with rejection, give people a full range of emotions. Let them feel a full range of emotions when they're young, so that when they get older, they can see rejection.
It's the participation trophies, maybe. Is that where it started?
Don't do them. No.
Is that where it started?
It's that type of thing, right?
It's that type of thing. Like, and now everybody feel like they got to win, and if they don't win, something's wrong.
Right.
You just not good enough, and you need to go practice.
You're just not good enough. Right. And sensible parents and healthy parents say, hey, you're slow as shit, so you didn't get no trophy. Work harder. That's what they say. You know what I mean? It is not like, and so
oh no.
Oh my gosh.
Oh no.
But the fact that it's not me, I'm just happy, but I'm really sorry, Eugene. What's going on? I'm sure it'll come back together. Because he was dropping gems all night.
I know. Like, what in the world?
Gosh, Eugene. Oh man. But emotions are for humans. So if you're a human, there should be some kind of emotions going on for sure. So I guess in the meantime, I'll shout out some super chats. In the meantime, so shout out to, you're back?
What happened to me?
I don't know. You froze up a little bit. I'm going to do some super chats though while you get it together. So shout out to a new member, Quipdro Don Juan. Welcome. Thank you. Shout out to We On Lock Nation. There's a reason why God rained down on the earth 40 days and 40 nights, and that is to get rid of emotionless men. Maybe on that. Last but not least, Percy rent is too damn high. I can't afford Kayla. I heard about her ring requirement, and I'm rich. If rent is too damn high, there's no way you're rich, but that was cute. Thanks though. Any more super chats? I just wanted to shout out to Gemini Queen. She's been showing love in the chat. Thanks, girl.
Hey, Gemini Queen.
So, yeah, I wanted to. We're definitely going to start bringing up some callers soon, but I think to kind of end it off, I do want to go with does fear of rejection hold people back from things that could have been beneficial for them? Now, people, I already gave my spiel about how I feel about this. So this is all on you guys. I feel like you should just go after it. The worst that they could say is no, and you can just keep on with your life. But what do y'all think?
While we were talking earlier, I was going to ask another question that was very closely related to this one, but I knew we were coming to this one. So I was like, let me just wait. I absolutely think that fear of rejection can hold you back from things that could be beneficial, for sure. Like, you can be fully capable for, let's say, a role in your job, in like your career. You want to move up to a different position. You can be fully capable. You could be the best person for the job. But if you are scared about, oh my goodness, what if I don't get it? It can hold you back. Whereas if you would have just done it, you could have gotten it. And the question that I was thinking about earlier is, does that fear sometimes help you? Because I think fear is an emotion that is necessary to keep us safe, right? But with our society and with culture and language and all these things that we have as humans versus like non-human animals, there's a lot of nuance. So at what point does this fear help us? And at what point does it hurt us? Because if you're I don't know, wildebeest or something, and you're scared and you run, you're protecting yourself. But if you're a human and you're scared, you might not be protecting yourself. You might be hindering yourself. So like, I was thinking about that. Where does that, I don't know. As humans, there's just so much because we have culture, we have language. It's different from non-human animals, even though fear is necessary to keep us safe. So where does the line get drawn? I was thinking about that earlier.
I think one of the differences. Yeah, I'm just muted. Yeah. You was talking, right? You're muted.
Oh no, I didn't say anything. I just said that's interesting.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead.
One of the differences between us and, let's say, a wildebeest is that we can project the future. And it's part of one of the most negative things that we have as human beings. It's a benefit and a gift and a curse. Because we also have a tendency as humans to be very negative, because it's a survival mechanism. So we project negativity into the future. None of us know what the future brings. We just know that the future is a natural byproduct of the things we do today or the things we did yesterday. So imagine then that we project negativity into the future and then we take decisions today that naturally lead to us producing the negative result that Kayla said earlier. That's what we do. We actually create the negative circumstance. And then we say, I told you so. After we made the decisions which created the future that we say we didn't want. And there's some thinking about this too before you come in, Kay. There's some thinking about this too. We have to really evaluate what people want. A lot of people say that they want things that they don't actually want. A lot of people make choices. True. A lot of people make choices and they hide the choice behind an emotion or a feeling or somebody else or some other activity. So a lot of the times, for instance, a person might say, I want to be more socially outgoing, or I want a wife. Let's say I want a wife. But everything they do to look like they don't want a wife. It's best for people to assume that that person does not want a wife and that person chose not to have a wife, or vice versa. It's best for us not to say it's things in that person's way which prevent them from getting what they want. it's best for us to say, no, that person is choosing not to have a wife, and then to explore why. Because then you'll find the emotion, you'll find the emotive reason, or the whatever, as the reason why the choice is being made. So I think we project into the future, right? And if you talk about any spiritual practice, for instance, not Christianity or whatever, but you can say Christianity, you can be that, but any spiritual practice, it's sort of like a precept that says you're supposed to have a connection, inner connection. You're supposed to hear the voice or the intuitional thing. You're supposed to receive the message and take the step, even though you don't know where it leads, because there's a grander plan, right? If you try to determine what the whole plan is, you'll go nowhere.
It's a control thing too.
It's a control thing.
People say, and instead of having a happy, healthy relationship that may come with a lot of work and a lot of uncontrollable variables, I'm going to pick the safe choice of somebody that's just does what I says, and I can control the situation. So it'll always work out. It'll always be fine because I get to run everything. And
then I resent them.
Or
boring,
or I come up with some excuse. That's what I said most of the time they get bored and they come up with some excuse about why she's not doing this, and this right now, even though she was everything you said that you wanted, but you didn't really know what you wanted. You just didn't want something that was out of your control. So you picked something that was within your control, but nothing fully within your control is exciting.
And by the way, there's nothing that's fully in your control. Nothing.
No, you're right. Especially someone outside of yourself. Right. Yeah. I was just gonna say, it doesn't matter what connection you think you have with the blah blah blah. You came alone, you're gonna go alone. That's how this thing works.
It works. And people actually do believe
control you.
It is a Eurocentric belief too. They're doing this a lot, right? Eurocentric beliefs. It is also a Eurocentric belief that it's possible to control things like nature. It's possible to control other people. It's possible to control the uncontrollable. And a lot of people don't have those beliefs.
And that it's possible to know the unknowable. And that's why they made up a bunch of shit. There's like so much shit in history that like human beings, like, I just believe there were some things that God just didn't, like things that he did that are there that we can't fathom.
Questions, right? No one knows
there are things that we can't fathom, but we're not supposed to. That's not what we're doing here, right? But we want to for some reason, and then we just start making shit up, and then we start telling everybody that this is what it is, and it's like, how did you know this? You just made this up.
For everyone in the chat, there's a really cool TED Talk. It's really old though, called "Questions That No One Knows the Answers to." Look it up. I really love it. It's one of my favorite ones. But anyway, so in terms of this whole fear thing, do you all think there is a time, not in terms of like personal safety, because I mean, you know, you're walking down the street in an alley and it's dark, you might have your hand on you might, you know, whatever, I'm not going to say, but in terms of like relationships and rejection and all of these things, work opportunities, in those types of situations, do you think that fear ever helps, ever? And if so, how?
Well, I can give an example.
Okay.
I always tell myself that if I ever go to court or I go to speak in front of people and I don't have even a tinge of fear, something's wrong. I shouldn't be doing this thing. It's not important enough. Fear, sometimes I'll call it fear, but it's just adrenaline or just the gravity of the situation. Like the butterfly in the stomach, you might call it. The feeling you get when you're about to dance in front of a national audience or something like that. Or you're going to run a race. Right? It's motivating. If you don't have that type of response, don't do it. You know what I mean? If you don't have it, you don't really care about the activity enough for you to put your all into it. So I always say that it is motivating, but there is a limit. There is. If it's debilitating now, where you can't do anything, where you're not sticking moves, you're starting to act crazy and say crazy things, then yeah, it's probably not fear. It's probably something. It's probably something more deeper than that.
When it affects your performance in
When
whatever.
it affects your performance, when you're unable to do the thing that you're trained to do, that you put effort into, when you can't think straight.
Mm-hmm.
See, like it's like
Yeah.
this. This is how it always goes, right? You have fear, and you're told to push through it. First 30 seconds, first minute, go dance. If you're supposed to be dancing, start dancing in the fear. Face it. Go ahead. If you can't do that, if it doesn't go away when you're trying and you're like being controlled by it, that's a problem.
And it can negatively affect, whatever the thing you're doing is. Absolutely. I can get that. I get that.
I was just gonna say that, like, fear goes away when you are confident. You know what I'm saying? Like, obviously those first few nerves of, like, because I was a dancer, so those first few nerves of, like, when you go across, when you're about to go on stage, you're like, woo.
Mm-hmm.
But then when I get out there, I'm like, I've done this a million times.
That's right.
I've rehearsed this every single day.
That's right. That's right.
And when you have that, it's just like, you just lean into that and trust that. And it's not even anymore about, like, you know what I mean? Like, you're not new to this. You're true to this.
It's
You
like
know
a flow.
exactly what you're doing. You've
flow.
rehearsed this. You know this. You can do this. Like, you don't need to worry about what are you afraid of. You've done this a million times.
I think when you're confident, at least in my experience, when you're confident and you know what you're doing, the anticipation is the scariest part.
Right.
Like,
Let's get it over with.
Once you know the conversation starts, like if it's an interview or if it's a whatever, or if you are, going out to perform something or speak in front of some people, the whole like leading up to it is the part where the nerves are there and all of these things. But as soon as you start, it's like, okay. And then when it's over, you're like, okay. So yeah, I think that, I agree with what both of you said about that. It's
exhilarating feeling though. It feels so good though. Does it not? Like, it feels amazing when
but confidence is confidence is the idea or the knowledge that no matter how you're received, you will be okay. That you're resilient. That's what it is. So let's say you go out and dance and you don't dance your best. You fall. Let's say you fall. You don't. Well, I can just dance tomorrow. I've done this a million times. Or the audience don't receive me well when I'm speaking. Well, so who cares?
Yeah.
I walked over to the girl and she told me, I don't want you to buy me a drink. I don't like you. You're ugly. Okay. So, all right. All the women in there.
There are people who can handle rejection well, though. Like, there's been guys that have tried to talk to me and I'm like, oh, no, I'm not interested. He's like, damn, I thought I was going to get them digits. I ain't getting them digits. And I'm like, that was kind of funny. You know what I mean? Like,
right.
And then you almost want to
like, all right, well, you look beautiful. You have a nice day. And I'm like, you too. You're awesome, dude. You know what I mean? Like, people who take stuff well, like, sometimes that you can actually, like, win by taking it well. And that person being like, oh, I like your character. You know what I mean? Like, I'm going to give you just a shot just off of that.
That's what I just said, Kayla. I was like, oh, and then you decided to give them the digits because I think sometimes that character is attractive. Like if someone, makes it funny or like kind of makes light of the situation, it just shows you versus them being like, ugh, you wouldn't
or calling you anyway.
Like this whole salty thing. Yeah.
It gives to me, it gives, like, I think that's where the women came up with the whole, like, who hurt you thing, I think that's where that came from. Because I'm like, why are you so mad? We don't even know each other. Like,
exactly. We shouldn't stake our identities on how strangers feel about us.
Exactly.
Like, strangers. Like,
it's so weird. I feel like people that are strangers, that is like the easiest thing. Like, even growing up, like dancing, I could bust like anything in front of a group full of people I don't know. But if I had to do it in front of my peers or my family, like people that I know have high expectations of me, that's when I would be like, woo!
I literally just said this that even though it might sound weird, I am much more comfortable, and it's so much easier to do, like, to speak in front of strangers than it is in front of like a room full of your friends, family, and colleagues or something. Like, it's totally different. So
it's so easy because it's like, I'm never gonna see y'all again. I don't care what y'all be thinking. I'm never gonna see you again. It don't matter.
Yeah, if I see you
Like,
again,
if
I
it's
don't
like
care.
your
You're still a
peers, it's like they can talk
Yo-
about this for years.
Your brother might be making a joke for the rest of your life.
Right. My grandma still tells a joke from when I was 12. My cousins, everybody tells the joke. I can never get away from it. Like, but with a stranger, like, bye, girl. Bye, man. I'm not going to see, it doesn't matter.
So it sounds also like that one of the things that we should do about rejection is deliberately introduce rejection to people in our households and our families.
Oh, give an example. How do you do it?
Cultivate it, meaning give people tasks and have them fail.
Or just tell them no. I think a lot of parents are like watching, a lot of parents are watching kids. They're not really raising kids.
That's right.
So they're giving kids whatever the kid wants to just stop talking, stop bothering me. Right?
Absolutely right.
I didn't grow up under that. I grew up under no, because I said so.
No back and forth.
That's the end of it.
No long explanations. No. Yeah, exactly.
And I just have to get over it. My feelings are hurt. I can't get what I want. It doesn't work out, and I just have to deal with it.
Okay, in your classroom, don't you see things like this too, right? You see students who act out a particular way, and the minute you just say, you set down a position and you acknowledge what they feel, but then say what you want to say to them, it's over. You ever notice that? Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely.
A lot of people don't know how to do that.
And there are tools that you can give, depending on the age of the person. Younger kids have different tools, or let me say modified versions of a tool. And then, older people have different versions of the same types of tools.
Yeah.
But I think that has to start, like you said, really, really early, school age, before school.
Yeah.
Like, even with just something like sharing or boundaries or whatever the case may be, these things all lead to this whole rejection conversation. Because if, let's say, you have some siblings playing, and one of the children, wants to play with their toy, a parent can say, it's their toy. They can play with it and they don't have to give it to you. That in the 2 or 3-year-old's eyes is rejection, right? Like, they might throw a temper tantrum. It might be a big deal, but you have to explain and give them the tools as a 3-year-old or 4-year-old or whatever that makes sense on their level. And those things, as you get older, the situations, of course, become different, but they translate over time, so that when you do become an adult, you have this whole like mindset where it's like, it's okay if I don't get exactly what I want. It's okay if no is the answer. I don't have to hate this person forever. I don't have to feel like I did something wrong. Sometimes it's just no. And I think that's a really healthy way to, go about it.
I was going to ask you, do you think it's about how the person that does the rejection?
Absolutely.
Okay.
There are definitely ways of rejecting, especially for little children, that are damaging. There are definitely ways that you can talk to little kids that break them, that make them feel like they did something wrong when they didn't, that make them afraid to ask questions or to ask for, something, or even want to be outgoing, or and that's really a sad thing to me.
It is.
When kids are shut down, just when their flame is the brightest and they're the most curious and they want to talk and they want to do this and they want to, do that. And then like an adult comes along and just shuts it all down. That can really change the trajectory of their entire life. Like, they form these habits and they form these insecurities and this like situation with their own confidence at a very young age. And it continues being that. And I think that's why adults have to be really careful with how they talk to kids, how they treat kids, all of that. Like, because kids are not just miniature adults. They're like children. We don't have the same thought process. Like things that might be a big deal to a little kid, you might think like, wait, that's not a big deal. But to them, it's the whole world. So you really have to understand, in my opinion, that kids are not just miniature adults.
They're really not. They have feelings, and their feelings get hurt so easily. But they're also like really grown too. So you have to find that fine line, because I teach kids on the weekends, and my second and third graders, like I have to find the line, because I'll come into class and they're like, "You're late," and I'm like, I want to be like, "You look a mess," but I'm like, "Get in your spot." You know what I mean? Like,
Kayla tried to clap back on the kids and then decided, you know what? I'm the adult here.
with my little Brenner, she is just like, "Miss Kayla, we're waiting for you. We're ready." And I'm just like, "Girl,
you better start being on time."
No. I'm in the building. Like, I'm just coming from another side of the building, because the class before hers is on the other side of the building. She's just so excited for dance. She wants me to come, like quick. She'll even come over there and be like, "Miss Kayla, come on." Like, you know what I mean? Like, but they're only in the second and third grade. And it's a fine line, because like we're friends. And then the times where I'm serious, I have to be like kind of mean. And I'm like, "Brenner, I'm not really playing with you. I'm not playing with you." You know what I mean? Like, you got to be able to cut that and know when, like, and I think that that's another difficult place for parents, because that shit takes so much patience. Oh my gosh.
Children take lots of patience. I think
to be like, not right now. Like, because I really just want to be like,
do they take more patience than
kids like that? You know what I mean?
What were you about to say, Eugene? Do they take more patience than who?
Do they take more patience than? Do you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Do they take more patience than adults?
No.
Yes, because with adults,
no.
I think so. They don't?
No. Let me clarify. Let me clarify. Because I'm, of course, my well-curated group of friends and associates, right? Different.
Yes,
but I'm talking about just general population. Absolutely, because you have different expectations of adults. So for a child to, say something like, it's just not a big deal. It's a teaching moment, and children are really open to learning something new. Very curious, very open to learning. But with adults, you can show them information from experts in the field, and they're just like, nope, no. I have never experienced that with children. They are open to learning. And of course, if something is just totally off, children are very smart as well. They can call it out. But like they have an ability to recognize things. And I don't think kids let their ego get in the way as much as some adults do. So when we're talking about like general adults, like just out in the world, the comment section of America, yeah,
toxic.
No.
I don't know. I still feel like kids take more patience, because for me, I don't really have a patience with a lot of adults. Like I said at the beginning of the show,
because you don't.
This is my life.
She's not even.
Huh?
You don't extend any patience to.
You don't even give.
You're right. I don't extend. You're right. Because like when we're on the show, when we're on this space, we have to be here. But like in life, if I'm not feeling whatever you're saying, whatever you're doing, I will just leave. I will just be gone. It's not a problem. We're not on the same page. Cool. I'm out. And I will just go do something. Like, I don't need to have patience with grown adults. I don't need to deal with you. Like, there are other people that are good time to be around. Like, if it's not working out, it's not working out. It was good seeing you. I'm out. Like,
I was thinking of it in more of a situation where, you were in two rooms. One room was full of people from the comment section, and one room was full of kids. I would much rather
Be with the kids. I want
be
to
in
be with
the
the
room
kids.
with the kids. I could
You're right. I want to be with the kids.
sing. It would be much more fun. We could they could learn. They would be open to it. It would
But
be,
they'll still be brutally honest. But I know it's genuine. And I know that if they don't know something, they really don't know. You know what I mean? Like
exactly. Versus just like, yeah. I think kids are really cool. They're not miniature adults, but they have such a different perspective. Like every day I learn something new about the way that kids think. And I'm just like, that's what y'all have been thinking this whole time. It's so cute. And it's just, I don't know. I love the way kids' brains work and, just watching them.
adorable. Even especially
develop.
when they talk like very adult. Like I was watching the edit over the weekend and her son was eating something like he was actually eating this or something similar to this, right? And then he got it on his shirt and he's like, "Oh, mom, I have aged cheddar everywhere." And I was just like dying, laughing, like 7-year-old kid talking about I got aged cheddar on my like. I'm like, these kids are amazing. Like, kids are just so fascinating to me. Like, they're so fascinating.
Yeah, kids are dope. I love kids.
Yeah.
They're so cool. But we're definitely gonna start bringing some callers up, you guys.
Did I put
We're gonna drop the link in the chat now if you want to come up and talk a little bit about rejection, which is what we are talking about tonight. Make sure you have your camera on, good lighting, and make sure you're respectful. Just having a good time tonight talking about rejection and all the other things that come along with it. So let me see. Did we drop it in chat?
I just put it in there.
Okay, cool. So if you want to come up in the back and we will go ahead and bring you up. Eugene has been awesome tonight. Eugene really dropped some gems and like you actually gave me a lot to think about. And I think especially when people are great communicators like yourself, you can actually hear them and understand their difference of perspective and like be like, okay, I'm gonna think about that.
Yep.
You never know. Like other people's perspectives help you think instead of if something somebody doesn't agree with you, it's immediately like, no, you're not right. It's wrong. Da, da, da. Sometimes it's just like, just let that marinate for a second. Like, who knows? Like, because life is ever changing. The only thing consistent in life is change. And I can remember some things I thought at 18 were not the things I thought at 25 or not the things I'm thinking now. So we're all forever changing, right?
Yeah, the whole conversation that we had, I thought was really good. Eugene, absolutely. You brought a lot to this conversation. And like Kayla said earlier, it kind of went like a different way than we were thinking, but very, very good. I thought we touched on a lot.
Unscripted conversations do that, right?
Yes. It was really good. And I know you're super smart, Eugene. We've talked before and had, conversations on shows and whatnot before. There was something though that I did want to ask about while we're waiting to see if anyone's going to call, and it's cool if no one calls because we can, But yeah, get up out of here earlier.
Yeah.
Eugene, we were talking about feminism and Eurocentric things and whatnot earlier. What do you think of feminism, and what do you think of it as it relates to Black women or Black people in general? Because people always call me a feminist, and I'm like, I'm not gonna like speak against the work of certain things, feminist ideologies, like being able to vote and stuff. Like, okay, cool, but like feminism is not my particular fight. Like, I'm more like a anti-racism, person. So that's my, lane, and then education, that's my lane. So like, Eugene, what do you think of feminism and, how it affects the Black community and Black people, Black women in particular?
How deep do you want me to go?
Whatever you want to do.
Okay. How do I explain this? If we're being our true self, the self that we were before we came to this part of the world, and we're infected with some of the ideas of Eurocentric and Western beliefs, we wouldn't speak about feminism and masculinity in the way we do, because those things have nothing to do with quote unquote gender. They are to do with the emotional and spiritual makeup of us as individuals. And our ancestors would have said that each one of us is made up of a combination of masculine and feminine traits. By masculine, I mean expensive, and by feminine, I mean regressing. Like if you think of the ocean, when the tide is going out, or coming in,
Masculine.
it's masculine, and when it's retreating back to the ocean, it's being feminine. And those that way of thinking about masculine and feminine allows us to see it in everything in nature.
Absolutely.
Meaning we can see it in everything, the plant, the bird, ourselves, if we only could spot it, if we could only identify it that way. So for instance, even the idea of rejection, that conversation we're having, you know you can't get the good things in life unless you face rejection or the fear of rejection. That's also a masculine and feminine conversation. Right. So when you ask me about feminism, it makes me a bit leery, because I don't know, if I'm from an indigenous perspective, what the hell that means.
Because,
right?
Oh my goodness, Eugene, I don't know if you were watching way back then, but on the Thursday show, there was a conversation about it. It was one of my first shows, maybe in the first month or two. And the way I was describing it, I was like light and dark, hot and cold, like all these sunset and sunrise.
Yeah, they all go together.
I was doing all that, and people were like, and I was like, no, that's what it is. And I read the Kabbalion, and I'm into looking at masculine and feminine in a more abstract way that we are all made up of. And I love that you gave that answer, because I absolutely agree with you as it relates to that. We have to look at it from a different standpoint.
In a spiritual way, in a more even a more scientific and biological way. But it's even like this. If we recognize that, we'll realize that if man as a collective change their activities and behaviors, there is a consequent change of behaviors in females that lead to try to balance. And if females change their behaviors, there has to be an equal and opposite or some type of change in males to balance. The game is balance. The game,
everything has to be balanced. Someone being anything being more in any I don't know. I just feel like that there has to be balance.
And people will always recalibrate to some kind of balance.
Recalibrate one way or the other. So whether if I'm trying to suppress women, they will fight against their suppression.
Right.
If I'm trying to build myself up, they will try to press me down. If I try to build them up above me, they will try to come back to a balance. And when we don't see these trends, these ebbs and flows, we make bad decisions. We start saying some very weird things. like we start saying weird things. Like a woman should always listen to me because I'm a man. When we know, quite frankly, that's never going to happen. That's never going to be the reality. Just like it's never going to be the reality that a woman would dictate everything to an adult male. It just does not work.
Absolutely.
We have to find balance.
Thank God that we are debunking some of this crazy stuff we're hearing.
Ways of living.
Yes, harmonious ways of living. Eugene,
how about this? You had a conversation on Thursday. I happened to catch it before I'm 2 hours ahead. I think I'm 2 hours ahead of UK. So on Thursday, there was a lot of discussion about pro-black. Okay.
Eugene said he had a whole I'm about to get this shit started. Okay.
I had a laugh. I had a laugh.
I was at a loss for words. I didn't even say much because I was like,
I had a laugh.
And I said a lot because I was over it. But go ahead.
I had a laugh. pro-black people or black people don't know what blackness is. And they don't know what it means to be pro-black or conscious. You know, they don't know any of this. Interesting. You know, the last time I came on a show with Kay, the next day, on the Thursday show, I was told I have a lisp. I have a lisp. I'm out of my mind, this person said. Do you remember that, Kay? All right. So I'm listening to Mr. Daniels and Logic talk about pro-blackness. And I'm saying to myself, this ain't a hard conversation to understand so long as if you answer this question, what are you first, Kayla? Are you black or African, or are you a female?
I'm African first.
And if you answer the question like that,
African.
then the definition of womanhood or the definition of female or woman or male or all that comes out of your blackness, comes out of your cultural reality, right? But if you say I'm a man first,
you become
female
confused,
first,
right?
then
You're confused as hell.
You're bloody well confused. Then you're bloody well confused. So when we start talking about feminism, or what masculinity, these are people who are actually attempting to derive their full identity from their genitalia.
Absolutely.
It's very dangerous.
Very.
It's very dangerous.
And then we're not cohesive. And then we don't have the results that we are looking for, that we say that we want, right?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
It becomes a whole issue, but
people say they want to be cohesive, but they really don't.
If you want to be black, if you want to stand up for the best thing for black people, you'll realize that both males and females, the masculine and feminine side of the black equation, has to be balanced.
Absolutely.
Because that's what black people believe.
Exactly.
And if it's not in balance, if it's not harmonious, then you've failed. So some of these philosophies that we peddle that are actually about imbalance and disharmony, we could not peddle them because they would make no sense.
And even in our history, for every person that's changed something, there's been someone else that's changed something that has been very important, whether it was so many different things. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. There are such strong people that we can just say our race and just our people, just African people in general, have always been very collaborative people, mm-hmm. whether it was just anything that we created here in America or, back in the motherland. We've always been a very collaborative culture, mm-hmm. a very emotional culture. And I feel like those things have been turned against us now in some way that's just so unfortunate, because I know most Black people are comfortable around other Black people. Mm-hmm. They can say whatever they want, but it's something that you feel especially me, I lived in a mixed area. So when I'm in any place and I just see another Black person, I just feel a little bit more comfortable.
How do you feel in Jamaica?
In Jamaica, I feel amazing. In Jamaica, I feel like a freaking superstar, actually.
Because it's
Jamaica was so fun.
You're surrounded by.
Yes. And people that were proud and people that were happy regardless of their situations or their circumstances. It was just a good feeling when I was there. But it was, even the Bahamas, even any of the island places, it's so much love. And I like that. I love that. So I wish we had more of that here in our American space. But
you're a minority in that space. And because you're a minority in that space, it's something that you have to take into account. The idea that you're actually under the influence, even sometimes silent influence of people who don't have your best interest at heart.
Yeah.
Some of the things you receive is just not for you and never will be for you and aren't supposed to be for you.
Yeah.
And trying to achieve those things is detrimental to you. You probably should look overseas to where your people are and start doing the things that your people do, rather than doing the things that other.
A lot of it's below our vibration, and then we wonder why we are not functioning properly. But that's a whole other conversation, right? Hey Jay, hey Tamika, how y'all doing?
Hey y'all.
Hey.
Mama country self.
Welcome to the show. What y'all think about the topics tonight?
Okay, I ain't even gonna lie to y'all. I came in, I just got off of work. Sorry, my
You was muted, Jay, just so you know. But go ahead, Tamika.
I think I'll just answer the topic. Do people fear rejection? Because I know y'all had mentioned like, oh, the conversation went in a different direction than what I thought it was gonna go. But I think women fear rejection than men. I think men should expect rejection because they are supposed to be the pursuers of things in most life. And women, things are supposed to come to us just because that's kind of how the nature of things have been set up. I mean, we are moving into a society where I feel like we do have to go out there and put ourselves out there a lot more in order to obtain what it is that we want, which is why I think somebody in the chat has made a statement like women need to start negotiating marriage a lot better than what they have been doing in these recent or past years, because we'll get into situations, wanting to be in a relationship, wanting to be with someone, and then we not communicate that with them, or we say it and then they tell us what they want and it's not the same thing, and we continue on with situations. So I think women fear rejection, so we are either quick to sabotage or quick to end things just because we feel like stuff isn't going our way, and I'd rather end it before he ends it because you ain't about to break up with me. Like, that's the type of mentality that most women have in this space. Not in this space, but in general in life. So I feel like women fear rejection more than men.
I think when it comes to rejection, right? Usually I could approach any woman. I don't care how she looks. She can be beautiful, fat, ugly, it don't matter. But the thing is, my only biggest issue that I have problem with is the women that I actually want. That's where my fear of rejection comes from, because now it's almost like, have you ever try to buy a house or a car and you worrying that if your credit score ain't the right way because you want this thing so bad, and you afraid that something gonna go wrong? That's the same thing like when I approach certain women that I actually want. But Eugene, everything that you were saying today, a lot of stuff that I've been thinking about and living it for a long time, especially when you was talking about the pro-black stuff and how we look at stuff from a Eurocentric way. 110,000% agree with you. I think a lot of these conversations that we be having with a lot of our people on this panel, I really feel like they look at life from a Eurocentric point of view. They don't look at life from a black point of view. A lot of people even scared to use that word black, and they black. Like when black people say, well, I don't see color. My thought when black people say that, I'm like, well, you're the only colored person that's in the equation. When you think about it, like, come on now. But like everything that you were saying, it resonated with me like 100%.
Well, cool. But before I talk about that, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead, Eugene.
Because this interests me. You say you can approach any woman, right?
Uh-huh.
The issue becomes like the one you really want or the ones you really want.
Yeah.
So here's my question. Do you approach or have you approached women that you don't really want because you know that you don't really want them, and because you know the woman that you do want are you see what I mean? Are you compensating?
Yeah,
compensated with women you don't want.
Yeah, for the women I want to make myself feel some type of confidence about myself.
Right.
To make my just to recompensate of being rejected, being fear of being rejected from a person that I want. Mm-hmm. But like I said on the panel before, I had been with all these women, but these women, and a lot of them was beautiful women, but they didn't really mean that much to me because they wasn't the one that I wanted. So it was like I never achieved my goal.
Right. So and because you never achieved your goal, you make you feel away, don't it? So no matter how much women you have or can get, if you can't get the
if I can't achieve that one, even if I could tell, even if I'm able to come approach the woman and get rejected, at least I got it off my system, out of my chest. At least I let her know, and I stood up to her and told her, "Well, I feel this way about you."
Right.
Then I can move on. But if I don't ever get the chance to do that, it will always be in the back of my mind. What if?
Right.
You know, so
Right.
then I'll be able to give another woman a chance. So fear of rejection is could be devastating. Like, you know, you can it puts you in a stuck situation because you always be thinking about this person.
Always, right? Now I'm back when you think about Eurocentric views.
Uh-huh.
Do you think the average Black person knows the difference between a Eurocentric view and an Afrocentric one?
No, I do not. I believe that they spend a lot of time focus on how to be the best Eurocentric person without even realizing it.
Without realizing.
You know, a lot of these belief systems, you got to keep in mind, we was taught about Black history from Euro people. You know, we don't know the real stories of our true history. The most people that really know about Black history was slavery. I mean, who was here? What was Black people doing before that? How did we used to treat our women before that? And I like when y'all was talking about masculinity and femininity. I think the reason why a lot of particularly Black men, they don't want their women to like out-talk them, because I'm like, man, women is smart as hell. You know, women can really teach you some stuff. Women can teach you how to deal with your inner self that you don't really know how to deal with. You know, if you're trying to shut them up, women just want. I just feel like women want to just put on this earth to just be my servant. I'm not about to just dictate. I don't look at women like I'm just going to dictate them, because as if they don't got no mind. They just here to breed my babies and look pretty, give me sex, cook me food, clean the house, and that's it. No, I don't believe in that.
Right.
I don't think most men do, though.
Me
Believe
neither.
in that?
They don't. They don't
I
really
don't
believe
think-
that.
I don't
Yeah.
think we really
They got
believe
Black
in it.
mamas. They don't believe that shit.
We don't really believe in it.
Women
But
are
when
very
you-
useful.
Why do we promote it though? Why do so many
Yeah,
of us
because if you
this
promote
idea?
it, that could be dangerous. So if you don't really believe in that, but there's people out there that's listening to you and looking up to you, would adopt everything that you said, and you really don't. That's just like rappers. They talking about deleting people all day long, but they go to school every day, never experience none of that, and not going to do none of that. But us, we sitting up there listening to these people, and we taking in stuff that they won't even do. So if you don't really believe in something, be careful of what you put out there, because there's people out there will listen and try to take in what you said. And then they find a woman, they gonna be like, well, I'm gonna do what Jay Prince said, do them, woman, do this and do this. So you done misled them.
Yep. We were talking about that earlier, JP. Like, a lot of people get their advice from people who are trying to make money or trying to sell an image or a Disney movie or whatever. And, you know, then they try to interact in the real world and then wonder why they're not successful. And then it becomes like this never ending loop of nonsense, because you're doing things that don't work. You're getting results that you don't want. And then you're blaming somebody else because there are people online affirming whatever it is that you did. It just becomes, yeah. So I think people have to be really careful with what they push out.
And people will call me simp for even talking like this, because I'm not berating women. It's like, do we love women? Like, I still love my women. Like,
I love women.
Yeah, I love women.
Or do y'all just like vaginas?
No,
you with the answer?
I think with a lot of us Black people, we wasn't really shown how to treat each other. And I actually think feminine energy is more powerful than masculine energy. I think masculine energy just balance. You know, when you got a chicken, right? And you cut the head off the chicken, the body's still moving.
Who's doing that, Jay?
My landlord, we got chickens outside right now. He cut the head off the chicken.
Okay.
And the chicken and the body still moving.
You know, and I'm like, no.
We will still do that. We will still do that.
Yeah, the head just balanced things out. I mean, men, we got more physical strength and stuff like that. But when I did my research, like in a lot of parts of Africa, especially Egypt and stuff like that, women was very powerful. They treated their women. Some women had roles of a king. Like women actually, particularly Black women, got many different powers. They healers. Women is very powerful than what we was taught. So if we're gonna set all these rules saying women only got to do this, we take it away of what that woman can really do for us. Because behind every king is a queen. And like in Egypt, when I studied a lot of Egyptians' beliefs, you know how we say right hand man?
Mm-hmm.
The right hand man was a woman. The woman gonna have your back regardless. Before it was just way deeper once I started learning more about us and how we used to treat each other and all this other stuff. I don't believe in the way, even though I done said a lot of bull crap, and I'm gonna continue saying a lot of bull stuff, but I don't be saying bull stuff. I be speaking on stuff that's real.
That's very honest of you, Jay.
Yeah, but you got to keep in mind, I'm conditioned to believe that women are supposed to treat me this way.
Yeah, it's social. You've been socialized that way.
But
you're showing that you. Go ahead.
Once you identify that you know that you've been conditioned a particular way, it's no longer conditioning, it's choice.
Exactly. I was gonna say the exact same thing, Eugene.
But now I'm lost now because for so long.
No.
I'm lost because
you're not lost. You're in routine, and you have to break it.
You can't make
your the reason why I say I'm lost because even though I was shown something different, now I want to know, even though I believe that I was conditioned, now I want to know how do moving forward, how do I supposed to treat and how women supposed to treat me? Like it's certain stuff on
treat everybody, whether they have a vagina or a penis, like respectfully like an adult. Treat them all the same. The genitalia does not dictate how you treat adults.
And also know that your genitalia does not mean that you are entitled to anything.
Or that they're entitled to it.
Or that women are entitled to anything. Like that,
Nobody,
a woman doesn't owe you anything.
Well, I think I'm gonna hold on to that belief.
Doesn't owe a woman.
Hey, Kayla, I'm gonna hold on to that belief. I'm entitled to that.
Okay, let me tell you why.
What?
What belief? Which belief?
Entitled to what?
Entitled to the booty. No, I'm just kidding.
Sorry.
No, I'm just kidding.
See, there we go. That starts the whole other conversation where men feel like, oh, if I'm gonna take you out, that I'm entitled to getting your body. Like, let's not get started on that whole conversation.
You know what I also don't understand?
The entitlement people have is just overall very high. The audacity,
that works both ways too, Kayla. That works
all-time high.
That works both ways because, like, that means you can't. If we're gonna go there, where you can't expect a man to pay for everything neither, or waste his time.
I'm not saying expectation and entitlement, I think, are two different things. Expectation can come just from a form of habit. If this is just what happens quite often, but like feeling like entitled, like if you don't do it for me, it's a problem. That's a whole other situation.
So if I take you out on an expensive date, right, and let's just say I spent about $500 on my meal, would you feel entitled to at least get $500 or even close to it of the same meal? Or can I buy you? If I spend $500, I tell you,
what you eating, Jay?
you got $30 on the menu. Would you feel entitled? Would you be like, hell no?
We gotta find a different example. Because if you're going somewhere where just your food adds up to $500, there's nothing on the menu for $30.
Okay, well,
you can't even get the plate. You can't even bring
right.
There's just not anything on the menu for $30. There's just not. Like probably a drink.
But here's the question, Jay. Why take it to the place for the $500?
Right, that's what I'm thinking. Why take me there if you don't want to spend that money? I think more so your example would mean more so like if I buy you. If I get your hair done or something, do I feel entitled for you to do that all the time? My answer would be no. I don't feel like I'm entitled to you doing that just because
why are you doing these things?
If you stop doing it, my hair's still gonna get done. I mean, it's no feat,
Hey Eugene, can we please break down
the crab biscuit? The crab biscuit.
Can you please break down Eurocentric beliefs?
Huh?
Can you please break down Eurocentric beliefs?
I can talk about some of
because we had a conversation. That was crazy to me that we had a conversation about pro-black and neither one of us came with profound definition. And then here you is, a person not I don't know if you got black in you or not, but you came up with a better definition than all of us black folks.
See, this is what we were talking about on Thursday. People that are trying to act like they can't tell if somebody is black.
You
now,
can't see
like,
that this man is black.
Come on, Jay. You cannot be serious.
I ain't gonna. You want me to tell the truth? You want me to lie?
No, because whatever you're gonna say is cultural and not racial. But go.
Is
What
it
you gonna
because
say?
he has an accent?
No, it's not because I thought he's
what
more.
were you gonna
I thought
say,
he's
Jay?
more. I thought he's more Arabic.
That's what I thought you were gonna say. Which is
interesting.
Were you gonna say like he's from where? Because I guarantee you.
Well, when I seen that thing behind him,
whatever you're about to say is probably a country in Africa.
When I see that thing behind him, I know that's Egyptian hieroglyphic stuff.
No, that's a Dogwandua.
And where is Egypt, Jay?
In the Middle East. That's Africa.
No. Egypt's in Africa.
No, it's in Africa. It's an African country.
Right. It's called a northeast corner.
Wait, Eugene, what were you about to say?
African.
By the way, Jay.
But the Arabics will tell you that Egypt is
Arabic. That's how they're referred.
Hold on, JP. Let's find out. Go ahead, Eugene.
That's a Dogwandua. You know the Dogon?
Nah.
Dogona?
The Dogon.
Dogon.
The Dogon.
Okay.
They're the ones that's credited with things like identifying Sirius B in these constellations. They're the ones that, like, these patterns mean things. If you know how to read them, they have esoteric meanings, very much like hieroglyphics do in Egypt.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Right.
At first.
So
that's why I was thinking that at first.
That's an African dua. Right. Anyway.
Yeah.
I don't take offense to you thinking I'm Arabic. I don't take offense. To
my bad, Eugene. Hey, Eugene, my bad. Hey, look, I didn't mean no shade behind it. I was like, okay, he probably be Arabic, something like that.
That's just Kay. Can you correct whatever this is? Because that's just not the correct term, is it? It's not. Arabic, it doesn't sound right to me. It's not sitting well.
Know what, JP?
Well, Jay sees what he sees, and let's just accept that. I mean, that's no problem. But listen, I'll tell him anyway. I'm not Arabic.
Night, guys.
Oh man, I done put my foot in my mouth again.
No, you didn't, Jay. You didn't at all. We know what you're trying to say. I'm just thinking in my head what the right
for Arabic.
You're trying to say, like, are you trying to say Middle Eastern or like
Middle Eastern? I thought he's from Middle Eastern.
Somewhere he's
in the Middle East.
Somewhere.
Okay.
In the Middle East.
Okay.
Well, I don't take offense. So I'm gonna try to break down some Eurocentric.
Then his accent goes right along with it. That's what I was thinking.
No way. My accent's like a mix of like a Caribbean, English. American
I was gonna say
accent.
it sounds like British to me.
British.
Well, I've never been to British before. The only people I hang around is English. You know what I'm saying? People that speak, either Ibanas or English.
Okay, so the British, they're colonizers as well. So they've colonized places.
Right, they colonized Jamaica and stuff, Haiti.
So then why would you just go with, did you just point to a map and say, this is where I'm going to say? Like, what?
It's okay.
Jay. No, it was no, because I got drivers and stuff that I've been, and they be Arabic. They sound similar to Eugene, and they got the little deep eyebrows. So I was thinking that I didn't see his hair yet.
Eugene is like,
I ain't got no straight hair.
Deep eyebrows.
The deep brows, like your hair.
My bad, Eugene. I didn't mean no harm, man.
I don't think
you are funny, Jay. You are highly entertaining.
It's a good segue anyway because it explains Eurocentrism.
I wanted you to break down the Eurocentric beliefs. For blacks.
I do it now. I try to.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I think sometimes? You know how some people say in America, the American black and the immigrant black, they don't like each other? You know how they say that? Well, when I hear that, I always think.
I know you should say.
That's not something new. Even when we first came over here, the different generations of people that came over, if you were born in the New World, and you were born in the New World and raised by white people in the New World, the Africans that came, or subsequently came, they looked at you like you was actually white. Yeah. In fact, if a lot of Americans go back to Africa and then show their cultural beliefs or show how they behave to Africans, Africans call them, let's say in Ghana, they call them things like Obroni, which is a white person. Or in Kenya, they call them Zungu, which is a white person. They don't mean white skin. They mean you all act like white people. You all have beliefs like white people, and you function like white people.
Yes.
And that's because we've been trained by white people.
Yes.
To speak a certain way.
Yeah.
To feel a certain way.
Mm-hmm.
To assume certain things.
Mm-hmm.
And these assumptions are below the surface of our consciousness. So, for instance, if we come out and say things like, the reason why our community is the way it is because we aren't married, that's a Eurocentric belief, by the way.
Right.
We don't even know that's what we're saying. We're actually blaming ourselves for some of the outcomes we get in this part of the world. We blame it on not being closer to white people or imitating white people enough. That's a Eurocentric belief. It's an excuse. It's an excuse. So in a lot of things that we say and a lot of things that we do that you even think are black, because black people do them, right? And done them for a long time, but they have nothing to do with our ancestry, where we come from, and the cultural machinery that we created. Nothing at all to do with it. Europeans had a way of telling us how to live, what to cook, how to eat, how to see ourselves, how to conceive of our relationships, every area of social existence. Like, they told us what the norms were, and they told us what the ideals were. And a lot of us, particularly the elites among us, the ones who have a lot, what we'll call nowadays high value, those people are actually assimilationists. They're actually people who want to be closer to whiteness.
Yeah.
And because they have some things, we call them successful. We call them successful because the success is built on them being close to white people.
Do you think that affect us, our beliefs? Because what you just said, basically go against all of our talking points.
Yes, it does.
Our whole belief system.
It does, yes.
As it should.
It does. Our responsibility in this generation, as it's always been, is to recover who we are as people. That's what it means to be pro-black. It means I go back to my indigenous myself.
Find out who we really are.
I find out who I truly am.
Yes.
In this moment, I recreate it for my children and myself. That's what I do.
Amen. That's really what it should be.
That's what it is. I don't pander. I don't turn myself into some caricature of white people. I don't say that what white ideals belong to me. I evaluate everything. Just because they say it, for instance, I always talk with this in the group when I first came in the group in Facebook. We don't have to adopt the nuclear family model because that does not work. Stop adopting, abandon it. But people think it's the bedrock of society, the bedrock of every success. It's actually
like every single person has to do it for
every
things to go
person
right.
Do it.
Right. It works for some people. It works. It doesn't for others.
It doesn't work for others. And the majority of white, and if we actually were honest with ourselves and really looked at white people's cultures and how they live and behave, there's not much there that we should be emulating. There's not much. A lot
of volatile bullshit, to be quite honest.
There's not much there.
We learned. They painted us a picture from these love movies,
right?
All of these superheroes and
romance don't work for them, and neither does superheroes.
I like when
the thing about it is at least they're honest about it. They're like, listen, this is about business. I come from money. I need to marry somebody else that has money. This is like, and they're honest about it. And then if it don't work out, just marry somebody else. It's not the end of the world. Like, just move on. Like, with Black people, everything is like so dramatic. But I was talking to my brother about that the other day, that we're dramatic as hell. The emotions be up there, right? But like, everything doesn't have to be like so dramatic all the time. But
all we have to do,
the drama.
All we have to do is honestly assess our situation. And put our Africanness first. That's all we have to do.
Yeah.
We have to say, I have a responsibility to African people worldwide, not just in America or where I am, or worldwide.
Right.
And we have to share our collective knowledge to get ourselves out of the situation that we're in. And we don't get ourselves out of the situation that we're in by pretending to be the people who put us in this situation.
Hey,
And we're never
Eugene.
going to get out of the situation either by trying to assimilate with them, i.e.
Never.
not procreating
Never.
with our own people and procreating with other people.
That's
And
why
then,
people
and then
are
getting
black,
into
you
a
cannot
30-hour debate about what's black enough. You know what I'm saying? Like, at the end of the day, you need to, if we're not here, then where's the community? Like, we need to be here. That means you need to procreate with other people that are black people, and we don't need to have a skin tone conversation about it. Like, you know what it is. Don't overcomplicate it.
And think like black people. Because there's a whole lot of white black people who don't think like black people. So if you are pro-black and you get with another black person who's trying to assimilate, you have just as much problems as marrying a white person.
Ain't that the truth?
Yes.
Because there are a lot of black people that are working against the interests of our own community
working against
every single day. And that will
my
say,
God,
like,
Kayla, you preaching.
they're not going to support a business because the business calls itself black owned. It's just like the craziest thing I've ever heard in my entire life, that you are going to not support them just because I said that. Not because their products aren't good, not because their services aren't good, but because they've announced that they are a business of color. It's like, I think in people's mind, they don't really think about this on on a macro level, because thinking about that kind of thought process and thinking of how America is pushing this whole blended thing, like like, I don't know if y'all have heard people say that, oh, in 50 years we're all going to look the same, or in 100 years we're all going to be all blended together, and there's not going to be any kind of
Kayla,
I'm not with that shit. I don't know what you're talking about.
Kayla.
No.
Okay, right before you said that, I was just about to bring up this situation when I was in Covington, Kentucky. And it was this white female pastor. We got into this conversation and stuff. And she was telling me, she said the purpose of interracial dating was to eliminate the dark-skinned race. He said eventually within the next 50 years, people of your skin color and darker will be in museums. Everybody going to be tan and lighter. She said this is the reason why they promoting. She said if you pay attention, she said of course we can't get first. She said of course we cannot get you older people to believe in interracial dating and having babies with other outside. But she said they targeting the kids, and she said if you pay attention, they putting the daughters, they getting girls and making them see more interest in other races of men. She said, particularly Asian and white men. They letting these women, these black girls, prepping them to be more desirable to be with these men. And what they doing with black boys, they either turn them feminine, prison, thug. So eventually,
there won't be any to procreate with.
Yeah, when the girl, when that black boy and that black girl grows up, that black girl, she gonna come. If we all say marriage is not about love no more, it's about business. So how the black girl gonna look at the other boy, the black boy, is that would this be a best business deal for me to be with a black man that's not making? She probably making $200,000-300,000 a year, but he might make it 15,000. So we're gonna say relationships is about business. It won't be no sense to even marrying that man. This is why they've been trying to promote black girls to seek outside their race. They doing everything they power. They even making us, they like this public platform. We up here fighting against each other, and you best believe it's other people that's out there listening to us, and they plan us against each other. They enjoy when we talk about I don't like black women. Black women say I don't like black men. They gonna continue to say that. Let us do this.
It's the most disgusting thing ever, and I just cannot.
I cannot. I agree with you, Kayla.
It's so unfortunate, and I even mentioned this because I watched this YouTube couple, right? And there is one of the fathers of one of the couple, and I've been watching them for like 3 years now, right? And this man was a dark brown skinned man, probably like the same color as Jay Prince or a tiny bit lighter. And he is your color now, Eugene. He's been bleaching over these years. And I mentioned it in the comments.
You seen Serena Williams?
I said, Shawty, your black is beautiful.
You seen Serena Williams?
No. This is totally different. This is talking about bleaching your skin. Melanin, something that people pay thousands of dollars for. And we're not going to ever get into that whole. I should have brought that up on the.
Guess what else he said, Kayla? Guess what else he told me? Guess what else he told me?
No, people are bleaching off. And the thing about it is, it's actually the stupidest thing that you can do.
Ever.
Because as the world is working, global warming is working, and the way that the planet is heating up and the way that we are using the planet's resources, not having melanin in the future, like you will eventually need it to survive on this planet. Do y'all not see what's happening outside?
Oh my God.
Like you will eventually need it to survive. So it's really hard for people to think that humans have ever been anything else, especially when the continents used to all be together at the equator. If you didn't have melanin, you would today.
Burn.
Why people get skin cancer? Wearing the creams and everything.
Yes.
How would you have survived outside with the sun without it?
Hey, Kayla.
Any point in history, except for I guess the last 500 to 1,000 years, right? Like,
man, I totally agree.
You need your melanin to survive. Your kids need it. Their kids need it. Like.
Hey, Kayla, this is another thing. Kayla, this was, and to what she said, she said, this is, I said, so why do white people hate black people? She said, first off, you can't hate nobody that never done nothing to you. Black folks never did nothing to us. She said, no, we don't hate y'all. We is envious of y'all. She said, most white people would give up everything that they got to be naturally black. She said, don't you know in the summertime, when it's hot outside and we getting sunburn, and she said the sunburn, if somebody gets sunburned and you come and pat them on the back saying good job, she said that feel like a hard slap. Then she said to see y'all blacks just walk past, it's not getting burned. She said that's kind of my white pastor just told me this the other day. Says he get envy in the summertime that we could just walk in the sun and don't be getting burned, and they be getting burnt to crisps.
Looking like a lobster.
Yeah, and so I'm like, man, like, damn, like she said, the reason why we made y'all feel bad about being black because we treat y'all how we felt about ourselves. And she said we use money to make. She said actually a lot of us. She said a lot of us, especially in summertime, would look at black people like they more superior. So what they did was they invented classism and money to make themselves feel more superior than us. She said, really, this stuff don't make us happy. She said most white people don't really care about all that other stuff. Man, it was just, I ain't gonna go too deep into it, but we had a deep conversation. And this was a few years ago, way before I even came on social media. And it stuck with me because I already knew. She said, and another thing when she said actually we all came from, she said a lot of people would fathom out their mouth that we all came from a black woman. And you said that the other day, Kayla. She said, no, we actually came from a black man. She said that's something a white man do not want to admit. He willing to say black woman, but he's not willing to say everybody come from a black man because the seed, it started from a sperm. We started from our daddies.
Not Eve.
No, we don't even believe Adam and Eve. Like, we ain't gonna get into the Adam and Eve story because I could crush that story.
But even so, where did Eve come from? A black man. So it's like, regardless.
Yeah, everybody started from a seed. You can't plant a tree without no seed.
Come on, JP. The egg is a major part.
What are we talking
Yeah,
about?
I'm not saying I agree with that.
Okay, if men without us men, without sperm banks, because
Without eggs, JP.
okay, let's break it down. Okay, let's break it down. Without sperm banks,
Why do we always try to make it seem that one person's more important?
Yeah, right.
no, I'm not saying everybody one person is more important.
Both, JP.
Okay, so Jay,
Are
are you saying society is okay with saying people came from black women, but when you say people came from black men, acknowledging the other half, people are uncomfortable with it.
They totally uncomfortable with that.
Okay.
They do not want to know that they came from a black dick.
They all know that they're all black. At least 1%, 0.5%. Every single person comes from a black person. What do you mean? It's just a mutation. We're all the same.
I got a picture.
You literally mutated to survive in the cold.
Right.
So what
I
are you
got a
talking
picture.
about?
I got a picture of a man. He's 90% white, Caucasian, and 10% black. And the only thing black on his body is this part right here. Everything else is like a white man. Everything.
Wait.
What is with a mask?
Wait.
He has like a
Little
mask?
Are
raccoon.
you like someone with vitiligo?
What?
You're saying like literally?
Yes, he is
Yeah,
90%
vitiligo.
Caucasian and 10% black, and the only thing black is right here.
Wait, are you talking
He's
about
not
he has
Caucasian.
vitiligo?
He's albino.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, is he
No,
like a black
I
man?
got the next
Because
time
I
I
have two albino aunts that have no pigmentation at all, but they look exactly like all my other aunties.
Right,
I think
yeah.
he's
Face,
talking about-
everything.
well, no, what I'm saying is this part right here is black.
Yeah, but it could be a type of
JP.
vitiligo then, right?
What made you bring
Okay,
that
or
up?
what is it called?
Hey, and Jay is.
I don't know. We just got into the because the reason I brought this up. The reason why I brought this up.
JP,
The
I'm
reason
just
why I brought
gonna
this.
tell you, JP, if you're talking about somebody who has different skin tones
Mhm.
and they have vitiligo,
Mhm.
it doesn't mean they're 90% like
yeah.
European.
No,
That's
when I bring it up because it got the story of this man, it said this man is 90% Caucasian, 10% of him is black. Like, because I was doing I've been doing a lot of research. Like, it's black people darker than me, born with blue eyes and blonde hair.
For sure.
I never seen that in school.
It's a whole tribe of Africans with blonde hair.
I didn't know, and another thing I didn't know, it's a lot of stuff that they've been lying to us. I didn't know when I went to Mexico, it was a lot of black Mexicans, dark as me.
Mm-hmm.
Chinese, black as ever.
Yeah.
I was like, how come I ain't never seen this stuff before? They made it seem like, see, this is why I say education is relative because it depends on who you getting it from. Like when Eugene was sitting up here talking, he basically telling you that a lot of this information that we've been receiving and we check it off on a test and we get an A for it, that don't mean it was correct. They didn't give us all of our information that we supposed to know.
So JP, now that you are more educated about certain things, I mean,
I'm the back in history.
Hold on. Now that you're more educated about certain things, I expect from you, JP, that you will not get up here spewing the nonsense, the anti this, anti that, the white women are better, all these things that you have done here.
Oh, fool, you said
before.
that?
I'm hoping, hold on, American man. I'm hoping, JP, that you have turned over a new leaf and that, you know, it's going to be different going forward. I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt because look, Kayla, you've been here through some of the things that JP said. So
yeah, JP, I try to give you the benefit of the doubt because it's been a little bit like, but I understand you and I do think that you're genuine. Yeah, but you do have to have that accountability, and if you're gonna grow, then grow.
Then
exactly. Okay, well, let me be honest then. And everybody on the panel, they can vouch for me when I about a lot of stuff because I've been getting in trouble with a lot of other females because of my mouth. They've been ticking me off, but I always brag on YouTube. Y'all, you two is the only two women that, and I'm not trying to simp or gas y'all up. I brag on y'all because for one, like for an example, Thursdays, y'all know how to talk y'all shit. Mondays, y'all know how to come up with something that I can actually learn from. And then, like I told them, like Kay and Kayla, they can be in the hood and last. They can relate to people that's in the hood. Where a lot of these other people, they can't. They don't.
One, not the two.
That's why. So they'll tell you that I always. So I guess it's the character of the woman. Like I'm not gonna accept bull crap. I'm not gonna accept no woman treat me like I'm a female, or she want to be like that type of stuff. Okay, because I've been experiencing a little bit of that because of but. The only reason why I've been having my mindset and going after the women because when I came on social media, this is what really triggered me. When I first started coming on social media, they got this thing called these swirlers, and these a whole bunch of black women was with white men, and when they was with white men, they bashing black men. They said this is what black man is, black. So I went in rage, and that rage lasted a few years.
That's understandable.
So I was like, well, shit, if they can
Not
separate
years.
the stuff that they were saying so publicly was very embarrassing.
Oh.
It made me feel like black women ain't really on my team. I've been all my life I've been choosing black women to be with. It because I can't stand to see black women with other races of men. That's just me. I can't stand to see it.
Not just you.
It's not just you. There's a lot of men that feel that way.
How do y'all truly feel when y'all see black men with other races of women?
Let's get an American man to respond to that since he's been kind of quiet.
I just want to say that I see a big trend with just the black community in general, where we compare each other to other races, and it just makes no sense because no other race has been through what we've been through. And I liken it to, if you're in a committed relationship with a woman and she has a coworker that's trying to jack your spot, right? Like he just like talks shit about you. He brings her flowers. And you might be messing up, but would she be which way would you be more receptive to, of her coming to you with notes of betterment? Oh, Jared from Works brings me flowers, or hey babe, I really appreciate it if you pop up with every now and then with an unexpected gift. I think it would be really thoughtful of you. I think a lot of people just come out of left field with these comparisons, and I just think it's really unfair. No matter who's doing it to whom in the community, it makes no sense, just logically.
Basically having us competing for her.
Exactly. Or
I'm not going to compete
with like you said, with the divestment movement, but you were also wrong to do it back. You played tit for tat and saying, "Oh, white women are better."
Man, when you heard the stuff that I heard,
I have, and I've been there, brother. But I'm just saying, like, you've grown past that. And I'm just saying it for some of the other brothers, because they're still stuck in that mentality where I've heard motherfuckers say, and I wanted to slap taste out their mouth, say like, oh, white women do this and that, or Latino women da da do. And it's like, bro, we gotta focus on our home, bro. Like, why are you even paying attention to these
American man? My sister got a baby by a white man, right? My little sister got a baby by a white man. Guess what? I haven't seen my sister in almost 4 years.
Why? I'm not gonna get into that.
No. I want to say this. The reason why, because all the rest of my nieces and nephews and my kids, right? We share the same skin color, so I can relate to them. Naturally, I'm connected. When I look at the other baby, her baby, she could tell I'm faking because it is I'm only doing it just so she won't feel bad. But like I told her, you the one that was rebellious against the black man, think you was gonna piss a black man off, piss our daddy off, and all this other stuff. Being out of rebellious, and you coming up with all of these new concepts of what the Eurocentric people is telling you, and now you can't get mad because I'm not.
No, but that's a character
relatable to this child. This child, like I told her, she pissed me off. I said, this child look like a black KKK. And we haven't seen each other. We haven't seen each other in well, you don't talk to you. I gotta talk to my baby. I said, well,
man, no,
you can't go do something and expect us to change because you want to marry and have babies by these people, as you thinking that all this racism stuff don't exist no more because you get pregnant by one of them.
Yeah, but look, Jay, I think that really points out a character flaw.
American man. After you, we're gonna get to Dr. Panderson. Just so we can.
Okay, let me just say this real quick, because that little baby needs a positive black role model, a positive black male role model, and if it's not gonna be her uncle, it's not gonna be her father because he a little pasty motherfucker. So who's it gonna be? You know what I'm saying? Who's it gonna be?
I think you should think about certain moves before you make them.
But I understand, bro. But
she knew how we felt about that stuff before she did it.
Okay, but the baby needs you. That's not the baby's fault, bro. It has nothing to do with the child. It has to do with her. That's your sister, but her sick mother and her sick father. You know
But
what I'm saying?
how come? But my biggest thing is this: why I be getting upset. You know, they say
Real quick,
they
so
say
we can get
this
to
gonna be real quick. This
okay.
real quick. They say the white people ain't gonna accept them, but why we got to accept them?
Because she needs us.
JP.
No, why we got to be all these lovable people? And it was somebody come on a panel yesterday talking about this girl. If y'all watched the show, she came on 2 shows yesterday with this biracial girl sitting up here crapping on black people.
Okay.
Jay, you're doing the same thing.
Yeah,
You
man.
just don't
JP,
even know
you
it.
do
She's
it
a black
all the
girl.
time, actually.
You're doing the same thing right now.
You have to remember that
But
the indoctrination caused a lot of self-hate, and there's a lot of cognitive dissonance going on that people are still trying to come to terms with to this day. That's why when I said grow, so that we shouldn't be going backwards from here, only forward, right? Jay?
Because
right.
JP,
that little black girl needs you, bro.
Thank you, American Man. Scam Likely, welcome.
Yeah. Good evening.
Please don't tell me you got.
I'm not trolling today. At least I'm gonna try not to.
Like, is there a song? What's going on? Okay, go.
Oh man, all weekend, the times that I'm hopping on the chat, all I hear is biggity black, but the black, black.
I'm black, y'all.
Come on.
I'm black.
Then there's this mysterious white man who's in his tower up in Vegas somewhere, just pushing buttons. I want to screw over 15 black people today. That is not how this works. Black people don't like black people by their actions. White people don't like white people. Did you know that? They don't have a community. They grease each other way harder.
They have a community.
No, they don't.
Okay, let's hold on. Let's just get
we need to stop treating them like we equal as them.
See what I'm talking about?
What I mean, I said equal to what I'm trying to say is like every time.
I want to hear what he has to say.
True, yeah, I do want to hear biggity.
I'm almost scared of what he's about to say.
Let him talk, Jay.
To clear my statement up. To clear my statement up, what I mean is like equal to them, like because every time, us black folks going at it, they be like, well, white folks do the same thing as us. They let's just say whatever harm that black people going through, they say, well, white people go to jail too. White people do this too. So it diminishes the stuff what black men or black women actually go through.
The point is there. Okay. Focus on being the best version of yourself, handling your business, eating the
Calm down, okay? You can't get at me.
There are options. You can go to the gym, you can read a book, or you can go be a victim. If you be a victim, do you have one microphone and you can sit there on the mic all day? Oh, because I was black, because I was bliggity black. And the white man will say, 20 years, 30 years, or 40. 30. That's how this works. But how you live is mainly based on the decisions that you make. Maybe 5% based on race. And let's just say that there was a white man in the tower saying, I'm a grease. Let's just say there was. There's a white man sitting in the tower saying, I'm a grease 30 darkies in Kentucky and 50 in Memphis today. What you gonna do about it? What you gonna do? You can go to the tower and try to find them. You can go be productive. You can eat a sandwich. You can go to the gym, or you can complain. But what you do got something to do with the results that's gonna happen. Let's just.
Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question real quick?
When is we gonna stand up?
Hold on. Let me ask you a question.
The way you fight for your honor and all that stuff is in the gym, reading a book, making yourself productive.
Have you ever been to a big city?
I lived in multiple big cities.
Okay.
And let me tell you something else.
Hold on, real quick. Have you seen a predominantly white school and then seen a predominantly black school in that same big city?
Yes, I've been.
And do they look similar, or like do they get the same equipment, or we have to acknowledge facts.
No, we don't. You can acknowledge that while somebody else goes and makes themselves productive.
I'm not saying it's a reason to be. I'm not saying it's a reason to be in a shit position or accept a shit position. But I'm saying you have to acknowledge that you're in a shit position to be able to climb out of the shit position. Okay. Maybe you weren't, but most black people in America are, and were born into one. They had no choice.
Here's the
about
deal.
it.
We can play victim. There are
I'm
black
not saying
people who
play
are fat.
victim, but I'm saying acknowledge reality.
Okay, cool. I'm help you out. I'm gonna acknowledge there's a black dude who's fat over there, and there's a white man who's fat.
Okay.
First one to the gym goes and gets their health together. How about that?
Okay. I mean, that's
Does it matter?
health
Does
has
anything
nothing to
else
do
matter?
with social systems, brother. Like, what are you talking about?
That analogy was not
That was a
good.
terrible analogy.
I was just
No, it's
about to
basic.
say, just
No,
because you
it's
go to
very
the gym don't
basic.
mean that you
Terrible
healthy.
analogy.
You need to drink some water.
That was a terrible
No,
analogy.
it's very
How
basic.
about a black man? A black man applies for a job and interviews for a job, and a white man applies and interviews for a job. That's a way better analogy, and we see where that goes, brother. I just broke into the software engineering industry, and I had to basically force them motherfuckers to give me a job, but like I don't know what you're talking about. I really and the fact that you're not acknowledging reality when I said, have you been to a white school and a black school, and you said I don't care about that, that shows me that your mindset is wrong, because you can't even acknowledge reality. And
Okay, I tell you
if
what.
your mindset doesn't have a bedstone of reality, you're going the wrong direction, brother. Like,
No, I'm telling you what. When you went to your first interview, and instead of begging for a job, you could have kept
I
complaining
didn't beg
about
for
being black.
shit.
But instead, you did what you had to do to go get the job.
What you mean instead of begging for a job? If that's
I
what
don't
you
know
need
what
to
you're
do to
talking
get a
about.
job, that's what you do. You don't go beg for people for money on the streets.
That wasn't
You
what I
go
was
beg
talking
for a
about.
job and you earn your keep. What you mean begging for a job?
I didn't.
This,
If that's
this,
what
said he
you
had
do
to
to
beg
feed your
for a
family,
job.
that's what you do.
That's
this
what
why
he said.
Eugene said the same. What Eugene said
But
this.
he
Go out
did
here
what he
begging
had to
for
do to
change
get
when
the
you
Bruh,
job.
up.
bruh,
Why is he
honestly,
complaining about it?
you sound like you try to be cool with some white, like you try to like make white people comfortable, bro. That's what
Yes, yes.
that's the
Thank you,
black man.
American.
That's the black man you sound like, bro.
You
Like,
don't even
and
get it.
if you can't say what I
I
just
think
said
you
about
don't get
white
it,
schools and
Sam
black
Bikey.
schools around a white man, that's not a white man you need to be around, bro. Like, what do you?
You don't get it.
I
Not
get
even
what
close.
you said,
I
Dr.
guess,
I
Pennington.
don't think
I
come
get
on,
what you
bro.
said.
What I'm
You talking about
saying is
moving
I
this.
just
forward.
acknowledge everything you said. How are you saying I don't get
What
it?
I'm
I
saying
just
is this. A
acknowledged
white
everything
man
you
won't
said.
give you something. White man this. Go
Okay.
make yourself more productive and go take it.
I
Because
didn't
it
say
belongs
don't
to
do
you.
that. I
So
didn't
you're
say
just
don't do that.
dismissing all of the systematic and
That's my point.
Yeah.
You
I'm just
I
dismissing
didn't.
everything.
I don't disagree with any of the things
Same
you
thing like
said,
we talked the
except
other day when
Come
for
we
on,
were talking
Sam
about
Bikey.
redlining, and
Come
some
on.
you
people
don't
didn't
start
even know
that
that
sentence.
I'm
existed.
dismissing it. Because what are you going to do? You can go be productive and win, or you can sit and complain about how much of a victim you
Oh
are.
my
Okay,
goodness.
but how do
It's
you
not
address
going to do you no good. It's a waste of
how
time.
do you
So is that
address
the
a
mentality our
problem you won't
ancestors should have
acknowledge?
had? Like, oh, can't do shit about it.
No, they did the exact thing. They went and
Okay,
made
so
themselves
right
more productive
now
and went and took
with the
something.
things that are going on that we're facing, we should have that mentality for some reason.
You can
And
have
the stuff that
whatever
we're
mentality
facing
you
is not
want.
even as hard as what they had to face.
I'm saying, why sit? What good does it do to sit and complaining about how bad a victim
No
was a
one's
white
saying
man
It
in
does plenty
1826?
good.
No one's saying
Can
that.
I
It
ask
does
a question?
plenty
How
good.
productive is it?
I
What
know
he
multiple black
basically
people
saying
that
is
have
Say
what,
been
something
what
about
accustomed to
that,
get
bro.
some
Like,
major
what are you
It's
talking
hairline
about?
for them to
acknowledging
be able to lay
reality.
American
their
man.
hair
Basically,
where
what
it
he's
goes
Okay,
saying is we
next.
guess
supposed to
what?
accept defeat.
No,
Can I
That's
ask?
what he's saying.
No,
Accept
wait. Before
defeat.
we
it's not about
just
accepting
assume, can I
defeat.
ask a
He's saying
question?
don't acknowledge where we started at. Don't
We
Wait,
acknowledge
shouldn't
the
have
fact that
time to
we still
acknowledge. Be
got
over there
a chain
competing.
and ball on our
Can I ask a question?
You can't take
Can
the
I-
chain and ball off if you
Yeah.
won't accept that the chain and ball is on. You're just gonna be dragging your fucking foot like, oh wait, I ain't got a chain and ball
Wait a
on.
minute.
You
No,
got
if
a
you're
chain
running
and ball
fast
on,
enough,
bro.
you don't know
Hold
there's a
on,
chain and ball
Eugene
I
has
there.
want to
a
ask a question.
question.
I want to.
Wait a minute. Eugene,
When you
go ahead
say-
with your question, and
when
then
you
world
say-
class and later.
When you
A
say
minute.
we should make ourselves more productive, what do you mean?
If it's a chain and ball on your foot, run faster and you won't notice there's a chain and ball. You're probably gonna break the chain. Like, huh?
What are you talking about?
Chain
Don't give me
What
an
kind
analogy.
of
No, don't give me an
world?
analogy. Wait.
This
Wait.
cannot. You cannot be
Or you
serious.
could sit down.
Wait.
And, oh,
Don't give
my
me an
foot
analogy.
hurts.
I want
Whoa,
in
it's
the
a white
real world.
man. No, the
real
white
world.
man.
No, listen. I'm trying to understand you. I'm not challenging you. I'm trying to understand you. When you say we should make ourselves more productive instead of being victims, I want to know what you mean by make ourselves more productive.
What I'm saying is there's so much talk about what the white man did in 1826, 1529,
Bro.
and
Yeah.
systematic this, and a lot of it ain't even the truth.
Right.
What?
People
Okay.
complain about stuff, but a lot of it ain't even the truth. Now, yes, there is some stuff, but even the stuff that is the stuff, and the white man did it. Okay, the white man did something. What you gonna do? Are you
Right? Like,
gonna
I want to
make
know.
yourself
You want us
productive
to
and
make
This.
overcome it, or you
That's
gonna
what we
stand
do.
there and marinate
Yes,
it?
you
Wait.
want
Let's not
us
pay
to make
taxes.
ourselves more productive.
Yeah.
So
Because
I'm
what you
asking
mean, what am I
you
gonna do?
what it means to make ourselves more productive.
Whatever it is you're facing, whatever's keeping you back, overcome it. Do whatever you got to do.
So what
No
if it's a
one
white
would
person
disagree.
that you have to
No,
overcome?
I don't think anyone on this panel would disagree with what you just said.
Then
But
why is
so
there
over,
so
hold
much
on,
talk
hold
about the
on.
white man in
The
1826 and
problem
1589?
is you
See,
can't
this is where
overcome a problem you won't acknowledge that you have, and we
this is
have to
where the
acknowledge that we have a problem.
American man, there's a disconnect because he thinks all these things just shut off in the 1800s. There was nothing after that
Right.
or in present day that is still causing
Even present day.
injustice. He thinks
Even
it's just
present day.
over.
I've been
No,
called a
I'm saying it's
nigga
over.
He's
multiple
talking
times
about
in
the
my life
I'm saying it is
1800s.
with a
what
hard
it is.
R.
Those
I'm saying
white
it
men
is.
still exist.
So
So what
what
you
you
There's a
gonna
gonna
do
do?
black
about
woman
it?
And
in
they
Same
jail
raise
right
concept.
they
now.
raise children.
All
They
right.
raise
So
children.
what
They
you gonna
taught
do about it?
children.
There's a black woman in
Okay.
jail right
Um,
now because she sent her kids to a school outside of her district. And there's a white woman who did the same thing who's at home sitting peacefully. And you talking about what you gonna do?
Yeah, what you gonna do?
Bro,
Listen,
but
I agree with
What
you.
you mean?
I,
I mean exactly what I
agree
said.
with him. I
right.
agree with him.
Yeah,
But you are not victims. It's not a victim
sure.
when you identify reality
For
and
sure.
you face reality and you confront reality and you improve your conditions.
For sure.
That's
But
all I'm saying.
he in it right. But you and yourself have said instead of talking about white men in 1826, we should make ourselves more productive. And I need an answer of what do you mean by being more productive?
Whatever you're okay, what are you complaining about? The person complaining about the job. Oh man, the white man didn't promote me. Make
Did you hear
yourself
us
a
earlier?
better
Did you hear
candidate.
us earlier? We
No,
said
I just got
that
off.
our problem is that a lot of the assumptions that we make and the culture that we've adopted is white. So therefore, we should reform ourselves in the way of our true self rather than adopting white behaviors. That
White
makes us more
behavior?
productive as Black people. Now, do you agree with that?
No.
I don't fully
Why
agree with
not?
that either.
Why
I
does
don't fully agree with
everything
that.
have a
Why
racial
not?
behavior in
oh
this?
my
Yeah.
Because
goodness.
I don't
we
think
know who
I
you
don't think
are.
acting
So
What,
let me
being
what
guess.
white
world?
is
What part of
racial.
society
Everything
where
doesn't
race
have a
is
race
not a
to it.
factor? Name one
No,
thing.
but I don't think
If you make it
Name
that,
acting
then
one
that's
a
what
certain
it'll
way
be.
is
thing.
racial.
No,
Like
I need
I'm
somebody to
Let
name
Hey,
one
me-
thing.
Kayla,
Pardon?
I know somebody said you talk
I'm
white.
saying
Do
y'all are
you talk
taking it
white or do you just
overboard.
talk?
Pardon?
No, I just speak this particular
You
language.
Y'all are
but
taking
have
it overboard, man.
okay, exactly.
Pardon?
But
This
you're
reminds
not
me of
not
Most
that.
people
black
are
because you
ignorant.
talk a certain way. You
This
know what I'm
reminds me
saying?
of the episode of Fresh Prince where like
You're not trying to
Carlton was
be
saying
white
he was
because you talk a
driving too
certain way.
slow, and Will was like, no, it's because we were black. And then like he had to talk to Uncle Phil, and Carlton was like, we were
For sure.
just
I remember
driving
that
too slow.
episode.
That's what you're doing, Scam Likely.
No, I've been that
But
dude who's
before
been pulled
we
over.
That is what
I,
you're
I
doing.
got a
Bro.
point.
You
No,
gaslighting for
hold
real.
on,
I've been the
Scam
dude
Likely.
pulled
Hold on,
over
wait.
before.
Scam Likely, we've been talking a long time. We gotta get to the world class and Nyax. How did
That's
you say?
correct. What's
Okay,
up,
thank
Nyaks?
you.
Nice.
Hi. You said what? Say it again.
I said Nyaks.
Nyax.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah.
What's up,
So
Okay.
first, the world class. I saw you shaking your head. I don't know what you were shaking your head about. Please provide us with your perspective, and then
Mhm.
we'll go to Nyax, and then we'll, wrap it back around to get more, thoughts.
First, good evening. Appreciate
Good
you being on the show. Peace to the chat. Peace to the panel. I'm shaking my head because it's in his name. Scam Likely. He here to troll. I've watched a lot of these dudes who hide their race trader behavior behind capitalism. At the same time, capitalism and those of us that's in business and been in business, we have to know our history. Just like life insurance started as livestock insurance. If you don't know your history, you're doing to repeat it. So a lot of stuff you say makes sense to those that may not be trained in linguistics, may not be trained in sales. But if you ever sit across the table with somebody like me, I'm gonna take all your shit. Doesn't make any sense. Every millionaire in every different race, they deal with their people first. I don't know what world you live in, but that's not real. You can go to any city in any country. Jews are usually with themselves. Filipinos are usually with themselves.
Mm-hmm.
It's not going to change because you talk to a bunch of people that don't have the training you have. But I'm 36 years old. I was around a millionaire at 20 years old. I never drank a day in my life, never smoked, no tattoo, never tried a drug. My dad was a hitman. So these people, this high value man conversation that's been on for a long time, been watching y'all talk about it, and it's fake information. It's not real. If you were really about capitalism, you would teach people to be reading about modern money mechanics, how the bank actually works, right? Stuff like that, but you're not. You're really upset that a person that looked like you is a person that hurt you. I've watched Anton Daniels be on here and say it as if there's like you can't be offended that somebody that looks like you attacks you. That's what usually happens with everybody. You're not special. You going out and being successful in your business is what you're supposed to do. Don't make you no better than nobody else. There's a lot of people that died around the same time that you live and you were successful. Had they not died, they probably would have took your spot. So I really jumped on the panel for the name of for what the title was for. But it's like every time, and I love Lapeef. I love the regular crew that's here. They have great dialogue. I think these conversations are needed. But what I see constantly on a day-to-day basis is, again, this race trader BS hidden as capitalism, and you don't teach capitalism. And I'm tired of watching. It's just extremely annoying. It's really annoying because most of these people that are running their mouth about financial literacy or money, most of y'all unhealthy. As if you creating some business or getting $1 million is more important than time. How are you rich when you cutting in your life expectancy? And probably running your mouth to the people you claim are so dangerous, that probably will shorten it too. So I need to really I get it, but in every other country, every other nation, they deal with their people first. You can play the games with the dudes that haven't been around the millionaires on a day-to-day basis. Can't play with me. Everybody, Arabs, Chinese, everybody deals with their people first. They don't trust losers like y'all. If you'll sell out your own people, why do you think they would care about you? In what world do you think that makes sense?
We don't have people. I'll sell you out.
Hold on, Scam Likely.
We don't have
no,
people.
No.
Free agent market. Do an assessment of Black people. Do an assessment.
Just
it's
because
free agents.
No.
That's who we are.
We who? You just said you don't have no people. So what we are you talking
about? Who is we?
We, I said I was a free agent. We is Black people.
So we, that's a free agent. Who is that? And how many people is that?
I and other Black people are free agents.
What
Majority of people you see are not together and combined. If you can't get that, I'll be the white man and be the race trader. I'll be the dirty guy out the group.
If you were the white man, you wouldn't be a race trader. Try it again.
Very loyal.
Well, that's what you said.
You sound like Samuel L.
Pretty
Jackson.
much. If
I promise you, I've done 200 hours of active listening training. Go ahead.
And here's the thing. Actually, I agree with a lot that you have to say.
I know you do because it's right.
No, I respect that. I respect what's right. But what's wrong is telling people who they need to align with, who they have to align with.
No, I'm telling you, when you don't do what makes sense, you will fail.
He's saying what's smart to do and what most other people do, and they do it for a reason.
What it is that you know that I'm right, and you know you're compelled to do it. No, you know I'm right, and you're compelled to do what's right. You can't now have credibility sitting in front of somebody now that this is on the internet, and you see somebody check you and correct you. You can't now have integrity after this. That's what's going on.
What the hell are you talking about?
That's what I'm talking about. World class.
Huh?
Yeah, I'd love to say but I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
I know because you're not smart enough.
That's why you have the mindset.
I get it. It's cute. You was rocking before I came. Now I'm here, and you can't play them games because I got the same skill sets that you have.
What have I walked in?
If that's the case,
World class is letting them know.
You walked into an ass whipping. That's what's happening. Go ahead, continue. You play with them. You're not gonna play with me. Go ahead.
No, I'm talking to you directly. What the hell are you talking about?
I know. We're rocking. Let's go.
Or
Scam Likely, which part are you particularly confused about? Because I'm sure he can explain.
Here's talking about some general wealth and banking and all that. Like, look, I'm just a dude who comes up here and has regular conversation.
You
I don't
just
advise
did
to tell
all
Your
everybody.
this
conversation is
about
not
what
I ain't
regular.
people
about all
need
that.
to
I'm just
do.
talking about regular, simple things.
Your,
Scam
your
likely now you
conversation is
Complaining
not
about the
regular.
black and the white man. That's what I was
Scam
talking
likely.
about.
You can't do that because you just talked. You came up here and talked about all this stuff everybody needs to do, and then when he
No, it
says
was very
what
simple.
needs to happen, now you're like, oh, I don't know what he's talking about. You can't do that. You
I
can't
have
have
no
it
clue
both
what you're
ways.
talking about.
And this
But
is what Eugene was trying to get
it was
you
very simple what I was
to
talking
speak
about.
to. He asked
Very
you,
simple.
what are the things? Hold on. He asked you, what are the things that need to happen? You couldn't answer. The world class noble, I can't see the rest, came up and said the same thing. He started talking, and now you don't suddenly know what we're talking about. So
I
really,
answered his
what was your
question.
intention? Wait, what was your intention with all the things you were saying earlier? Because it seems you don't have any solutions to all the problems that you presented. It
It is
seems like you
very
just want to paint black people in a certain way.
Black
And then
people
when
are black.
another
That's who they
man,
are.
hold on, when another man comes up and sets it straight, and another man, Eugene earlier, asked you a question,
I
and the
responded to
American
his
man
question. It was
before
very
that
simple.
said, acknowledge reality. You don't have any real responses. You just keep going on and on with these talking
You want
points
the simple
that you
response
know
or not?
that people in the audience are going to like when it's, oh,
Don't care
victim,
about the
blah,
audience.
blah, blah, blah. Can you please
Simple.
address what the world class noble ... I can't see the rest
Okay, I'll
said?
make it very,
Because I thought he
very
was on
simple.
point.
Okay, I'll make it
Instead
very
of
simple.
saying, I don't know what you're talking about, ask a question if you're confused.
I won't bother answer the question. I'm gonna respond to what I was responding to. What should black people go out here and do? Now, here's the deal. You can do what you want to do, but my suggestion: this mysterious white man in the tower doesn't exist.
You
like
already
you
said
said he
this.
did.
You already said this.
You're
Okay.
not
Stop
acknowledging
making
reality.
everything that happens about
You said
black
that
and white.
already.
Make yourself more
You need to go
productive
to therapy,
tomorrow
bro.
than you were
Don't talk
today.
about okay.
Have
You're
Okay,
today.
delusional.
don't talk about white people.
You're
Just tell us
delusional.
what we
You need
should
to go
do.
to therapy.
You know
Don't
what
talk
this is?
about
You know the
white.
vibes that this is
Eugene, I
giving
missed
me?
what you said. Somebody talked over
Scam
you.
likely has been saying the exact same thing for the entirety of
So
his
you
time.
know what vibes that this is giving me? This is
Not
giving me
addressing anything.
it's giving me those old school church vibes where they like say a lot of stuff in the sermon, but like I don't really know what they're talking about, and it sounds really great, and
Scam
but
likely
like they're not really breaking it down. They're not really giving me
Yeah, probably because you ain't listening.
Scam
You
likely
just
is
talking.
trying to hit
no,
I ain't got
no,
clue
no,
what
no,
the hell y'all
no. There's
talking
no
about.
Scam
real
likely is trying to
instruction.
hit on some popular anti-black
No,
talking
I
points
said something
to
very
win
basic.
some cool points with some
Okay.
people in the audience.
Okay.
I've seen it a million times.
Do what you want to do.
Listen, we
Go
don't
and
have
make
to talk
everything as
about
black
white
as you
people
can.
at all.
That's
We
true.
don't have to talk about white people at all. We just need to know what we should be doing. So we've asked you,
I
and we want an
asked you
answer.
that. Answer
No,
that
no,
question. It
Eugene, he's
wasn't good
answered
enough
that.
for them.
He's answered that. His
I
solution
said,
is
stop
no.
complaining about
Wait, hold on,
yesterday.
American
Work
man.
on
He's here.
tomorrow.
He's here.
It's the same thing. If you're fat, go to the gym. If you're broke, go get money. Make yourself productive and stop complaining about the white man. That's what I said.
Yeah, but if you're fat, you do know that the gym is only 20% of the effort. The other majority of the effort is in what you're eating, what you're drinking. See, again, that was a horrible analogy.
See what I'm talking about?
Your solution sounds
Again,
like a
it's
free
more
for
than
all,
just
man.
going to the gym if you're fat. See, that's what we're saying.
But I was trying to
It's
make
more
it
than the
simple,
shit
but
you're
you want to
saying
make it
about
complicated.
solutions. It's more than that.
The world class brought up something, and you can repeat it because I don't want to misquote you. And he had no idea what to say. What did you say, world
Because I was
class? What
making a
did you
simple
say?
point about a simple thing. And
What
now
did
you're
you say,
turning
world
into a
class?
white
Say
I
man
that
don't
some
every
kind of way.
people deal
You
with
said
themselves
something, and
first.
he had no idea what to say.
He said
He
every
didn't
people
understand
deal with
nothing I
themselves
said.
I didn't get a
first.
chance
Oh,
to talk.
yeah,
'cause
that's
y'all
what he
started
said. He
talking
said, I have
about,
no idea what you're talking about. And
Yeah.
instead of formulating a question to gain clarity, it was a cop out. I don't know what you're talking about. I can't do this. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know. Come on, man. And you the one coming up here telling us what we need to do as black people.
Hey,
You're the one
don't
telling the
do it.
race,
No, don't
our
do anything.
entire race.
Complain
But you
about the
can't
white
even just
man.
ask a question when you're confused.
No, don't do
Every
it. Just
other
keep complaining about the
people,
white man.
every
That's what
other
fixes it
people
all.
are productive because they deal with themselves first, almost exclusively deal with themselves.
Now,
Do
Eugene,
you
that
disagree
makes
with
sense.
that?
That's the
Scam
same
likely?
thing we were saying. We're on the same page. Does the
Okay,
other
so
stuff even
we
matter?
not talk about white people. We talk about each other. We deal with each other first. We tool up together, and we do what we have to do together. And we teach each
Together
other the
doesn't
skills.
necessarily mean always black.
Wait a minute. No, in the wrong territory again. No, in the free agent territory
Every black
again.
person is
World
not your friend, and every white person,
That's
every
true.
Asian
That's
person is
true.
not
Because I
your
wouldn't
enemy.
consider
Kayla,
my
you
friend
muted.
in this
You
game.
muted.
Mm.
You muted, Kayla.
I wouldn't
You know
agree
what?
with
This is
that.
giving me deja vu vibes because
This
Kay,
is
remember
not
last time we
a
were
race
doing the show when
battle.
Scam Likely
Yes, it
Everything
came
you
is.
up?
do is not
Hold on
a
one
race
That's
second.
where you
battle.
confused.
Hold on
Bro.
one second. Where Scam Likely came up when we were talking about the things that men don't want in a man, and he went on and on.
Huh?
Women in a woman, and what the things that men don't want in a woman, and you went on and on and on and on. That's why I'm feeling deja vu. You went on and on and on and on the things about you what you don't want. Then when we got into the conversation about things that what you do want, you
He
barely
couldn't
had
answer.
anything to say.
Yeah.
It
And
was
it's
the
like
same
it's the
thing in
same
that
thing going on. Like you
conversation.
can
I
give out
said
a bunch
4
of
things,
rhetoric
you
about
ignored
all
them.
the bullshit, but when it's time to talk solutions, then there's not much to say. That's what I'm saying. People easily can talk about the negatives, what's wrong, the problems, but when it's solution times, people are
Kayla,
all in the vague and
you asked me
all
what I
not
wanted
really
that day, and I told you
they ain't
4
got nothing
simple
real to
things. You
say.
weren't listening.
Same now.
You
After
didn't say
having
anything. Just
You
because you
said,
say
"What do you like
words
in a
don't mean
woman?"
they like.
Just same
That's
And I
now.
not
said
like.
it, and then you went on. But this is normal. It's expected.
See,
But just
again,
like
it's a
today,
deflection because
what
we are
should we
not
do?
speaking
And I
about
said what
anything
you should
of
do, and that
substance
ain't good
at
enough.
all.
So
Actually,
make it this. Hey, do what you want to do.
I was
That's
just
who
pointing
people
out a
are anyway.
similarity that continuously happens, and you're the common denominator. So I just thought that was like a good point. But
Well, cool.
who didn't get to speak?
Complain about the white man. That's gonna fix the
Yaks
problem.
didn't.
Do your thing.
Hi guys.
Hiya.
I didn't want to interrupt before I truly understood everyone's talking points. I thought you guys were focused particularly on America, but it seems that this is more of a worldwide issue. Is that correct?
I would agree.
From whatever you want.
Oh yeah, then my talking point was mute. It was about America, so I'll just wait.
No, you can talk about America specifically if you want.
I was going to talk to the white man, Scam, whatever his name is. I can't read the rest. I was going to pose an interesting question. I know a lot of Black Americans always talk about systematic issues, but the question I was going to throw out to the panel is why is it that Nigerians are able to come to America and be so successful if they're Black and they also have an accent, but Black Americans can't necessarily replicate the same success as these immigrants? What do you think is causing that?
I
can answer that one.
Please.
I can answer
That's
that
an
right
easy
now.
question.
I can answer
Yeah.
that right now. What a lot of y'all don't know, and please pay attention to what I'm saying. Most of y'all do not know this, that Nigerians and Africans, when they come here, their status is white. I'm gonna say that again. A lot of these immigrants that come here and they get their citizenship, their status is white.
So my status is white.
Your status will be white if you come to America.
I'm in America, so my status is white.
And yes, it'll be on your barcode code. I can actually put in the link. Egyptian.
Wait, what barcode?
Yeah.
Well, now in the IDs they have a little barcode that they scan, so the code will come up. But I can post in
like
the
their
chat
racial status is white.
their classification.
My answer to that would be Nigerians weren't enslaved for 200 years and then just let go free to run free and without any system, bro. That's
not
why.
true. That's not
I
true.
would say that first generation or people who come from other countries that are not, in America, people who come from outside of America to America, still have shared culture, shared language, shared traditions, this different social infrastructure that is not necessarily the same as Black Americans. Like that's what Black Americans, it's a completely different situation than people who come from, I don't know, Ghana, or people who come from Kenya, or people who come from Iran or wherever. Like it's totally different because that shared culture from the place of origin has been lost. It's been stripped. It's been taken away. That matters. It matters.
Hey,
So
I want to add something to him.
Same thing.
Buy a dog, beat
Mm-hmm.
it for 2 years, and then let it off the leash and see what happens to that dog.
I want to add some. What? How you pronounce your name, sir?
Oh, my name is Niax.
Niax.
Yeah,
I guarantee you. I think it's more of like, okay, when y'all come over here with intentions because y'all don't know this place. That's just like if Black Americans go to Nigeria right now or any parts of Africa, we're going to have a different type of mindset. We won't be all comfortable. See, when you at home, you more comfortable. You know this place and all this other good stuff. Y'all don't really know America. So y'all going to come in with a specific intentions. Y'all not comfortable here. Like, again, like if I go to anywhere in Africa, like all those Africans that starving and all this other stuff, I guarantee you, if I go there with the mindset that I got, I might go down there and do real good. I don't know.
But just to make,
I'm not gonna go there and try to kick it and lay around and not do nothing with my life.
Let me just back up what he's saying real quick. Let me just
do we know that? Do you know there are Americans starving right now?
Yeah.
Let me just make a point though. Let me.
I don't think Americans starving
because also you have to understand that
there's too much free food to be starving.
The data points are skewed because the type of person who would immigrate to another country for a purpose is already a person of a certain mindset. So it's already a skewed data set. You know what I'm saying? Because you're only taking data from people of certain
the point I was ultimately trying to get at, which I think has been dismissed, is that if immigrants who are Black and look like you can come to America and win, there's actually, and people like myself, there is no reason why Black Americans should be talking about the victim Olympics, because that's ultimately what it is, right? People come here, get jobs, 250,000, 300,000, and they do great for their family. I just can't take the argument. Like I work for a tech company.
It's not the same.
And I look at resumes. I think it's the same, and I look at resumes.
You're wrong. It's not the same.
And they know you're and people know you're a Nigerian immigrant. They know
I'm an English immigrant.
They know you weren't raised in Chicago, bro. They know you weren't raised in.
Okay, but let me say this point, right?
They ain't gonna let you get it through. There's too many victims on this panel.
No, but it's different because you actually have an accent.
Yeah, so this is very important to note, right? So when I'm interviewing for jobs, I don't even see Black people put in their CVs or resumes, as you guys call it, resumes for the roles. So you guys are, when I say you guys, I'm talking about Black Americans, are not even in the conversation to get hired. So when people are like, oh, Black people are not doing this, they're not doing that, I start thinking, well, is Victim Olympics actually a real thing now? Because the jobs are out there for everyone to apply, right? You have to talk your talk and be the best person to get the roles. And if you just constantly think you're not qualified, then you're not going to get it. That's a victim.
Come on, man. It's not
simple. I agree with that last statement.
Wait, you said if you constantly think you're not qualified.
It's not about come on, man.
You got to
I agree with that.
It's
not about constantly
either you know how to do it or you don't.
It's not about. It's not that. This is not my opinion.
No. Look, no.
Hold on, American man. Okay. It's not about constantly thinking that you're not qualified. It's about an actual thing that happens that has been studied. There is data. If your name even sounds Black, you're less likely to get a call back, regardless of if you have the same qualifications. If your resume is in the pile, wait, hold on.
I'm gonna let you finish.
Hold on. Wait. You're talking from a standpoint of someone who doesn't understand. So listen to the people that do. I get why you don't get it. But you don't get it. So listen to the people that do get it. So maybe you can come to a sort of understanding. But just trying to sit up and say, well, I just don't see why. You don't see why. But the thing is, there are real systemic issues. There is racism, and Black people from Africa are not seen the same way as Black Americans are, even in the workforce. So let's not act like, let's not act like it just depends on the color of your skin. It has to do with a lot of things. So you coming out with an accent and a name that people will know is not an American Black name, you are going to get a different result than. I always use this example because it was used in one of my classes in undergrad. Lakeisha Washington was literally the example name. And that name is not going to get the same as Chioma whatever. Like, it's not going to get the
Okinawa.
results.
Okay, so this is a
So
really
we
important.
cannot act like it's the same.
Before you answer,
This is a very important point to note, right? The top 500 companies in America use ATS scanners for a resume. So when people talk about a name, it actually becomes void because they're not looking at your name to pass you through an ATS scanner for you to actually get an interview. They're looking to see if you use jargon relative to the industry that you're operating in to know if you're qualified to do the role. So when I start to hear all this talk about your name is Choma, wait, for them to actually know your name is Choma, you have to get to the point to have an interview. No one has looked at your resume half the time you've been declined. So when I hear these talking points about,
Come on, Yax,
this is a fact. It's actually a fact.
No, it's not true.
Yeah, but that's only used by big corporations.
That's not every
regular job people. They just read the
That's true as
resume.
well, Kayla. You're right.
That's
But
not
that's
every
only like if you're trying to work for Pfizer, Coca-Cola, Disney. If you're going to work for a regular company,
you don't think there's headhunters out here? You don't
there's
think
a regular guy that's reading resumes off of Craigslist?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And even if they do,
well,
I'm gonna let you speak.
I was born in England.
I just don't like when
London,
people
right?
try to talk on something as if the whole experience, the whole Black experience in America is just made up. The thing is, there are literally studies. It's not made up.
The police, they don't really care. I just want to be clear that that's one group that does not care where you're from. Okay. When they see you, they see Black skin. That's all they see. Where you're from is irrelevant. So I know that there are a couple of comedians who've made like funny sets about like, oh, because I'm, I have this accent, blah, blah, blah. Like, no, that won't save you, just so you know. But let's go ahead and who's new?
Let's go practical and then
wait a minute, excuse me. One of the things I noticed too, Mike, and Mike, I'm gonna answer you next.
Go on.
One of the things I noticed here is, right, where I live, a lot of Ugandans, Nigerians, Zimbabweans come over and they work in the exam companies, right? And they look successful. And the reason why they do better than the Black people that are born in the place where I'm born is because white people realize, and because they also realize that they don't come from the place, and ultimately they're going to leave. So they don't change the cultural dynamic of the place. They're just workers. So they're allowed to get accesses and allowed to do things that people who are indigenous to a place don't do.
Okay.
So for instance, in London, for instance, a Black person born in London that's not an immigrant, that's not first generation, the person who's born in London, they do worse off than those who are first generation immigrants. They do. What's the reason for that?
You tell me. I don't know.
But you lived in London and you was born there. So I'm trying to figure out exactly why the dynamic exists no matter where you go. That the people who are born in the place, the Black people born in the place, do worse off than the Black people coming to the place, no matter where they are. Why is that the case? Why that phenomenon exists?
That's why what you said is disingenuous. And like I said before, I put in the chat the name of the guy you can research is Mustafa Hefni. You can look him up. You can look him up on YouTube. When a person that is from here applies, they have a blood tie here. They have a track record. When a person like yourself is not from here, and you're able to go and apply for something, just because I can mimic your accents, I do not have your paper trail. Do you understand that, bro? You get it?
Listen.
Okay.
When you finish your point, I'll make my
Got
point.
it. So y'all that come from a different place, you get the title of white. It's a classification. It's nobody is brown, nobody is Black, nobody is white. The Europeans are pale and pink. We're brown. That's a fact. So in reality, those of us that study law, we know what this thing is. So when you fill out an application, it's like we all fill out an application, even irrespective of you filling out the resume, you still got to go through an application process to get the job. Social security number, your EIN number, whatever number you have is going to be associated to something. In modern times, that's what we're talking about. So you're not going to get the loans that you usually would get, or you would get a higher interest rate. These things are facts. Okay. So even in addition to that,
studies on Black people win loans and African people are loans.
You didn't get educated here. You didn't get the free education here that we got. It's piss poor. They don't teach etymology, parsing, and syntax. It's something I had to learn after I got out of high school. What words actually mean. I had to find out that the word black actually means pale. Blanchard, Blake. In Spanish, the word for white is blanco. In German, the word for pale is blas. The word black actually means pale. Doesn't mean dark. You don't get the proper education. You would only have to do what a lot of dudes fake like they do and spend money and get private education and be brought up.
All right, man.
Like,
That's too much victim talk. I can't take with so much victim talk.
I think a lot
Y'all
of
have a good night.
Yeah. Okay, he's going. I think a lot of these talking points, right, are really running circles for first place in Victim Olympics. And I'm about to explain why. No. Let me actually explain my point why I disagree, right? Because number one, to get jobs that pay really well, for example, we're not going to talk about businesses, talk about jobs, right? As a proportion of the black community, how many people are going in to do stem cell subjects at degree level? Let's actually talk about that. The reason why Asians are overrepresented in these high-paying jobs like software engineering, etc., is because as a community, they have decided that they're going to actually push their kids into the kind of roles that pay this kind of money. So if you have communities of individuals who are not directing their children into careers that are paying this kind of money, well, that's what it is then. You can sit here and cry about, oh, they don't want to hire me, they don't want to do this. But are you qualified? Do you have what's necessary to be in the conversation to get the job? Are you actually skilling yourself up to a point where when you sit in an interview, you can articulate your skill set successfully to an employer to make them want to hire you and pay you the kind of rate that you need? The answer for a lot of this is no. So that's why I say it's all Victim Olympic. Everyone wants to be a fucking rapper and trapper and all of this other stuff. Pause. If they put that same energy into trying to actually work in tech and work in fields that pay, we would be represented at much higher levels.
Let me say something real quick. Let me say something real quick. I think this shows how uneducated you are on the topic you're speaking about, because we just talked about with black schools in inner cities, we get a different type of education than most other communities in America. Like, black education is not the same as Asian education. So first off, there's less of a chance that people get interested in these different fields because, you know, the people teaching them don't really give a fuck about them. How many Asians have had teachers that said they ain't gonna be shit, or they're gonna be dead in 5 years, or they're gonna be in jail in 10 years? I know so many black kids that have been told that by teachers. You're not likely to listen to a person who tells you that, bro. And you're not likely to listen to a person with the same job as somebody who has told you that in the past, bro.
Question, American man, right?
Yes.
Let's say your whole life you was eating bad, right? And now you're fat. At what point do you take accountability and say to yourself, actually, I'm tired of being overweight. Fuck what my parents showed me, my language. It's time for me to go out and embark on my own life. Or do you continue to just
with education? It's not like that.
No. It's exactly the same.
With education, it's not like that because you have to invest time and money, and your decisions prior in life will decide how much time and money you even have to get that education, man.
Wait. Before we move on, I'm just curious. Do some of y'all not think, like, because in my circle of friends and like people that I know, like, people know certain things, so I'm not used to this. Are there actually people that don't realize that there are inequities in education? I'm just wondering. Like, are there some people who think, like, man, you know what? Black people just don't want to do it. Like, are there people who really think this way?
And they're all on the outside of the community.
So let me explain.
They're all from the outside judging the inside.
It's not.
Hold on.
Wait.
Mia, before you explain that, right? I want to express the validity in what both of you all are saying, because there's some validity in what both of y'all are saying, which is probably why there's a disagreement, right? So the way how I'm seeing it, the answer is one word to the question that was posed. I forgot how it was verbatim, but the answer is values. We kind of all addressed it. See, even though Niaz and Niaz and the other guy has opposing views, they both agree with what I'm saying right now. That values is the answer.
For sure.
So it's not about what Nikas is saying in terms of asking this nebulous question as to why is it that marginalized people, specifically Black peoples, don't invest in their future as it relates to education. Now, it's this biological term that holds significance that I like to bring up. It's called LTP, or long-term potentiation. Now, this is the scientific term that basically means that practice makes perfect. So whatever it is you stimulate your life in, whatever it is you participate in, is effectively a program if you do it in repetition. It doesn't matter how complex or how mundane it is. So to entertain Nikaz's example with the fat person, right? Sorry, fat people. But if a fat person is being fat all their life, it gets exponentially harder for them to fight against that, because they've been so deep seated into their habit. Humans are creatures of habit, creatures of symbols.
Can we please stop with the rudimentary and horrible analogies and really get into the actual conversation?
You know what? I want to say something, Kay. I want to say something.
I know, I do too. Y'all equating the entire, I'm at a loss almost for words. The fact that people truly believe that certain things that have been put into place for hundreds of years just don't affect.
I'm just like, is anyone surprised that a group of
she's right. Wait, no.
Let them finish. Go on, America, man.
Didn't create good values. Is anyone surprised?
Wait. She's right. She's right. But
what are y'all doing?
It's not even.
And then these. Wait, hold on. And I know Kayla stepped off, but like as a woman here, and the fact that like I'm just trying to see. There are like the world class. I appreciated what you were saying. American Man, you made some good points. Eugene, you know what I'm saying? You've been making good points all night. JP, you made some good points earlier. But some of y'all are straight up proving why some of y'all in particular may have a really hard time getting anyone to follow you to do any damn thing. Hold on. We're not acknowledging reality. We're not acknowledging that there are actual things that have been going on for hundreds of years. We're actually trying to minimize it. And y'all are acting like, well, why don't you just?
Right.
What? Are you serious? What? Maybe I have a different.
Let me get this out before I please.
No, hold on.
I don't want to forget it.
Maybe I have a different view.
I haven't said nothing. Let me say this.
I know, but hold on. Maybe I have a different view of this as an educator. There are 100% inequities in education. It's not the same, Yaks. It's not just, just get up and do it. You don't understand how deep this goes, and you're showing your ignorance. And the fact that you are sitting up here just like, well, why don't you just? When
this is not true necessarily. This is not absolutely true. Even though I agree with you.
There are plenty of things that are all happening at the same time. A lot of things are happening at the same time. And you're trying to simplify it to just stop being lazy. Get up and do something.
Wild.
I'm not taking away personal responsibility. I'm not taking away personal accountability. I'm not taking away the responsibility of individuals to do their best, but it's bigger than that. And the fact that y'all don't realize this, some of y'all don't realize this is scary, to be honest. In 2022, when all you gotta do is Google it. Okay, anything you want to find.
Hold on, Nikaz. Because Kay had said that right after I said something, so I just want to be sure that
what you got to say, bro?
I got next. Go on.
Fair enough.
No, I'm going because I want to ask you something. You next.
Go on.
Fair enough. I just wanted to be, I just want, because I was kind of confused as to what made Kay stated, which is not necessarily a question that deserves an answer immediately, if you don't mind. It's just that when I had stated that, I stated something that wasn't based in ambiguity. It was actually a nebulous term that was kind of a catch-all to show the truth that's behind what both parties are saying. It was anything but ambiguous or wrong or anything like that, right? It was conceptually true. It is conceptually indeed true that long-term potentiation is a biological term to describe the exact same action that I'm talking about. What I'm saying is not a matter of opinion. It is 100% true that a whole bunch of measures have been put into place to help, make it harder for the individuals who are enslaved. People have this assumption that we've stopped being enslaved 400 years ago, when it just merely changed the manner in which enslavement works. It still works in the same way that's been propping up capitalism. I agree that there are handicaps in place, but that is designed that way. The individuals who do not have the wherewithal and the ability to see through it and grow up, it is their fault. I came from being shot at. I came from being drowned almost. I came from being stabbed. I came from growing up in Memphis. I am now in I have a biochemistry. I'm studying biochemistry. I'm going to graduate this semester. I'm going for my master's in the chemistry degree and whatnot. I currently get paid by the school to do assistant researcher. I'm a freelance writer. I have stocks, I have bonds, I have assets, I have my own LLC. I'm 23 years old, and I'm doing all this, and I can describe to you a book worth of information as to how I live through stuff that you may not even think is real. You may think it's a movie if I tell you, but I'll leave it at that.
I think that's amazing practical absolutes, and I salute you for that. I think that's great. I'm glad. I'm proud of you. I'm glad you're doing what you need to do. I just don't think that you can apply what has happened to you to everyone.
And don't let niggas take your story and be like, well, see, practical absolute did that.
Right. And I want to say this to why
everyone goes through different things, and everyone responds differently. And practical absolutes, amazing. It takes nothing away from you. But for you to sit up and say, well, I did this, so forget that. People are out here and you don't know what is going on. And we can all acknowledge, hopefully, that there is a systemic issue. It's not just boiling down to people. It's not just boiling down. Stop. It's not just boiling down to people being lazy. Oh my goodness, I did it. How come they aren't? Come on, man. Stop. Stop trying to be in such close proximity with people that you think are the ones that are, making these rules, these laws and whatnot. I did it. We can do it. No, there are literally systems in place that make things messed up for hundreds of years to come. And the fact that some people won't even acknowledge them is scary, because that means it's going to continue. Because every once in a while, people are going to make some money. There's going to be an Oprah. There's going to be a Barack Obama. And people think, man, we made it.
Right.
Instead of understanding that there is a long way to go. And the fact that y'all think this is just... and as the men, the ones who are the leaders say, please.
It's crazy. It's not a long way to go.
And I'm not saying everybody. I'm not saying everybody.
Yeah, I would disagree.
Hold on. I ain't get a chance to get my point off yet. Okay, this is what I want to say.
I got next.
What I've been looking at this, and I've been paying attention for a while now, for a few years of what's been happening. And by me paying attention, I study my enemy. I think the government uses people that come from like immigrants like yourself, especially people that look like us. They will prop y'all up in this good position to come over here and gaslight us to make us feel like the systems that what Kayla was talking about that's been holding us down forever, to make it seem like, no, y'all niggas just lazy. Here it is, some black folks coming over here that don't know nothing about this country, just doing all this stuff. Like, that's real offensive. Like, you don't know if that was the case. Why you moving from your country? You got all of these talents and all this type of wherewithal. Why you got to move out of your country to go somewhere else? How come you couldn't stay there and build that country? Y'all come over here and try to gaslight what we going through. They ain't real.
Let me answer your question. Number one, I was winning in England anyway, but I actually got married and it didn't work out. That's how I ended up here, right? But the point I'm ultimately trying to make, I'm not disagreeing that systems don't exist to hold minorities ground. I'm sorry, I've never disregarded that. No. I've never disregarded that as a point. It is very real. Like, I sit in board meetings and everyone is white but me, right? So I'm not discarding that. But what I'm ultimately saying is that there reaches a point where if you want to be successful and you want to operate at a certain level, you can't allow all of these things that we're discussing to take a hold of your mind. That's when I say the victim Olympics start. So you want to be a top 1% or you want to be a top 2%. It doesn't matter that you're black. It matters you're qualified and you're skilled, and that's what gets you the job. So when people sit here and talk about education, this, that, and the third, BS. Total BS.
Hold on for a second. You cannot. You can't equate. You can't equate how you can personally see somebody physically go to the gym and change. That has nothing to fucking do with 10 people that you have to lead. One person making their life and 10 different people and 100 different people and 1,000 different people. That's different leadership skills.
Yeah.
If I got 10,000 people at a job versus I got 500,000 people at a job, that's a different skill set that requires me to do what? Duplicate myself through another 10, 100 people.
That's a mute point because that's conceptually true.
It's not a mute point. If we all inherited $1 million mortgage on our job, just the next month, and you go, we don't pay it. Oh, it's just because we was lazy. No, you just took on a lot of stuff that you didn't build yourself up to.
Wait, that was a bad analogy because conceptually, whether it's 10 people, 1,000 people, or 1 million people, leadership is going to be conceptually consistent throughout if you're doing it correctly.
That's not true. That's not. Have you ever led a team? Leading a team.
Yes. Wait. You asked a disingenuous question. You asked a disingenuous question. Wait, let me address that.
It's not the same as leading a team.
Hold on. Let me address that. So hold on, sir. Let me address what he said. Have you ever lead a team? Right. I have never served in the military ever, but I was in ROTC, right? Okay. And when I was in ROTC, I was in charge of a little battalion of people or small little group of people, about 30 individuals, individuals, where I was in Op 4, opposition forces. I was in Fort Knox, and I had to lead an ambush. You know what I'm saying? Essentially, a danger close in point. It's not. I'm not addressing what you said. Hold on, sir. I'm addressing the question. What he asked was, have you ever led somebody before? You know what I'm saying? And conceptually, the thing that what I'm saying is that when you're leading individuals, you're delegating orders, you're being strict, you're no nonsense, you're on your stuff.
That's not
that's you said that was a bad analogy when I finished. You said that was a bad analogy when I listen. I'm training actively.
I wasn't giving an analogy. I didn't give an analogy.
You said it was a bad analogy before I was finished talking. You was talking. I didn't
say that yours was a bad analogy. I didn't give an analogy. I gave an answer to his question.
I didn't say that you did. You didn't. He didn't ask the question yet because I was still talking. I'm really good at this.
I was avant-garde.
Just relax. I said there's a false equivalent that they keep bringing up for an individual to make a change versus a group of people. That's a false equivalent. Do you understand what I'm saying at this point?
The thing is, this was never being argued by Nikaz though. It was just part of the reason.
No. I'm arguing it. I'm his point in the point of the dude Scam Likely that was here to keep saying the same thing. It's a false equivalent. Somebody personally going up and developing themselves and a whole entire people, which requires a slew of leaders to be able to guide these people from one point to another. It's a false equivalent, and so it's not a point. That's what I'm saying.
Hold on. He's addressing me. So hold on, right? So it'll only be a false equivalent if you're planning on leading these individuals to a very specific to a place that's degenerate. Like what I'm saying is that you're trying to lead all. Hold on. You're trying to lead all these individuals to the exact same destination.
No.
Yes, that would be the case in what you're saying. It would be the case in what you're saying. Because when you're leading somebody and you want to have all these different leaders and whatnot, you do not need to have a different leaders to tell everybody where they need to ultimately go.
Son, you're 20. Hold on, one second. You're 23. I'm 36.
And you've never led for real, bro.
Now you're playing the age game.
I mean, what does that have to do with it?
It has to do with everything.
What does that have to do with anything?
No, because
very disingenuous right now.
What I'm trying to get you to understand is it's not a want, it's a requirement. It's not a want. If I want these, you have to have, if there's 1,000 people, I need 100 leaders. Whether you know a leader as a manager or a regional manager or a sergeant or lieutenant, I need leaders. I need people that are competent where I can leave and they can still get the same quality of care, the same quality of leadership and mentorship when I'm not there. You can't do that out of nowhere when you have a lot of throughout these boys over the country, they're reading at a 6th grade level who don't know etymology, parse, and syntax.
And that's because their leaders right now are failing them.
People
it's because the leaders right now
with
aren't even really leaders.
People right now with
let him finish his point. Go on, class.
1 second. People right now with PhDs do not know etymology, parse, and syntax. Etymology is the study of the origin of words. Parse is the part of speech, and syntax is word order. Like if you translate a Spanish sentence straight into English, it wouldn't, you know how they speak, you know how they're foreign to speak, it doesn't sound right. So syntax dictates how the word is put together. Most of us don't know that. Most of us, we're not in front of a get out 10 vocabulary words. You're supposed to come up with a minimum.
The goal? What's the goal of achieving that information? Like
being
I'm
cognizant,
not being
knowing how to
facetious.
read. It's extremely important to know how to read, know what words mean. So I won't say that you're nice when that word means stupid.
Okay,
Ignorant,
so right,
foolish.
so giving your wait, hold on.
So when you understand the point, so when you
ahead.
here's the point. So when the point is when you have legal contracts like your cell phone, like your mortgage, you know what the words mean. You know that a mortgage is a dead pledge. You know what the words mean. You actually can go through the truth in lending. You can go through each part of the mortgage, and you will know what you're dealing with. You won't have to wait for an attorney. Okay, and then spend extra money that you could be investing, right? Or you can invest into yourself. However you want to do it, active capital, inactive capital. That's a lot of money that will be purported. It's a lot of different breakdowns from that. But if you don't know how to read and you don't know how to count, because counting and reading is the same.
This information is so negligent.
Listen, I have to drop off.
I'm in agreement.
Like I'm understanding that it's negligent. I don't understand the reason. Salute, sir.
Nice talk to you.
Also, as well, world class. I don't understand how
I don't understand the reason.
Yeah, I don't think
exactly. And it's like if we were going to zoom out, right, and actually try to apply some like application to this, what I would say to what you're saying is
this is what.
I'm gonna say one sentence. Let me say one sentence. Right. Two sentences. All roads lead to Rome. Actually, a few sentences. I'll be real quick, concise. All roads lead to Rome. Right. We're talking about English here. We're talking about all this stuff about words and stuff, right? Let's talk about IHS. Let's talk about individuals who bear the moniker IHS, the 32 rays of sun rays, right? Let's talk about these individuals, the individuals who actually gave us the English language, the Gregorian calendar, who go by numerology, who pretty much have all these fake individuals, fake leaders, concerted processes, everything being fake and whatnot. Let's talk about actually that, because that actually is the umbrella to what you're talking about. When you're talking about being aware of the words and the hidden meaning behind words and esoteric stuff.
I didn't say hidden meaning.
Question.
He is not. He says
not unique, Kaz. Not unique. I'm talking about
no. I've got a question.
Okay, wait. We can do a lot of clearing up. Jesus. Practical absolutes. What does syntax mean?
Jesus Christ.
Why is that important to capitalism?
No. Wait, because he's trying to explain to this man what he was saying when he wasn't saying all that. All he was talking about was syntax, and I'm just thinking maybe there's a misunderstanding.
You just the misunderstanding is not understanding what syntax is. The misunderstanding is me seeing that what he's saying is not necessarily important.
Okay, I understand you don't want to answer. I don't like this either, so I get it.
When an overarching statement or whatnot that I was stating or whatnot was more nebulous and more significant than what he was saying, which is nitpicking at very small things like the word mortgage. When I'm talking about the individuals who created the English language, I'm talking about the people who created the English language.
Okay,
that's more nebulous. It's more important.
Okay, let's get to Lamar the kid, because he has not said a word.
Like we don't move off the subject.
Yeah, it was about rejection, but a lot of us are rejecting each other's thoughts right now. So this is kind of
I mean, these conversations are necessary to have. I think sometimes the problem with them is that we got to have a balance. I think if we go too far left, too far right, that's where we'll miss each other. Everybody has good viewpoints, even if you like them or you don't like them. We are to respect them and hear each other, because other people think like this. But with these conversations, though, I do worry about the younger generation, especially people who come from impoverished communities who their confidence may not be really high. They don't really think too highly of themselves. And sometimes I will say this, sometimes if they're hearing that, and I'm gonna be honest, if they're hearing that it's the white man, I really wonder what it does to their psyche, because if they're already at a certain level, then it kind of, and I've actually been seeing this. I've been in other YouTube spaces, and I actually talk on other platforms, but I've been seeing that mindset begin to shift. Like they begin to now blame white people for why they can't make it.
I don't think that's
what I'm saying. They begin to say, I can't do this because of the system, or I can't do that. And I think sometimes we may not realize that it actually has a negative effect on them. So it's just like,
Facts.
I think sometimes we just have to be careful when we're having these conversations. That it's true there could be system in place and different stuff like that, but we
It's
also
deep like the
balance
sound.
it to
Hey,
also
can I
uplift them to
respond
say,
to that?
hey, wait a minute, I've been waiting patiently.
For sure.
But we also uplift them at the same time and say, hey, even though this may be in place, and I think sometimes that's where a lot of people like us hit the road at. Like, even though this could be in place, our ancestors overcame a lot worse. So, you know, these are things that you can do to still be able to overcome these things. And I believe that when we have those productive conversations, it'll go a lot better.
For sure.
Or whatnot. But yeah, you can respond whoever it was.
I was gonna say exactly that. I was gonna say that doesn't mean we don't talk about that problem. That means we have a responsibility to be thorough when we speak about things like that and talk about the fact that nigga, in the 50s we had that shit beat, but they bombed our shit, and now we have to build it back stronger so they can't do that and shit like that. Like that doesn't mean we don't talk about the fact that nigga. I was raised by white people, and I heard the people that raised me call me nigga. You heard me? People that love, and I know they love me to death, call me nigger, like with a heart. Sorry, you know what I'm saying? But call me that, you know what I'm saying, to my face, you know, like. And so I mean, just what I mean to say that is, you know, I don't have any like negative feelings for like all white people, but the fact of the matter is we are two different peoples and we operate by two different sets of rules and we look at each other differently. You know what I'm saying? And we need to have our own sense of community. And when we speak to our younger generation, it just means we need to be thorough with the fact that this thing is in your way, but remember, it's not insurmountable. It's far from insurmountable.
And you know, I hear that I hear that a lot. And a lot of times when I do hear that, those are general statements that are made. And usually what people refer to is economics, financial literacy, stuff like that. But then when it comes to the morality and the character, a lot of times that is pushed to the side. And you have to have both.
For sure.
And I believe that's where we get in a rut when we get to that, because if nobody wants to be told what to do, you know, you may have to, you know, sacrifice some things, right? But if you don't want to sacrifice nothing, then do you really, it's like, are you really trying to help the Black community if you're not willing to sacrifice what you love to do personally?
Yeah.
If we know that the single motherhood rate is up, and that means that you may have to stop having sex and get married.
Yeah.
Are Black people willing to really do that?
I'm not.
No, they're not. They're not really. A lot of times, I feel like a lot of times people say that they want to help, and that's a general statement. But when you actually break it down to these are the things you may have to sacrifice in order to help the Black community, what you will find is that checklists will keep going down. Nope, I can't do that. Nope, I'm not willing to do this. I'm not willing to do that. I'm not willing to do that because it affects you personally. So I'm just saying is just to give, you know, us something to think about. These are the things that I think that I see when I hear these conversations is what I'm seeing that's actually really stopping the community from progressing are these things. And so, you know, I love having these conversations. Like I said, I think a lot of y'all made some great valid points. I really do. I just think when you know, we get passionate, you know, we get passionate when we have these conversations, but I think, you know, we don't have to take personal shots at each other, anything like that. We're all very smart and intelligent.
For sure.
And you know, we can talk to each other, you know, as such. So
yeah, I feel you on that. If I can just add on to it, from what I was hearing about you saying and whatnot, right? The problem that I see that made me hop on this this lovely live, by the way, a great show, Kay and Kayla, great conversation. You guys are awesome. Yeah, like people don't say it all the time because a lot of people be giving y'all HELL, but y'all awesome. You know what I'm saying?
Sometimes y'all deserve it.
No, fuck all that. Y'all awesome. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, for real though, you know what I'm saying? Like I agree with you. Like everybody deserves everything sometimes. But the thing is though, it's like the problem that I see with talking about you know what I mean, like I guess like history and slavery and all this stuff, right? first of all, we didn't experience it, right? There's one thing, right? And it's like, of course, we can argue, we can say that there's a whole lot of systems in place. Like, I mean, trust me, I truly believe it. I understand the intricacies of a lot of different things that are going on in play that many people don't give a F about. I can tell black people in my classes, like, you know what I'm saying, they want to hear it about certain stuff and whatnot. You can tell by the fact that they will bring up reality TV shows. They don't care about politics, let alone esoteric values, right? Right. So the thing is that when we keep talking about the problem, we're manifesting more fear, right? A world class may know this, right? Spelling, right?
I think it depends on how you talk about the problem, man.
Yeah, because it doesn't have to be a constant thing about it every day, all day. But if we are having the conversation, then we're having the conversation. That doesn't mean every time you wake up in the morning, you're like, oh, slavery. But I also think that the reality that you're speaking of, like, you think it's farther away than it actually is. Like, my grandmother grew up on my grandmother grew up on a sharecropping farm in the 1930s.
Mine did too.
She's in the house here with me now. So I know you think it was like forever ago.
That's not necessarily what I mean.
It wasn't that far removed. I mean, it's not slavery directly, but
practical absolute. You have all these answers. What's the answer? What does everybody need to do so that we can just escape all of these hundreds of years? You tell us, what is it?
Okay, so ignore the 400 years. Let's just go back to the year 1947. Look at what everything happened in 1947.
Okay, no, wait. You're getting
Let him answer. You
No, I'm not. I'm gonna ask him the question again because he was the one that brought up this whole we need to talk about solutions. What is the thing that we need to do?
I would like to endeavor into bringing up the idea of 1947, but quickly.
Oh my goodness! Right now in 2022, what needs to happen? I thought you don't like stuff from a long time ago. Let's talk about what needs to happen now.
Let him give his answer.
So no, American man, sorry, but this is me and Kayla's show, and I'm going to ask the questions that I want to ask. So practical absolutes. What do we need to do? Because the world class tried to ask Scam Likely earlier. He didn't want to answer. So I'm just going to get an answer from somebody who wants to just say, you know what, let's stop talking about this old stuff and let's work towards, okay, what is it? Practical absolutes. Go ahead.
Gotcha. Thank you. I appreciate you for clarification. 1947 is not an old time at all, right? But I'm not going to bring up that immediately, right? I'm saying that what I was saying, the entire reason of bringing up slavery doesn't necessarily bring up the fact that we have to address a solution. It just makes the problem more and more weighted.
Okay, what's the solution?
All right, and now the solution would be to actually understand who created the English language, who created the Greek, who created the Gregorian calendar, why do all roads lead to Rome, why is 47 significant?
So after the audit, what do we need to do for execution?
And in terms of execution, we need to discard everything that relates to individualism and adopt a monolithic collectivist mentality, because whether or not we agree with it or not, we're a monolith based on other people's perspective on us, because if they view us as largely a loudmouth, loud talking, so-and-so, Pookie, right? That's a monolithic, So while it will be a monolith in an inverted pyramid, let's make the pyramid upright in our favor. That's
okay. Can you say that in like terms that are not just kind of
okay? So one word: values. Change your values. If your values are Western, F your values. Your values in Western values suck. Need to be Eastern.
Okay, so what are some of the non-Western values we should pick up?
Collectivists. Do not care about yourself. Be willing to die to further a cause that is going to help your family. It's going to help your family, help your people, and everything. I actually have a scale rating from 1 to 10.
Practical.
Hold on, real quick.
No. Before you finish, I wanted the reason why I don't usually interrupt people. The only reason why I'm interrupting you is because don't beat around the bush. Actually tell us when you say, when I made the statement earlier and I said sometimes we do this I can't say it. Generalization.
Mm-hmm.
When we make these statements, we never actually go to what we really think we should do.
Exactly.
And a lot of times we don't do that because either one, we don't want to tell nobody exactly what to do. We don't want to push our beliefs on other people. So, because that's what's happening now. So when Kay asked, what exactly should we do when you mention about morals, what exactly should we do as far as, and be very specific, should we adopt, because you said Eastern, right? So what Eastern, morality should we adopt? Now, we may not agree, but just say it and just don't care what people think. Just say it.
Thank you.
I appreciate you also. And I'll say the answer again. It's collectivism, right? So it's an actual term.
Like
it's an actual term according to like the medical college admissions test, which I'm preparing for. There's two locus. There's an external locus and an internal locus. An internal locus is largely associated with individualistic individuals. Let's say that, for example, an individualistic person is this. It's an example of someone. They wake up in the morning and they're woken up because somebody's cutting the grass, and they decide to blame them waking up in the morning because of the guy cutting the grass outside who's doing his job, right? See, internal locus look at the world like, woe is me, right? Woe is me. Everything is going down. Woo-woo. I'm a little bee, right? Basically. An external locus is going to say, hey, I determine what I do in this world and all this stuff, right? External locus are typically associated with collect. I actually don't. External locus, yeah, I don't have it swapped. External locus are typically associated with collectivist mentality because they have more of ability to have a lack of a desire to look inward when they face problems. Too many of us look inward when we face problems instead of outwards because we're individualistic people. The problem is individualism and Westernism.
Okay, so just to be
but at
clear,
the same time, you can't control other people. The only thing that you can control is yourself.
Exactly.
So I think if we all actually do the opposite and focus on ourselves and what we need to do to improve ourselves and to be accepting and be cooperative with other people, then it'll all go better versus being outside of ourselves and focusing on what other people need to be doing for the collective. Like, I don't believe in that whole, what do I need to do? I believe that everything happens for a reason. And sometimes you just move and things happen and they move into place, like especially with people that you're on the same collective mindset with. You don't have to over analyze everything. It'll just happen. We just showed up here and I don't know how we're wearing the same thing, but we are. And this happens all the time because of the mindset of us focusing internally, not trying to control externally.
I agree about like being more thinking more collectively.
Sure.
I absolutely get that part. My issue when we have these conversations, though, people will shoot down everything. Oh my goodness, we can't talk about racism. We can't do this, can't do that. And then you ask for a specific solution about something, and it's, well, we gotta, get with collectivism. That is not a specific solution. What if people don't know what that looks like? I'm not saying you have all the answers practical. You don't even have to defend or do anything. But I'm just saying, please, let's notice when this happens, when we are having these conversations and people are like, no. When we're talking about reality, things that can be looked up, things that are true, things that we can look out the window and see, things that are documented, things that are factual.
Yeah.
It's no. But then when it's time to talk about what to actually do, it's, we should just do something. Maybe just not that. And maybe we just should kind of, No, that's not a plan. That's not a plan. And if somebody asked me, what is the plan? I can say the first plan, my first course of action is be reproductively responsible. Find someone that you are going to raise children with in the healthiest environment possible. Teach those kids what they need to know to be as successful as possible. And as many people do that as possible, as many people can do that as possible, it will lead to a stronger community. Now,
I was going to say that.
Concrete thing, that's something that you say, look, we can do this. But all these abstract ideas, and y'all know I love the abstract ideas, but you cannot shoot down reality and then replace it with some abstract thing that you can't even articulate fully.
Wait, I can. So now I'm glad you said that, right? Here's one sentence, right? a Satanist, right? A Satanist. If you do everything opposite what that person does, you'll be right. You'll be on the good. You'll be good.
Okay,
but
Okay, so I
practical,
think that the
but
solutions
practical.
that
That's what I was saying.
everyone's focused
not even.
on
That's not even.
is more so like
okay, practical.
Black people can pool their money to buy real estate to really buy back the block and not just make a song. Like when people say they want
Financial
direction, and that's
responsibility.
the other
Absolutely.
thing. The other thing about what needs to happen in the community is that there needs to be more instruction for the leaders, because you can't lead if you can't follow. And there's a lot of leaders that don't know how to communicate. Like as a good follower, you understand how the communication should be. So then when you become a leader, you understand how to communicate to your followers so that they actually understand what you are instructing.
That's correct.
So what we need to do is improve that, so that when you are going to give instruction on people executing, because you spoke a lot about like auditing, we need to get the information, we need to read it, we need to cover it. Okay, now that we've audited, now that we see what it is, what do we do to execute? And being able to communicate directly and effectively and breaking it down in terms of daily lives, what people can do to execute. And like I said, an actual example of that would be pooling money to buy real estate, to buy commercial property, whatever it is.
Definitely.
That's something that Black people can do right now. They can do that right now with their trusted 5 family member, whatever, friends. They can pool their money and buy property or acquire business, whatever it is. That's something that they can do, that they can actually execute.
Absolutely,
that's
Kayla.
what the panel is asking.
It has to be a multi-pronged approach. Multiple things need to be happening concurrently. There needs to be the whole, family situation going on.
That needs to be first.
Clear family, everybody. That needs to be in place. There also needs to be the whole financial responsibility and building together situation. And that's why I think that different people need to utilize their strengths. But just getting up here like, no, we're not going to talk about racism, but just be the opposite of a Satanist. That's not.
Yeah, that's wild.
Anywhere near.
I didn't say don't talk about it. Wait, I didn't say don't talk about it.
Okay.
I didn't say don't talk about it.
I'm not saying you. I'm just saying when people call it victim Olympics, when people try to minimize the fact that Black people in America are actively, this is not from 1800s. This is not from 1900. This is in right now. There is an active. It's actively happening now. And the fact that so many people are trying to speak against this and shut people up for speaking out about it is honestly just sad and unfortunate. And I hope that people can read more. I hope people talk to more people.
I totally agree.
And I hope that
People
people
need to
can
read
figure
more.
out more things instead of coming up here and saying all types of nonsense that makes absolutely no sense. Oh, well, if you just work hard. Now, yes, work hard. We know that things are stacked against us.
like
We
Kim
know
Kardashian.
that we need to do work. We know we need to do more. We know that there are issues within our community. But to just sit up as if all Black people are just so this or so that, and that's why we're in the situation we're in. Are you serious?
That's wild.
When other people had a 500-year or whatever head start? Really? Like, we're really going to sit up here and do that? And y'all are falling straight into that nonsense as Black men? Y'all are sitting up here saying the same thing that the pull yourself up by your bootstraps is telling you? And you're going to do that to each other? And you want somebody to respect you? I'm not sure what y'all think this is. But for me, it's not that. And I would never, ever in my life, because I know strong Black people, Black men, Black women, Black everyone that understands what's going on and that is working towards something more. And it's not just, oh, just don't talk about that and you'll do fine.
Yeah, that's wild.
You can recognize the problem. You can be accountable for yourself. You can help those around you. But sitting up and acting like if you just sweep it under the rug and say nothing is going on, that somehow puts you in a different place than the rest of the Black people, you have been sadly mistaken. And hopefully you don't have to learn about it the hard way. That's all I'm going to say about that.
I think that's also why Black people don't know what to do, because they never do anything.
Exactly.
Other than the extreme. Like if something happens, you're out racially, something happens. And it's like, there's the Black people that say, oh, don't say nothing. And then there's the Black people that like start going the fuck off and go ghetto, blah, blah, blah. But we need people in the middle that are able to check people in an effective way. Communicate,
totally right.
you know what I mean? Like we got to get the middle shit. We got to work on
Yeah.
the shit in the middle.
But
We either rioting
hold on,
or just not
Kayla,
talking about
what you said, what you brought up was very, very valid and whatnot. And I'm glad that both of you all said what you all have said. Now, a possible counterclaim, right? The thing is, right? The reason why I brought up what I brought up, saying that if we bring up like the idea of enslavement and all this stuff, first of all, without even actually addressing the true problem, really, you don't really do that. Like without even really addressing a true problem, it's fine. Laissez-faire. But if we're not going to do that,
yeah, I'm curious.
the true problem is a lack of immorality and Satanism. I'm going to keep
Where did
saying
that come from,
is.
bro?
You don't think the true problem is that slavery is still going on right now?
That's not even the true problem. The true
And
problem
our
is part. I'm be honest.
Private
Kayla,
prisons aren't a problem.
Nah, like I hear you out, but the thing is though, people don't realize that in the Tupacs and the Biggies and in the 6ix9ines, all these individuals help push up the industrial prison complex, and people out here buying these people's iTunes music, downloading the shit, right? People out here really believe that all these artists and whatnot actually supported them ever. Like they was actually down for
World
against
class,
the man.
can you
for
please,
example.
please, because I can't do it again. World class, please say something because I believe in you. Go ahead, because I don't know.
I mean, I do agree with
what
that.
else.
Though. I do agree
Wait,
with that though. That some of that music.
So Kay, are you saying these things don't exist?
Yes,
The only way that
I'm saying what doesn't exist.
Are you saying? See, here's hold up now, because see, I don't want you.
Ask it because I gotta
what I'm saying.
Hold on. See, I don't
Am I
want you
saying
to.
what doesn't exist?
I don't want you to
And
try.
where did you get that from? But
Listen,
am I saying what?
I'm gonna explain to you why I'm saying. I wasn't saying that you literally saying it, but I was being facetious. But I'm gonna explain to you why I said that.
Why are you being facetious? What are you asking me?
It was a joke. It was a joke, Kay. So,
this is not a joking count. I'm just trying to figure out what.
Kay, please, like, can I finish the question?
You started out by making a false assumption about what I'm just trying to see what you're trying to say.
No, I never said you didn't say these things. I said, are you saying these things doesn't exist? So I asked you a question.
Figure out why you're asking that.
So the reason why I'm asking that, but see, I done lost my train of thought.
Okay.
I say you can't say that's the root of the problem, bro, because it.
Yes,
again,
I can, bro. Yes, I can. But hold on.
Again,
No.
Let
Please,
me
please
finish,
wait.
brother.
Please wait. Please wait. Please wait. Please
No,
wait for a second.
let
You're
me finish.
addressing me. You
No.
don't know what I'm gonna say.
You don't know what I'm gonna say. I
know,
said
but you don't know my
sentence,
views,
bro.
But you don't know my views
I
on what I'm
don't care.
saying.
Let me finish what I'm about to say, bro.
Please let me get it out real quick.
Let me finish what I'm about to say.
It's a reason why I said
you
that,
can't
right?
say that's the root of the problem because
Oh, my
again,
Lord.
it stems back to the fact that we come from a society built. The foundation of our society is slavery, bro.
Do you know who Francis Pope is, bro?
You know
Hold
what?
on. No. Please
bro.
wait. I let me get a statement.
And I'm
Please,
not saying it's
I beg you.
acceptable because of that.
Do you know who Francis
You
Pope
guys,
is?
y'all can't talk at the
Why,
same
bro?
time because
That
we
sound.
can't hear y'all.
That's
Yeah,
the
bro.
why.
Only one person can
Well,
talk.
let me finish,
That's right,
bro.
JL.
That's disrespectful.
You made a complete sentence, bro. I just wanted to make
All
it
right,
one.
hold on, Practical. Let American Man talk and then you can respond.
Fair enough.
I think he's responding to you. So
I'm
just
saying you can't say that's the root of the problem because it goes deeper than that. And the nested truth is the fact that our society was built by people that weren't given morals. We didn't have character, we didn't have culture, we didn't have nothing, bro. So the people that built our society didn't have the things to build to exactly. That's what I'm saying.
You're
So it's
proving my
not.
point.
So it goes. You can't say that's the root of the problem because it goes
No, it
deeper than
is.
that, and it goes to that what I just said.
It's not the root. Don't
Okay, so like, everybody keeps saying it's not the root, and I have never even said what I wanted to say, right?
Okay.
Okay. So now,
maybe I misunderstood.
For the panel to look up and the audience to look up, right? You know, we have a Pope Francis, right? You know, around this time, ever since COVID, the C word, whatever, we had Pope Francis. Now flip that and look up Francis Pope. I don't know if you want to find any on Google searches or whatnot. There are definitely actual books out there. You know what I mean? Look up Francis Pope, right? Look up what he did in America before America was America. Look up how much land he owned and look up what altar he built up on American soil. Don't try to tell me that so the oldest religion on earth is what I had said it was previously. That's why it's the root, because all this stuff, Like literally, all lack of morality is literally what the basis of what that is. What I had called. That is by definition the root, because the root of all immorality funds to one central point.
How is the music the root?
Okay,
Like,
That's what
music,
I'm saying.
Great,
That's
great
why you
question.
can't say it's the
great
root.
one. Hold on. So
because
now look, so like,
because
okay,
like
wait, I can say it is.
it's like they said every single music that wasn't Christian music was that. Whether it was rock and roll, whether
That's
it was
the thing,
pop,
though.
whether it was hip hop, whether it was R&B,
Fair.
that every
Fair
single people have called every single one of those genres,
Fucking Christ.
whatever
Fair enough.
music or
Fair
the
enough.
devil's music or whatever. But that is not true. That's just not true.
No, hold on now. Totally fair now. So look, I'm gonna go ahead and tell you that looks are deceiving. So if you see a cross, okay. So look, man. All right. So like, all right, we're gonna get into the hip hop and rap and whatnot. Mr. An American Man. I'll have you know that there is no such thing as a police or as a official police report, as any official police prison paperwork, or any 115s. Anybody who ever you know what I'm saying, been in the prison industrial complex know what a 115 is. Like any of these papers and whatnot, because Tupac had got in trouble in prison, quote unquote, and got the fight and stuff. He would have had a 115 disciplinary paper. He don't have no paperwork at all. He did not exist according to the prison industrial complex. People don't even understand just how deep stuff goes. Just like how you said, it's deep like The Shining ×3. Okay. Okay, I'll leave it at that. Watch The Shining.
Sparking like a diamond, sneaker Uzi on the island in my army jacket.
And that man is a part of the system. He rapped like he wasn't. He was a part of the system. Tupac a part of the system. Biggie, them folks was best friends. Biggie and Tupac was best friends. Come on.
You know, it's amazing.
It's all fake. It's all fake.
It's amazing to me.
Agree.
And you know, I'm not mad at your theories, your thoughts. I'm not mad at them. I mean, we could talk about this. But it's amazing to me that people will go hard about these things, but be like, we can't talk about slavery and the things that have happened.
Wow.
And you know what?
Why are we talking about this?
That brings up something that I don't think that article is understanding what it's bringing up, because what you're saying,
I didn't say
you're
that.
basically agreeing with
I'm just saying.
You did it 4 times. I'm just saying you did it like 4 times now, and you know I didn't say that. Like, come on. It's not fair. That's all
I don't think that you can't. I don't think that you can't talk about it.
I said that it's amazing that people. I didn't say you. I didn't say you did anything practical, did I? Run the tape back. I said it's amazing that people will be. And in fact, I think JP was on a show like a couple weeks ago. Kayla and I did, where we talked about this same thing, where it's like people will quickly be down to talk about, believe, whatever, certain things, and then be like, why are we talking about this? We don't even know that this happened. Who knows about other things that are like factual?
That's valid.
It just becomes very funny, not funny, haha, but funny, odd to me. It's just interesting to witness. I'll just say that.
But there's a reason for that, Kay, and I think I explained it earlier when I said about having balance. I think one of the things to keep in mind that you have people, who had said before, that go too far left and people that go too far right. And the problem is what ends up happening is that when you have people who might have been balanced, or, you know, when I say left and right, I'm not talking about political. I'm just saying so you can understand what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Is that when they're in certain spaces and all they hear is slavery, the white man, slavery, right? And then when you're in other spaces, the people on the left, and all they hear is, you know, pull yourself up by the bootstraps and stuff like that. It creates like this disdain. So when they hear it, even if you're talking about it, and it could be true, when they hear it, it kind of like, it just tunes them off because they're too far right and too far left.
You're right.
Or whatnot. So that's why you would sometimes hear when it's brought up, people would be like, oh my God, here go the victim limps again, because that's all they hear. You know what I'm saying? When they're in certain spaces, and vice versa.
But that goes to
just really quick. I wanted to say that I think that practical what you're not getting about and why they keep bringing it back to slavery is that it's everything is here.
Yeah.
Everything is here. I'll say it again. Everything is here.
It's crazy what they did.
So once you get this, you got everything. That's why everybody was so mad at Kanye when he said slavery was a choice, because he said we outnumbered them, we bigger than them, we stronger than them. Why didn't we do something? It's here.
Facts. I would have died, fool.
It's here.
Kill me,
the programming is so deep.
Yo,
that you don't get why the music is the
Kayla.
No,
I disagree.
The
Kayla,
programming is so deep
Let her
that
finish, bro.
black people hate themselves, and we do the work for them now. That's how the program is so deep. And I seen somebody in the chat say, just like they say, why is Haiti still a third world country? Well, because Haiti was just an island of slaves with no direction, with no foundation, with the programming still there, but no. And you think it just
they stripped the culture and they didn't replace it with anything.
I agree.
Y'all blaming us. Y'all blaming us
on a
how
massive
they
level
program this.
that will not happen unless we separate ourselves from them.
And that's what
and y'all don't get that. And we never separate ourselves from them, right?
Babe. That's
right, Kayla. They blaming us for how we was programmed.
Jay, let me go ahead a little bit. And so I want to get at what Kay was talking about. And so she was talking about solutions and what can we do to protect us. And so since I've been on this panel, I've been basically preaching this narrative. Black people need to develop a military. Nothing in the Constitution is stopping us from doing so. In the early 1900s, we had Tulsa, which was the Black Wall Street, and it was a booming Black economy. White folks came in and bombed it out, burned it out, and also, along with that city, about 10 other ones. There's about 10 lakes in America that are underwater cities. These are Black cities that they bombed and then flooded. And then they put lakes on top of them. And we don't know anything about these places. And and the reason why that was able to happen is because we weren't able to protect ourselves. If you look at
That's not something we need to worry about today.
Africa has one of the most wealthiest countries in the world. We produce about $5 trillion annually out of Africa. And they have, if you Google the most powerful country in Africa is Nigeria, because they have the most money. But if you look at their military force, it's almost embarrassing. It's almost embarrassing. And you wonder why people come there and just take whatever they want to. Look at Russia and Ukraine. If Black folks aren't able to protect themselves and to able to stop somebody to come in and take what's yours, what's the point of getting wealthy if somebody can just come and take what you got?
That's a fact. I give you that. That's a fact.
What's the point of it? What's the point of anything? If you can't protect what you love, if you can't protect what's yours, first, we need to create a military of Black people to protect what's ours. There's no laws that say we can't do it. Number two, get off the drugs, get off your ass, start working out so you can join this military. Number three, only spend money where you see that it's going to benefit our people.
For sure.
Those are the three things that Black folks need to do to get ourselves out of the problem. That's the solution for the problem. Okay? That's the solution right there.
Thank you for literally giving solutions.
Because we can sit here and talk about the problems all day.
But Billy, there are people doing that. It's not underground, but here in Florida, there are like little things you can hear on the streets where you can go and get like firearm training, and you can get combat training, and they have like, you know, you got to keep your ear to the streets, but like there are very like we're here in Florida anyway, some like underground like pro-black people that are like preparing for this day they feel is coming.
I feel the same way, but I feel the same way because the only way we can take what's ours is to take what's ours.
Well, can I say
the same way Russia doing the same way. Look, I saw a program the other day, and it was Russia talking shit about the CIA, and Russia was saying that the UN did nothing about the assassination of JFK. They did nothing about the assassination of Martin Luther King. They did nothing about the assassination of Malcolm X. And we all know this was the CIA's doing. They did nothing to stop the cocaine influctuation in Los Angeles. They did not. Matter of fact, they made money off of it. This is Putin talking. He said, "What has the CIA done that has been good in any form or fashion?" But America sits around and lets them fuck over their own people, black people, majority. And then you get people like Biden in there, and they're like, "Oh, we need to protect America's influence," and this is that and the third. No, we can see that we're the bad guys. We can see that anytime a dark-skinned country takes some form of power, America comes in and regulates it. Who's the bad guy?
Or they act like they're offering assistance. Or I'm gonna help y'all out. I'm gonna give y'all a contract. And now Clinton's made more money off the rice and Haiti than the people.
The same way they do in the hood, Kayla. It's the same way they do in the hood. People in the hood think that the government is coming in with welfare, healthcare, and this
it's
and the
control.
other. And guess what they're doing
It's
all
control.
along?
That's a great point.
It's control.
And it's crazy because we vote against our own interests. We were talking about this, I don't know, somewhere in my other space or something. How we vote against our own interests in these most recent elections.
If Putin said what he said, the rest of the world thinks exactly that.
What?
That we're bad guys. If Putin, the enemy of America, which we believe is the enemy of America, if Putin is sitting here saying that the CIA sits up here and does illegal shit all day, all night. They pass votes. They do this and this, that, and the, under the cover of night. And the whole world knows about it. Who is there to stop it? This is why the other nations are going to Putin.
Can I say this?
Look, we all talk. No. You hold on 1 second. We all talking about this slap with Chris Rock and Will Smith. But during this time, we all know it's a distraction. We all kind of felt like it was a distraction.
It was.
But guess what? In the meantime, guess what Putin did? During this time, he said that if you want to, from now on, if you want to buy Russian gas, which, by the way, Russia is the second leading manufacturer of crude oil in the world. He said you're going to have to pay for it in pure gold or rubles. Joe Biden said, okay.
What?
Yeah.
Joe Biden said, okay.
Because he's trying to up the value of rubles.
All right, I'm about to say because they lying about them being gold in the Federal Reserve. Ain't no damn gold in the Federal Reserve.
Right. That's what it gets
back to. We giving them no gold. We ain't got no gold.
Is that the American dollar is not backed by gold? It is not backed by gold. What Russia is doing is taking. Look, what Russia is doing is saying that we're going to back our economy with gold. That the real money in the world will be rubles, Russian rubles. While we're worried about Chris Rock getting slapped, Biden is selling America out to Russia.
Well, they've been doing that since they've been doing it for a long time.
It's been going on for 2 years, but
while to Russia, but they've been selling out America.
Let's change the conversation. About Russia that we.
All right, hold on, Billy. So the world class wanted to say something, and then I think Lamar and somebody else.
Yeah, so I like your point about the military. That's great. But then when you bring the military in, then you're talking about we'll say 50,000 year uh, evidence. Like that's not like a light thing. There's people that know how to do military, and you can jump and get outfits and go and get muskets and guns and shoot.
Yeah, right.
You can get annihilated in a really short period of time. It goes back to what I said before. It doesn't seem like it, but it's extremely important to understand etymology, parsing, and syntax. Reading is not enunciating words and pronouncing words. Reading is comprehension. So I have to spend that same energy. You can put it in STEM. Military over the last 50,000 years has been based off technology and cognizance. What you learn when you get into languages, you learn the wisdom in each language. You need planners. You need guys that can strategize. You need people that can adapt in real time. You need to have the cognizance first.
Let me ask you a question. Was the Cold War based on linguistics?
It's based on intelligence.
Yeah, was it based on linguistics?
It was to a certain extent, yeah.
Okay,
yes.
all right.
There's no war that there's.
This goes along with my point. Was the Vietnam War based on linguistics?
Listen, there's no war you can bring up where there was.
No, it was not. No, the Iraqi War was not based on linguistics.
I didn't say linguistics. I didn't say this is what you. Jesus Christ. So if you understand grammar, you can understand history properly.
Right.
Okay. So once you understand history properly, you can take the concepts, the different strategies that went into it. The foundation of everything we learn is through language. It's
okay, but you're not getting.
Wait, pause. It's not like we whistle to each other or do hand signs only. We use language. The paperwork that you get for your phone is in language. Do you understand that part?
Yeah, I get it.
Okay, so everything that we also have to learn, Art of War, Sun Tzu, everybody can get that. You would have to learn the strategy. It's not about what is in linguistics. There are still logistics that you have to read. Being financially literate.
But what I'm trying to say, what I'm trying to say is that I'm a linguist. I'm a logistics guy. I'm a logistics specialist. I'm a 0481 in the Marine Corps. I'm one of the highest, like you have to score really high on your ASVAB to become what I am. So what I'm trying to say is that at a point, linguistics means nothing.
No, I'm not talking linguistics. I said etymology.
Just listen. Please just listen. I let you cook. Please just listen.
You didn't.
All right, even if I didn't, just listen.
Okay.
So what I'm trying to say is that there is a point where linguistics means nothing.
That's a mute point.
No. Between Russia and Ukraine, linguistics means nothing.
What it means everything because they have to communicate.
What means something is firearms.
Sir, when you're actually in the field and you have to relay back to command what just happened, that's linguistic, isn't it? It's okay then. So it does matter at all times. So that's a mute point, even though.
So hold on. What is going down? Does that matter?
Yes, you have to communicate at all times. Linguistics is important because you have a coding system on how you convey to the rest of the team.
Me and Jay, we running up in this building. I have to relay messages to Jay. I don't have to relay messages back to Congress. I don't have to relay
you're not
messages
using
back
telepathy.
to Virginia.
You're not using telepathy.
This is when the linguistics becomes involved. What I'm trying to say is that linguistics would have not helped Tulsa.
You're confusing your association to what I said with what I said, sir. I get
you have
pause.
To do
You
real
talk.
work.
I got you. You didn't interrupt me every time I talk. I got you. I'm not fighting you on the point of having a military. I'm with you 100%. That is extremely important. But what needs to precede that, because you have to be trained, or somebody new has to be trained, you have to train them. You're going to give them a manual. They're going to have to read. Logistics and linguistics, you both have to read. Right. Financial literacy, you have to read. You understand what I'm saying? Okay, that's all.
I agree with you with all that.
Okay, that's all I'm saying to you. So it's not limited to just linguistics. Go ahead.
Right. So what you're saying is you're talking about the higher ups in it. So what you're talking about is the actual command of ordering a military in each city.
Yes, and being up to date on warfare in today's time.
Does it always happen like coordinated? Sometimes
it does. It does have to. Everything has to be
having
coordinated.
The skill, because Tulsa, I'm sure, was coordinated on their end, but obviously not the people in Tulsa.
Our
so
end, right.
When the shit started happening, everybody, it's like those movies where the crew, some shit just starts happening and everybody just starts acting.
Right.
Everybody just starts
I don't know.
defending. Everybody just starts doing whatever the fuck they need to do to
Right.
get whoever's back and just act. We don't have time to communicate. Everybody know what they need to do. And what we need to do is what, you know what I'm saying? Like,
America
that's
in
the
the
moments that matter.
Caleb,
But
in the military,
this is my point.
we have
This is my point. This is my point. Our people not having that education wouldn't us having an inability not to recognize when shit is popping off and not having those communications and not having those conversations prior to Tulsa happening.
That's training, though. Is that would be that would happen in combat training and doing drills?
That is combat training.
That's what I'm saying. When that starts, we need to be in a position now where we can start recognizing those things.
So we need to start working out, and we need to start getting our stamina together, and then we need to start getting our skill set together.
So I'm not arguing with you,
Kayla.
military.
I don't know if you've seen like these viral videos lately, but they have in America, in Russia, not in Russia, in Alaska, and a few other countries that are borderline like war countries. They have these robots now that scan the skies, and they shoot like 30,000 rounds a minute at anything that flies over these skies. That is unauthorized.
What?
Basically, it's almost like robots that shoot these
Not
planes
almost.
down.
It is.
That come anywhere close to our shit.
Tulsa probably.
And so basically, what I'm trying to say is that right. Put that on. Imagine if we had something like that in Tulsa.
Facts. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That wouldn't have never happened. Like they would have been shot down. Like
I'm studying right now how to program
even would have
things
been
like
able to
that.
drop bombs.
Okay,
But
so
that comes along with a dichotomy and an economy, and also getting involved with other people and other scientists that can protect us and have our interests. But so that would take tax dollars and paying off other countries to protect us.
In
places like Russia, we would give them money for those robots.
So what I'm saying to support your point, blue collar guys, they taught me welding, automotive. It's better to measure 10 times and cut once than only measure once and have to cut 10 times. Right. So I'm with you, but let's make sure we're doing the right thing at the right time with the right resources. Granted, it's not going to be guaranteed, but let's put ourselves in a higher success range, understanding it for smart people.
That's what I think.
I want to get the conversation going in that direction.
For sure.
Like we really need.
But that's why I think it was so important
talking about a black military.
So Billy the Kid, where like if you let's do this. We're gonna go around and get everyone's like what can an actual person, one individual, if you had to give a piece of advice, because it's not going to be go build a military. Right. If we're going to talk about what can each individual do, hold on, Billy, I see you. What would you say? We're going to start with JP and we're going to go around clockwise from my view. What is the piece of information or the piece of advice that you would give someone in terms of actionable goals that an individual can do right now? JP.
I waited for you to go to somebody else right now.
Okay, we'll come back to you. American man. Remember, this has to be something someone can do.
Got you.
Okay.
I would say I completely agree with you, Kay. And the what people can do is acknowledge their insignificance and put their family and their descendants above themselves. So what I mean by that is be responsible for who you're reproducing with, and like for example, America has a problem with divorce and people not honoring their choices of mating. And I would say what you can do is make a decision with who you're going to mate with that person. And no matter what, it doesn't matter how you feel day to day, whatever, it matters what's best for the kid. And what's best for the kid is you form a partnership with whoever you're mating with and put that above everything else.
Okay, thank you. World class. What about you?
In all forms, become literate. Get up to date on where we are today, so we can move forward.
What did you say? Become literate?
In all forms, yes.
Okay.
Become literate in all forms. So what you doing matters, and so you can increase efficiency. become literate. Learn financial literacy. Learn how to read people. Learn your body. The 102 minerals that your body is made out of, et cetera, et cetera. That's the best thing everybody can do. Everybody can read. You don't have to be rich for that.
Yes. Yes. Thank you, Lamar. What's
Yes,
up?
I would say one of the things I would give, especially a lot of young men, is to focus on their education and nuclear family. I like something that you said, Kay. You said find someone to get with and have children so you can build a legacy and build wealth, and then you can raise them up in the way that they should go, so they can reproduce the same thing and continue on. So I would say education, like you said, trying to go to whatever the best school that you can go to, apply for grants if you can or whatnot, and so you can get the best education so you can build up the nuclear family and you can keep reproducing.
Absolutely. Perfect. Thank you. Billy the Kid.
Hold on, let me find my charger real quick.
What in the world?
Sorry. Hold on 1 second. I got it right here.
I don't know if Big Al is
disagree. Here. I'm gonna disagree with you. Okay.
Is Big Al here?
Even
Big
though
Al.
I love you.
Oh. No. Billy the Kid. This is not a debate. We're asking about you. What do you think is the piece of advice or the goal that an individual should have right now? It's not a debate. We're not saying who disagrees with who. It's very late. We're winding down. So, okay, he's gone. Big Al, same question.
All right. So since I hadn't really talked at all, I wanted to at least stress what I even came on here to do.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So it pains me to hear how divided we are as people, because JB, what's the other guy? Scam. Like, it's so funny how they dismiss, a lot of the atrocities against our people, and that's the one thing I really hate, because, to be honest, every other group of people, they work together. It's not like they're totally individuals like that. And also, the fact that we have to work hard is a given. To survive, to even exist, you have to work hard. You don't just exist because everything's given to you. Now, some people might have that situation, but I know, sure as hell I don't. I work hard. But even if I work hard, sometimes I don't even get hardly what my white counterpart might get, as far as, his promotions or how he's looked at. Or when I go in public, because I wouldn't live in a white, predominantly white area, mainly because of where I work. And I feel like, if somebody sees me, walking, because I'm a big guy, but I'm also a very kind guy, but I've never committed a crime. So, but when I approach people, I'm not surprised when they, have a demeanor that makes it seem like I'm a bad guy. That's beside the point. Never mind. But anyway, I just feel like as a people, we have to work together. We have to actually work together to, accomplish the goals anyway. So we at least need to acknowledge the stuff that's happened to us. You know what I'm saying? To get somewhere and to look at things the right way, so we can work together to get things to go our way. And to answer your question, okay, I believe that we need to recognize who we really are. I know some of you all don't believe in the Bible. I get it. That's fine. But we are not who we think we are. That's why we don't have a culture, because our culture has been buried. Our culture has been snuffed out so that we don't know who we are. But who we are is very special. We're great people. And I guess what the Rick Judah, he's the one guy that talks about this all the time. The fact that we are the real Hebrews. I'm not gonna say what the word that gets flagged, and the fact that it gets flagged is so funny to me. But but we're the hebos. You know, that all of us, but a lot of us are. And if we come up, that's a problem to a lot of people, a lot of nationalities. So for me, I believe a practical thing that somebody can do is to know who we are. One thing you can do if you care to do so, read Deuteronomy 28. Curses, blessings, a lot of that stuff, especially the curses, can be seen in our people and the stuff that we go through constantly. And the fact that to succeed, a lot of us actually have to be modern day miracles just to have a notable life is just funny to me. But we need to realize who we are and just, go from there. But anyway, yeah, that's all I had to say. Yeah. Hold on. One more thing. Jay Prince, I never met you, man, and I appreciate your candidacy. I even appreciate Logic's candidacy, but it's really funny when we promote promiscuity because the promiscuity that we promote. I mean, look, we men, we want to get it in, right? But we must realize that our getting it in ruins a lot of the women that we're dealing with. Like Anton says, even though I don't agree with a lot of the other stuff he says, I agree with some things he says, and this is one of them, we are creating the problem that we're seeing in our women. And we're wondering why they're like that. There's an entity that we can't see. We talk about energy. That energy gets into these women, and to me, that's how a lot of them. I mean, look, when a woman gets, violated, she is obviously affected by that. She becomes a new person. So even when they have willing relations, they become new people. Mm-hmm. And the Bible talks about becoming one with a person. That happens. And if a woman is cohabitating and getting in with a guy who does not care about life, does not care about sustaining life, just because he has, good deed, how do you think that's going to affect her mind? She's going to look at life a whole lot different, probably like he does. And it's probably going to ruin, her whole outlook on things. And she's going, and let alone having a child with a person who doesn't really care about life. So, I mean, and that's another thing that needs to improve so we can have better families. We need to look at promiscuity differently. Because, I mean,
Al, I understand what you're saying, but at the same time, you can't expect every person to align with what you're talking about. And
what do you mean?
But I mean, like what you're saying is that we males, we promote promiscuity and this, that, and the third. But at the same time, that's not what we're talking about right now. What we're talking about right now,
but that's the thing, man. That's part of the issue with our community.
No, I'm saying that I get your solution to a lot of that is a solution to a lot of the problems. But what I'm the immediate solution of what I'm trying to get at is like that's a secondary problem. What you're talking about is a secondary problem. Promiscuity is a secondary problem. Sir. What I'm talking about is a first level problem. Like we can't be a people if we can't protect ourselves. Period.
What is that?
But we can't protect each other if we're not together. And we're not together if we're not having a family.
Hold on. I didn't give my solution. Let me go for a second.
Then I go after you.
Right. Jay, you can go after me. Right. K. My homegirl. So, have you ever heard of a person called Samuel James Nicholas?
No, who's that?
He is the original member of the United States Marine Corps, which came into being in November 10th of 1775.
And if you know anything about American history, that's a year before America became America. And what was going on was in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, a dude named Samuel Nicholas. He was getting a whole bunch of people gathered around, I guess like a podcast style, in this bar. And he said, I'm tired of England coming over here taxing us. I'm tired of them coming here and taking what they want to from us. I'm tired of it all. So he said, you know what we're going to do? We're going to meet them out in the ocean. We're going to get a couple ships together. And before they even get here, we're going to sink those ships. And any English ships that try to land on American soil, we are promising to sink them. This was the start of the United States of America. This is what gave us our independence. And once we, as African Americans, can adopt this mindset, I said Kay because Kay was like, we're not talking about this, that one person can't start a military. Well, actually, Samuel.
No, I'm not
did.
saying. I was just asking, what were the solutions that you would give the just people listening, right? There's 300 and some people. I'm saying, I have no doubt that a single person can start a great movement. Right. It's happened plenty of times. Right. I'm just saying in terms of like an actionable goal, you know.
Okay. So the plan in my mind, the plan would be is to buy land. And if any person other than us come upon this land, they're subject to attack. The same way America created America.
You wildin', bro.
So then if
that's racist.
Hold on,
it's not. There's no laws against it either.
So wait, Billy the Kid.
Laws want us to do that.
So you saying if any white person
hold on, American man, I'm just curious. Billy the Kid, have you already done this?
I don't have a group of people.
Okay, that's why I asked, what can an individual?
Can I go?
Go ahead, Jay.
Do you see what I'm saying? Like, do you see? Because I get it. Like sometimes things.
Yeah, I definitely get it, but you definitely.
So if a white man has said that, I jaw his ass.
That's why I was just asking about individuals, so that people at home can, you know, have something to think about.
But
and like you said, you don't have
all the plans in place, but it's up to other people to follow.
Okay, and that's okay, but I'm talking about something where you don't have to worry about anybody else. Something where you can just do it alone. Because those are the things that need to happen first, because the first person you can control is yourself. So that's the type of solution that I'm looking for. Those are the types of things I'm looking to have people say.
I had a quick question.
Hold on, Al. Let me go right quick.
Our final pass.
Al, hold on.
You get it, bro.
Right quick.
Give me a second. Let me say it.
God damn. Shit.
Let me say it, bro. Let me say it. So look. So when it comes to this militia that you're talking about, Billy Kid, I think this is sort of funny.
Subject on that shit.
Let me finish. It's funny because
hold on, Big Al.
You shouldn't be saying this on this platform. You should be.
So the thing is, we are winding down, and if you and Billy the Kid want to talk separately, you can. I'm sure y'all can exchange socials. We're really just trying to get around the panel to get everyone's last, thoughts. It's getting really late. Kayla and I have been on here for a very long time. And we hope everyone can connect outside of here, whenever they can. But we want to get to JP so we can start wrapping up. I hate the fact that we have to end this conversation, but I gotta go to work in the morning, and Kayla does too, and some other people may have to as well.
Me too.
Exactly. So
JP.
Okay, what I was about to
go, and then I'm gonna do the super chats.
Okay, what I was thinking about, first off, black people need a music.
They are doing the.
That's your wrap it up music.
Grammy.
Yeah. Now what I was thinking about, black people need to stop thinking about classism, placing themselves in a position where everybody else, like they winning like every other culture. First off, you gotta look at each other like we are one. You know what I'm saying? I think that's been a problem, like black people practicing this classism and looking at other blacks that they below us or beneath us and stuff like that. I think that's the biggest problem when it comes to black people. Also, when Al was talking about what do you say, promiscuity, where just basically sleeping around with these women and messing themselves up. The boys is also getting negative experience of that lifestyle too. So just as well as these men is messing up these women, somebody had to do that to the men to make men have that type of mindset to just be going around sleeping around with a lot of women. So we got to get to the core problem. We can't just keep knocking men. No, we got to get to the real core problem.
I hear what you said. Did you say it again?
No, what I'm saying is when you talk about promiscuity, when the man was, what you said about men logic, basically like sleeping with a lot of women, and we messing up a lot of women by doing that. But you got to also take into account where did these men get that type of mindset from? So they was messed up as well as the women. So let's just get away from
you are
blaming
so
the men.
smart and so beautiful. Kayla, you as well. I'm going to say goodnight to y'all. And
thank you, Billy, for supporting.
Next time, we'll chop it up.
Good night. Thank you so much.
Come on earlier, Billy.
I will. I'll try to. I've been trying to get up in here since earlier, but
Y'all need to have the other conversation offline if y'all gonna start something like that.
Billy, and come back next week.
Thank you guys for coming so much. So I'm going to shout out all of our super chats. We really appreciate you guys so much. So much. Shout out to Mr. Ray. Shout out to We Own Lock Nation. There's a reason. Yeah. Shout out to King Dom Minded 1121. Thank you so much. Shout out to Miss Parker. Been dope in the chat all night. Thank you so much. Shout out to Danny Holiday. Super appreciate you. Thank you so much. Again, shout out to Miss Parker, always keeping us on topic, doing what she got to do. Shout out to Green Rhino TV. Shout out to Jackie Carter. Shout out to Green Rhino again. Miss Parker holding it down. Miss Parker doing it. Love you, girl. Thank you. Shout out to Sway in the morning. Shout out to Omar Smith and Ronnie. Shout out to some of the new people, the new members. JB, thank you so much. Appreciate it. And last but not least, shout out to my people for becoming a new member. Thank you guys so much. We appreciate y'all. Thank y'all for watching. These are some interesting topics tonight, but I definitely think that it was a great show. So I appreciate all y'all for being here, gentlemen.
You too.
Yes, be sure to come back.
Thank you for having us. I appreciate it.
Every Monday, 7:30 Central, 8:30 Eastern. My bad. I almost removed our background music, but yeah. So again, you guys don't forget, live show, April 23rd. There's only a few tickets left. I swear to God, I'm not even playing. Click that link. You'll see there's only a few tickets left. I believe like 80% of them are sold. So make sure you get your tickets. There is also sponsorship package that's now available if you want to sponsor the event, have your commercial played, be on Let's Talk, have your brand featured, and get that viewership for your business. So go ahead and reach out if you're interested in our sponsorship package. And there's also a link to a discount hotel for Houston if you will be traveling in town. And I checked, flights are pretty cheap, so I know we'll see you guys there. And every Monday right here on the Lapeef Network.